And welcome to St. George's, Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium for day 3 of the Windwards Volcanoes match number 2, best of best series. We are here in the final day, and we can tell you that the weather condition is quite brilliant for cricket. Some thick overhead clouds, but just some white clouds, not any threat of rain, probably just keeping the temperature down a little bit this early morning. So we're going to have an on-time start as the Volcanoes 11, they would resume from their overnight position of 317 for 6. They lead by 56 runs on first innings. Yesterday was a really good day for batting as we saw the total 317, but earlier on they would have wrapped up the both 11 to 261. So currently 2 days after 2 days of what we would say being good batting, we should expect much more of the same on the third and final day.
Yeah, most definitely. Morning, Kerry, and morning to our viewers, wherever you are picking us up this morning. As you said, brilliant condition. And one expect that today would be as competitive as the first 2 days. We saw that the Volcanoes really even started well, had to struggle yesterday. Pretty good partnership between Smith and John would have really pulled them in front. One would tend to think now that they're going into this final day with the advantage, and one would probably get the impression that they would want to push on, maybe try to get a lead as big as possible, and then make an attempt to bowl out the Windwards cricket board 11 later on today.
Yeah, into the final day, they're already hit by 56. We should have maybe 90 plus overs today. How you think? If in their position, you think they have a over figure they want to bat out before they could probably think of sending in the next side to bat?
Yeah, I would think that, and just to say, not 90, but we have 105 overs for the day.
Yes, so 105. So that's a 9:30 start.
It's really quite a bit of cricket today. They would probably want to increase that lead probably in the region of 120 before they could look to make a declaration. As you know, it's long days of cricket, and we can go up to 6. And the way outside looks today does indicate that we're going to get a pretty good day, pretty hot day.
Yes, it's good. Certainly, that the conditions just set up quite nicely. The overnight batsman, Dennis Smith, he is on 49. With him is Larry Edward, who came in late yesterday evening. He's on 2 from 4 deliveries. Dennis Smith is 49 not out, so just need a single to register his 50 in this series. He will not be on strike. First up taking strike this morning will be Larry Edward. So Dennis Smith and Larry Edward just having a final few, discussion in the middle of the wicket to probably just reaffirm the decisions that was made off field and what they need to do. So they will be looking forward to bat for a long period of time. Larry Edward is quite capable with the bat, and he'll be expecting there to stay out there with Dennis Smith and see if they can put on another good partnership. As you'd have said, we've had a couple of good partnerships in this innings, as Vincent Lewis, who would have bowled well and got reward yesterday evening with the wicket of Ryan John. He'll be opening up first up from the northern end as he's in to bowl to Larry Edward, one which is outside your stump. Larry Edward just watches it through to the keeper, and Vincent Lewis from the island of Dominica, left armer, sort of short in stature, but he certainly, from what we have seen in the field over the last couple of days, he gives 100% on all occasion.
Yeah, he seemed to be a hard worker. We saw him coming in with a new ball yesterday afternoon and really bowling some pretty quick deliveries. And one thing of his style of bowling, he tend to keep the ball right up, and it's a good indication. Left-hander with a natural swing, he was able to use it yesterday, and one can remember bowling a couple of Yorkers right up.
As we see, searching for that Yorker earlier on this time. It doesn't fully execute it instead. It's just a full delivery, full toss, which is pushed to the fielder there at backward point. I make it to be Kashaki Jean-Louis. So looking for that Yorker and full toss, which is missed out there by Larry Edward.
Yeah, and that was very clear in terms of his bowling. Not prepare the ball short, but bring the ball right up and at least giving it some time to swing. The first delivery that he bowled today just probably stayed down a bit, but you can see the movement, ball just moving away. And I think it's an asset when the left-hander could bring the ball back into the right-hander or away from the left-hander.
Vincent Louis once again, another full delivery. This time it's almost on Yorker length, and Larry Edward just comes forward and pushes it out to the field at extra cover. That would be the captain, or more like a wide mid-off, Roland Keto. So to early up this morning, we see very attacking field mindset from Keto and the board 11. 3 slips in place. Then we have a gully backward point, and the other fielder on the offside is Keto. He's in a sort of wide mid-off. So it really indicates that Lewis will be looking to pitch the ball up and swing it to see if he can get an edge.
Again, this one shorter in length, and as you see, it's staying down a bit. So maybe that's one of the things you had to look at. Today is the 3rd day, so you tend to find that the wicket is probably gonna stay down a bit with the amount of cricket being played on 3 days. So the spinner is probably gonna come into play. The wicket now is, as I say, into its 3rd day, and we'd expect that they will be able to get some purchase of the wicket.
Yeah, earlier on this morning I had an opportunity to just walk out to the middle and look at the pitch as we see Vincent Lewis once again comes in, passes the umpire about now, and bowl to Larry Edward. Good delivery on the offside. Larry Edward comes forward with soft hands and pushes it into the offside, and the fielder can pick up, the batsman can cross over for a single. So very good batting there by Larry Edward. He allowed the ball to come into him and with soft hand just push it on to the offside and was able to get a single.
Yeah, well, I think the plan would be to for Dennis Smith to continue batting. I think it's a great opportunity for him to bat there, and probably Larry Edwards' role is really to stay with him as long as possible. And one would hope that Smith is going to put his head down, continue to bat. He's on 49 from 108 deliveries, and he will really want to press on to get us as much as possible.
Yeah, he's again Lewis this time to bowl to Smith, and he has decided to come. He's coming, staying over the wicket. I know yesterday he bowled quite a lot of deliveries to the right-handers over the wicket, but now he seems to want to stay, around the wicket, but now he still wants to stay over the wicket as he's in to bowl to Smith. 2 slips and a gully waiting, and Smith comes forward to a delivery pitch just on about the off stump and plays it to the fielder there at short extra cover, who I make it to be Asif Hooper. So the end of the first over for the morning one, which is considered a single. Smith remains on 49 and Larry Edward on 3.
Yeah, not a bad over. Nothing much happening. What was very clear in the over that we saw that Lewis were bringing the ball right up to the bat, and first delivery bowled it to Dennis Smith. I think it was really on a good length, good line, and he came forward and pushed it back. But it's good, and I think bowling over the wicket is the right area to bowl. Give himself 2 options in terms of the natural swing going away, and then being able to bring the ball back in really could create quite a lot of problem for the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, and when the left arm is bowling over the wicket, he takes in much more modes of dismissal, because once, for example, you're coming over the wicket, looking to swing the ball back into it, sometimes the angle might be always taking the ball down the leg side or so. So you over the wicket, you have you can pitch it and straighten it. LBW comes into it, bowl comes into the equation, caught in the slip corner or the keeper. So it especially with the new Cherry, and more advisable if they bowl around the wicket.
Oh yeah, I think over the you go around the wicket, actually you're going to get a lot of swing, and sometimes it's difficult based on the amount of swing you get in coming over the wicket. You will tend to go around the wicket and probably try to, with the angle, bring the ball in, which would probably diminish the amount of movement you're going to get. So again, a lot of strategy in terms of how you bowl, even based on the batsman that is batting. You can pick up some weakness, and then you as a bowler would want to capitalize on those weaknesses.
Yeah, it's good to be opening the bowling from the southern end. His favoured end at the National Stadium, Shaman Lewis. He would have bowled well yesterday. Probably, I thought he could have probably gotten a few more overs. He has figures of 2 for 13. He had a good opening spell, and then he came back and removed a pair of Athenes and Ambrose in successive overs. As we see Shaman Lewis in to bowl to Larry Edward, full delivery, which Edwards comes forward and pushes to the fielder at extra cover. So looking at it, just 9 overs yesterday. Probably could have got another spell somewhere.
Yeah. But again, and we see now Lewis is coming around the wicket, and one wonders why that. And we have seen it lately in that he tend to be bowling quite a bit coming around the wicket. And one would have thought, think that really he would have been better coming over the wicket. But he's bowling to the left-hander.
Lewis in once again. Larry Edward comes forward to a good delivery just on about the off stump, solid in defense, and pushes it back to the onto the offside where the fielder at extra cover comes around and does the fielding. Yeah, Sherman has bowled quite a lot lately, even in the limited overs we've seen in the T10 and in the T20. He likes bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, and he has also I think it has paid off for him on a number of occasions, so he's probably just favouring it now, as we see Lewis once again into Edwards. That's one slanted down the leg side. Good effort there from Junior Henry coming to his right to stop that one. He was able to get a paw onto it and saved it from probably rushing behind him into the boundary for 4 byes. So good effort there from Junior Henry, and as we see, Lewis gets the drop of his mark and delivery just slanting on the leg side. Edward Junior Henry probably a bit flat-footed, but he was able to get something onto the ball at the end.
Yes, being able to get the right glove to it and really stopped it. But you can see again the ball swinging down the leg side, and it is so important coming around the wicket. Your control will really have to be key, and you can see him coming and just slanting the ball, swinging the ball down the leg side, and it really went wide down the leg side. The keeper having to really dive and just get his right hand to it.
Smith comes back to a delivery from Sherman Lewis and pushes it onto the offside, shot on the offside, where I make it Vincent Lewis does the fielding. So no run through the score. He still remains on 49, looking for that single to get him up to 50. And currently, normally when you're coming around the wicket now, as to a left-handed batsman, you would have to start the ball maybe on the outside the off stump or on the off stump, because once you start on middle stump, the angle is always going to take it down to the leg side.
Well, most definitely, unless you're looking to swing it from middle going to the off, but just your angle, first indication that you're going to go down the leg side.
He's in once again, and Smith comes forward, clips that one off the legs into the vacant mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-on. He crosses over for 2, so that's 2 runs to Smith. That brings up his 50 of 111 balls, 142 minutes, 3 fours and 0 sixes. A very good innings there from the wicketkeeper batsman from Hermitage.
Yeah, good 50 by Dennis Smith. Ball pitched up, and he really played it neatly through that in the mid-wicket region. The fielder from mid-on having to do some running and picked up 2, but well-timed shot.
Yes, Lewis once again. This time Smith comes forward, drives solidly, but can't beat the extra cover fielder, so no runs. And I think one of the hallmarks of Dennis Smith batting, whether he plays the red ball cricket or different versions of the white ball cricket, is that he places a lot of priority on running between the wicket. Yes, he can hit the boundaries, but he likes to run, turn those ones into twos, and it's really one of the hallmark of his batting.
Yeah, and we have seen it in this inning that his running really have been very good. Smith do possesses that great ability to bat. He times the ball very well, and as we see that shot he played through mid-wicket, he just came forward, and everything was, he was so correct in playing the shot that it came off the bat really smoothly, and he's a good timer of the ball. I think he just need to just concentrate a bit more and spend some more time in the wicket.
Here is him once again. Vincent Louis this time to Larry Edward, who opens up the face of the bat and plays it behind square on the offside for no run. So Smith is back now with his second season back with the Windwards Volcanoes. Previously, he would have had a season with the Jamaican Scorpions, and it's quite experienced now at the first class level, and it really shows his the high level that he's regarded as when the Scorpion can contract you for a year.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that he has gained some experience, and having played for the Scorpions for a year, now come back to the Windwards Volcanoes. So he would be a player that is known in the region. That I think a number of teams would be looking at. So here it's an opportunity for him, really, not just to score 50, but to go on and bat on, probably try to come out not out, and you just want to get into that mode of batting long and scoring big runs. And yes, keeper is keeping probably his first choice. Well, as we look around, we see the need for keepers to be batsmen. Any young keeper coming up that can bat well, I think in a good position really to make it at the highest level.
Yeah, batting is now an essential because when you look at around the world game, you look at probably one of the best exponents of it now in terms of batsman keeper, Quinton de Kock of South Africa. Exceptional batsman. He'd have created a lot of headaches and heartaches for West Indies in the recently just concluded series, as we see this one from Smith sort of playing around his front leg on a delivery which probably would have pitched maybe outside the leg stump or just slanting down the leg side. As we look at the replay, pitch just outside the leg stump and carrying on down the leg side, and he was a bit inside of that line. The line of that one, looking to walk it on the onside.
Yeah, good decision. Ball pitch probably just about middle, angling down the leg side, and really was hit outside the leg stump. As Smith was looking to turn that on. I guess with the movement, he made no contact, and appeal went up, but the umpire I think was right in turning down that decision.
Yeah, and I think that should be encouragement for Lewis, probably looking to now maybe bowl one of those couple of deliveries again to see Smith can probably he can pitch it on the stumps, as this one is wide outside the off stump. Big booming drive attempted there by Smith, trying to hit through the extra cover. The ball passes out over the top edge of the bat into the gloves of the keeper. So encouraging from Vincent Lewis.
Well, good bowling by Lewis, because this one seemed to go the other way. The delivery before came into the right hander, and this one just left him. And the good thing about Lewis, he continues to bring the ball right up. So he gave himself the opportunity for opportunity in the slips to take the edge. I think it's really been good bowling by Lewis this morning.
Yes, he's in once again, Vincent Lewis. He's in the bowl to Smith. This time it's a full delivery outside the off stump, and Smith hits that one through extra cover, and that one will go into the boundary for 4. So good shot there from Dennis Smith. Here we have the bowler now acknowledging the errors of his way, looking I guess for that Yorker, was not able to execute it, resulted in a full toss, and Smith just came forward, opened the face of the bat through extra cover. Beautiful shot from the short right-handed batsman.
Yeah, the intention was good to again keep the ball up, have it swinging. But as you know, it's not all that easy to be consistent bowling your deliveries right up Yorker and good length. This one was full to the bat, and Smith take full use of it and just choked it nicely. And again, the timing, you can see the timing coming to play there, as he just came forward and just choked it to the covers.
Yes, now Vincent Lewis looking to bounce back from that a bad delivery as he in to bowl to Dennis Smith. Smith is come forward, wrapped on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. He's given. Dennis Smith is giving out LBW shoulder and arms. The question is whether that one would have been coming back into the stumps, and once you shoulder arms, not playing a shot, you really leave it in the hands of the umpire to make that decision.
Well, even before I look at the replay, I think that was a good, good decision.
That's a good decision. That one would have been coming back in and hitting the off stump. Excellent bowling there from Vincent Lewis. I think he really set up that over well, though he bowled that full toss earlier on, but he bowled a couple, one came in, as we see the replay again, pitched just on about the outside the off stump, but that one is coming back in. Probably would have been maybe just a tinge outside the off stump, but I think normally once you shoulder arm,
the fact that he didn't play a shot, probably would have hit the off stump.
Yeah, that probably was coming back in there. So good bowling there from the youngster Vincent Lewis.
Yeah, tremendous bowling by Vincent Lewis. We see him moving the ball both ways, and Smith in this over got ball coming into him, ball leaving him. This one really was probably playing for the ball going away, and it came back. And I was making the point that if you have a left-hand bowler that are able to bring the ball back into the right-hander, it will create quite a lot of problems. And we saw him. His length was good, and Smith just shoulder in arms, and that ball coming back and hitting him in front. Good decision.
Yeah, good decision there. The thing about the LBW can be so complicated, but it becomes much easier in the opinion of the umpire if the ball is hitting the stumps, pitch outside the off stump. It doesn't matter whether it hit outside the off stump or not. Yeah. Once his opinion that ball will hit the stump, he has to raise that finger, and that is what he did on that occasion. So Smith, as you said, playing for that one going across him, but Lewis was able to get it to come back into him. So very good bowling there from the Dominican left arm seamer. As we see, it's now another the new batsman who is Courtney Anselm, another Dominican in the action now. he comes in, he will be on non-striker end, so he'll be partnering now Larry Edward, who is to be taking his guard as he awaits Sherman Lewis on the top of his marker waits, and the captain Kato even no one more on the attack. We see 3 slips a gully. The 3 slips in position. We have Jelani Robinson in first slip, second slip, that's Asif Hooper, third slip, Anselm Douglas. Daryl Cyrus in gully as Sherman Lewis into bowl to Larry Edward, comes back and plays off the back foot quite firmly, but he goes straight to Teddy Bishop in backward point, so there is no run. So now dismissing Dennis Smith quite early this morning. I think the board 11 would probably want to see now if they can pick up that next 3 wickets quite quickly.
Yeah, they will certainly want to pick up the last few wickets quickly. We see an attacking field, 3 slips and a gully. Lewis continue around the wicket, and really you'll want to make further inroads.
Seeing Lewis once again to Larry Edward, short delivery. Edward come back on 1 foot, looking to pull, doesn't time it that well. Instead, it just trickles bobbles onto the onside, where I make that to be Kato, who is in mid-on, does the fielding. So probably a delivery. Was it not short enough for that shot, or probably Edward didn't time it as well? Yeah,
interesting shot, because there was somebody just about the off stump lifting, and he tried to clip it. And again, just 2 feelers on the leg side, short mid on and a square leg. So you're trying to pick the gap on the onside.
This time, Larry Edwards gets a good delivery outside the off stump. That one pitch and he left him, and he was feeling for it. The outside edge is beaten. Excellent delivery there from Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, this one left him. I think the one before that bounce came back into him, but this one just leave him outside the off stump, and they push at it.
And I think batsmen don't lower down the order. They do like to feel the ball and the bat, and there he went searching for that one, but the pace and the bounce carried it past the outside edge.
Yeah, really good sea movement.
Lewis once more into bowl to Larry Edward. This time Larry Edward shoulders arms. A bit of straighter delivery this time, not much movement in that one, and he allows it to go into beyond to be collected by the wicket keeper. And I must say, Crony, from what I've seen from Sherman Lewis, comparing to earlier in the year, in the white ball format, I think he has bowled really well so far in this match.
Yeah, and this is what we know of him in terms of bowling, and I think this is why we are a little disappointed with the white ball cricket, but we are seeing him now certainly looking at a different bowler.
Lewis once again. Edward comes forward off the inside edge, trickles behind square on the onside, where Vincent Lewis runs around and does a fielding, so the batsman, they cross over for a single. So that one, he was a bit bitten there by the pace of it, comes forward. By the time he was forward, the ball was already on him. So another good delivery there from Sherman Lewis, and you're saying he's definitely on top of his game so far in the wet ball performance.
Yeah, he's getting some movement. That one actually came back to Edwards, probably stayed down a little bit, and Edwards was hustled into playing forward, and he took the edge and go down to backward square. But we are seeing some movement both ways in this over, away from the left hander and into the left hander.
Talk about movement, right? How difficult it is as a batsman facing up a bowler when they can move the ball either into you or away from you.
So it's the batsman, you have to focus, and you really have to look at his arms, because sometimes you probably may not be able to see the grip at most of the time, but being able to see the arms, whether he's going to bring it close to his ears or he's going to be wider away from him, give you an indication as we look at this delivery. Again, if he wants to swing it probably away from the right hander, you would tend to come with his arm a little bit wider, so he comes at an angle. And if he wants now to bring it into the bat, you probably come a little straighter. His hands are actually brushing his ears. So this is thing that you need to know as batsmen, in terms of being able to pick up what in terms of what the bowler is trying to do. And but you have to be so focused and concentrating, but it can be challenging.
Yes, as we see the end of another over from Sherman Lewis, as now the 89th over has been bowled, 327 for 7. Larry Edward is on 5 not out, he will take on strike. With him is Courtney Anselm, who just faced that one delivery, the previous delivery of the final over, and Vincent Lewis, who has his tail up after picking up 2 big wickets, will be looking to see if he can add some more wickets to his tally, as Lewis into bowl to Larry Edward, full delivery outside the off stump, drives well through the offside. The fielder there at backward point does the features to chase in the batsman, they cross over for 2. So on that occasion, Edwards wasn't looking to overhit the ball, but just sort of time it well and beat that fielder at backward point.
Yeah, he stroked it, and again the ball by Lewis was right up, and you could see the hint of movement, the ball going away. I think Edwards had to be very careful not to look for the big flashing drive, but just kind of came forward carefully and just push it the square cover, and he picked up 2. Now we've seen that there's some the offside field is being strengthened, so despite the 2 slips and 3 slips and a gully, square cover and then a short extra cover, and a mid-off wide, so again making room for the ball that is leaving the left-handed Edwards.
Yeah, so it's quite an attacking offside field, as Larry Edwards asks Vincent to abort his run as he gets set again at 3 slips and a gully, short extra cover, a wide mid-off and a backward point, looking for that swinging delivery, moving away from the left-hander, waiting for an edge or a mistimed drive. Lewis, he's in once again to bowl to Larry Edward, and he bowls, and this one is just on about the middle stump. Larry Edward looking to shape to play that maybe to the leg side, but he realized there was some movement with the ball moving away from him and had to end up playing into the straight bat.
Yes, good delivery, and it also seemed to be a slow delivery. Really turned him around as he was looking to push, and really found that he was beaten by the pace of the ball, and probably probably could have easily pushed it back to the bowler or that fielder in mid-on, but again you've seen the movement.
Yes, pitch just on about middle and leg, and that time he played it, he was towards the middle and off. So definitely movement there from Vincent Lewis. I'm quite enjoying the hard newer ball. That one rushes Edward a bit, who is in hurriedly into defense and plays it onto the leg side, where the fielder at wide mid on. That's Sean Lewis does the fielding, and I think currently so far the bowlers, it seems that they enjoy themselves playing with that pink ball.
Yeah, yes, they seem to have got used to it, but I think it's really been good work by Vincent Lewis. He's one of the players from Dominica that is not contracted, but certainly he's making a statement here in terms of the amount of movement that he's getting. The sun is shining, so there's not much help in the atmosphere, but he's really doing a good job this morning, moving the ball both ways.
Yeah, he's once again Lewis. He's in bowl, short delivery. Larry Edwards come back looking to pull, ends up hitting that one over the fielder at wide mid on. They cross over for 2, but he was definitely not in control of that shot. Shorter length delivery, is looking to hit on the onside, but end up hitting over the fielder at mid on. So probably can say he got away with that one.
Yeah, short delivery, and again you could see it still moving away from him. So it make it so difficult looking to pull. Was able to get it over mid-off, but more movement, short delivery. Probably would have been better advice to look to cut it over backward point, over third man area.
Yes, once again, that's a good delivery from Lewis outside the off stump, moving away from the left-handed batsman. Larry Edwards shoulders arms into the gloves of wicketkeeper Junior Henry. So it's quite good when you can see bowlers constantly being able to move that ball. It adds another level of dimension to the game, because normally when you'll find a good wicket and the ball is just carrying, not much lateral movement, it makes it much a dull game. But this one, even though 331 for 7, there is quite a bit of intrigue in the innings still.
Yeah, the beauty in seeing bowlers move the ball both ways really is a challenging part of bowling. You can be very fast, but if you're not doing anything with the ball, you would really become a easy bowler to play.
Here is in once again Lewis. This time Edward comes forward, pushes it to the fielder there at short extra cover. So the end of another over after 90 overs in the innings. Volcanoes 11 there, 331 for 7.
But Edwards on 9 here so far, been there since yesterday, 25 deliveries, and Slim just coming to join him. But I think that the Windwards Board 11 will be happy with the morning play so far. They pick up the important wicket of Dennis Smith, and really the scoring haven't been very fast this morning. I think the bowlers had the better of the exchange this morning.
Yeah, good stuff there. And the conditions quite cool so far outside. So not a totally clear blue sky. So you have some clouds overhead, which probably just adds to the conditions a bit and makes it a little bit favorable for the bowlers to move that ball all over the place.
Yeah, good condition to bowl in. As we see now, there's 2 gullies as Sherman Lewis pick up from that northern end. And
as Lewis is in and he's bowling to Courtney Anselm, and Anselm is probably one of the bigger players in terms of size, a very tall man. But when you ask him what he does, he'd say, "Oh, I'm a spinner by trade, off spinner by trade." While you have Vincent Lewis on the other end, a short guy, almost maybe just about 5'7" or so. And he's a seamer, so the big man is bowling spin and the short man is bowling fast.
Interesting.
Modern day cricket, right? Yes.
So there's some adjustment. Now one of the gullies comes out, so there's 3 slips on a gully, and let's see, long leg.
Yeah, probably just gives him a little bit more protection to bowl a bit, attack the stumps a bit more. So he now has can afford to stray closer onto the stumps. Anselm now would know that most of those deliveries would now not be outside the off stump. Instead, that you'd have to look for them pitch on. He's probably looking for the LBW and mode dismissal, as this one is pitched just on about maybe leg stump and carrying on down the leg side with the angle. Junior Henry is not able to collect cleanly, so 1 more bite to the total brings Larry Edward back into strike.
Yeah, and again, if you look at Lewis carefully, you could see the arms and that one straight down the leg side again. You know, you just falling away and probably pushing it too much, and it went down the leg side. Just keeping a bit low. The keeper. This was a more difficult one. Again, he got his hand to it, was able to cool it, so the long leg could have come around and get another bye. Yeah,
that's now 17 extras. In the total in the inning so far, as Sherman Lewis bowls 1, which Larry Edward watches outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper. So it has been 17 extras. Looking for the extras, yes, 3 byes, 2 leg byes, 2 no balls. Sorry, 13 byes, 2 leg byes, 2 no balls, and the keeper would not be pleased to see 13 byes next to his name.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. Byes is part of the extras that you don't see much in.
Well, normally some of those would probably be in one white ball cricket. You would see them as being called wides down the leg side, as we see another one down the leg side which the keeper is able to come around this time and collect. But when it's down the leg side and it's out of the grasp of the keeper, most of them would have been collected that way, it normally goes against the bowler. But in the red ball or the colored ball version of the game, it's now attributed to the keeper, and it's never to please. Keepers is set really high standard, and to see 13 byes given, they're never too happy. As you see, Sherman Lewis once again in bowl to Larry Edward, who shoulders arms, 1 outside the off stump, trying to play that patient game.
And this is the line Lewis want to bowl. You want to keep it just outside there. I think this one had really good carry. Just seemed to have angling a bit. Edwards was equal to it and just allowed it to go through. Keeper just taking it just about waist height. So it's a sort of line that you expect from Sherman Lewis. He has fast bowler that would have played at the highest level.
Is Lewis once again in another almost a replica of the previous deliveries. This one had a bit more bounce into it, as we see the keeper took it a bit more towards chest height. So the end of a good over, one which was conceded, one by, and the Volcanoes 11, they now 332 for 7.
Yeah, they certainly would want to push that run up a bit. I would think that they would want to probably have the Windwards Board 11 batting before lunch. It's quite a bit of time to go to lunch. They have picked up the important wicket of Smith, but still a good lead, and obviously they would want to make sure that they increase the lead as high as possible.
Yeah, as we saw, just a beautiful shot of the Darbo Hills coming back into the National Stadium, and those camera guys, they're quite in very good vantage points where they can enjoy the surroundings, where the stadium is located. And we are Grenadians will be biased with what we have, but certainly the picturesque nature of this venue, it really makes it a special place to be.
Yeah, it is, and splendid facility. We look at the grounds in the region, and certainly this one will stand out, particularly because of the drainage in this facility.
Yes, as we see Vincent Lewis get set at the top of his mark to bowl now to his countrymate Courtney Anslem, and a good delivery there, just moving away from the right-handed batsman. He was fishing for that one there, beat the outside edge, and the way Lewis is bowling, he would favour his chances of knocking over his countrymate.
Yeah, good delivery as we look at the replay here. Ball leaving the batsman, he pushing at it, leaving him. One would imagine, he'll want to bring the next one in.
Yeah, I think.
But he has a really good spell. Looked at him yesterday when they took his second new ball, and the way he bowled much quicker yesterday. But again, the condition was there. He really was trying to make use of the new ball, and he bowled very well, very well, rather quickly.
And this one is pitched on the stump just a bit too full, and Anselm comes forward and pushes it back past the bowler. It rushes down here up to us at the northern end of the ground. Roland Kito is able to pull it in just inches away from the boundary ropes. So a good shot there from Courtney Anselm, not looking to overhit it, but just allow the ball to come to him and push it back past the bowler.
Yeah, so what probably you would see from the bowling of Vincent Lewis is that the drives, every now and again, you probably will be able to play the drive because he's bringing the ball up to the bat. Nothing short that you can pull or you can cut. So, the captain would know based on how he's bowling, how you should set the field. And this one, he just came down on it and just pushed it back past the bowler.
This time he's into left-handed Larry Edward. Lewis is in at the full delivery. It's angled down the leg side. Junior Henry collects, skipping across to collect. So he was again looking for that full pitch delivery, angled badly, and carries on the leg side.
Yeah, just training line there. His sort of delivery would have been ideal for the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, down to the top of his mark again, and turns about now and gets set as the ball is relayed to him. Larry Edward 9 from 30, just batting for about 44 minutes now. Fresh to the crease is Courtney Anslem, and here he comes in once again. A good delivery which brings Larry Edward forward in defense and pushes him back where the bowler does the fielding of his own bowling. So though they don't have lost the well set Dennis Smith this morning for 55, but it seems that Larry Edward is looking to see if he can bat for as long as possible in extending the lead, which now stands at 74.
Yeah, we had just about 40 minutes play, and I would think they would probably aim to bat for next hour if they can, see what amount of runs they could get within that time. Vincent Lewis so far 2 for 54.
Here is in once again. Lindsay Lewis to bowl to This one is pushed. Lewis cannot fill in his follow through, and so too Kato cannot stop it from crossing over the rope. So another full delivery, which Larry Edward comes forward and push back past the bowler, beat his the outstretched right arm, beats Kato on the inside and into the boundary for 4. So good shot there from Larry Edward. He moves on to 13 and the total 339 for 7.
Yeah, this one was over pitch, full to the bat, and even though the timing wasn't there, but I think with the mid-off up, you know, he able to come forward, and it just went to the left of the mid-off, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary. Scoring rate have been slow for the morning session. 339 for 7. You had 92 overs being bowled, and the lead continues to build despite the early wicket of Smith. But at 339 for 7 already, I think they have a good lead.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the total 339 for 7, it's really good to see that, you know, teams are scoring over 300, and they would want to make it something which they build accustomed to doing. You know, our batting over the years has been, you know, sometimes up and down.
Yeah.
And even though it's basically a best of the best inter-franchise series, you really like to see the scorecards of 350 plus on a consistent basis. As Shaman Lewis into Courtney Anslem, who comes forward, plays it on to the fielder there, who is at mid-wicket, who does the fielding. So there is no run. Anslem, a very big man, and quite comfortably came forward to that one and turned it onto the onside.
Yeah, it does. Shows the ability that they are able to hit the ball. But again, it's encouraging to see I think on both teams, in that the middle down to the lower half of the batting, that the batsmen, you know, put their head down and really try to build innings, really try to bat. And, you know, that have been lacking. It's important to see that is happening in this game.
Yeah, it's Shaman Lewis once more in to bowl to Anslem. Anslem again comes forward, collect field lead by Shaman Lewis, who threatens to knock down the stumps. Anslem rushes back into his crease, and a little bit of aggression there shown by Shaman Lewis. Though, as we said, it's a inter-franchise squad, you can see that those players are taking this very seriously and all want to perform to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, I think they all have opportunities. You know, they are the contracted players, and then they're probably the next set of players in line. And you know, in this game, anything can happen to probably any of the players. So it is opportunity for all the players that is playing, and therefore I think each player will want to make a statement, want to make the best of it.
Yes.
We have seen Jelani Robinson with 66, and he looked pretty well in the first inning.
Yeah, we know that there's also a couple of individuals who are not available for this match for various reasons. I know there's 3 who should be off to some West Indies duties in the not too distant future. Kavim Hodge, Preston Matsui, and Kieran Kotoy should be leaving the island, I think, today to make their way over to Jamaica as part of the preparation for the test matches against Pakistan in August. And then we also have, I think, that is Kenneth Demba, who is out. He hasn't rejoined the squad as yet, and so there is, as we said, there's a lot of competition for place. Good delivery outside the off stump. There, Anslem was fiddling at that one and missed the outside edge. You can see Kearney from Anslem. Those deliveries who is on his stumps as we watch the replay. Anslem pushing at that one outside the off stump, looking to get some, but feel the ball onto his bat. Instead it beats the outside edge, and I think probably that might be a better mode of attack from Shaman Lewis, because those balls on his stumps, he seems to be quite comfortable in playing at them, but it is those which is on the 4th stump, 5th stump line which is creating some problems to him.
Yeah, as you said, he want to feel the bat on the ball. This was wide and again moving away, but I think the length was good, so he came forward again looking to push it out on the offside and just missed.
This time, not a good delivery there. That one was even much closer to the batsman, and he was not looking to probably get much bat onto it, but it's certainly good delivery, beating the outside edge.
Well, this was a beauty to actually turn him around, and he didn't pass far from the off stump on that pitch and left him. And if Lewis is as consistent with his line and that sort of line, because he does show that he really can move the ball away, and those last 2 deliveries were really 2 good deliveries.
Yeah, excellent stuff there from Shaman Lewis. Would want to finish even with another good delivery, probably on the wicket of Courtney Anslem, as he is in, and he bowls. Anslem comes forward, pushes it back to the bowler, who does the fielding of his own follow through. So the end of a very testing over there from Shaman Lewis, and it's a maiden over, and the score remains on 339 for 7.
Yeah, good over by Lewis, and so far he has bowled some 14 overs, 2 for 58. This was probably one of his better overs. Good line, good length, and being able to get the ball to leave the right-handed batsman. So we'll be hoping to pick up, to probably add a couple more wickets to those two that he took. And he's one of the players that really want to force himself back, but it require him doing quite a lot of work. I think he needs to be more consistent in terms of his bowling, probably bowl for long spells, a lot of target bowling. I still think that there's some work that needed with his run-up. You know, as we know, he did have some little issue with no ball, so some work just need to smooth the run-up. And I think if he get it right, you know, he probably would be able to do what he wants to do with the ball.
Yeah, the encouraging thing that he's bowled just one no ball in 13 overs. As we look at his figures again, 13 over 6 made in 2 for 16, and out of that he'd have bowled 71 dot balls, which means that would have been just about one ball short of 12 overs. So he's really been quite economical at 1.23 runs per over. As we see a change in bowling, I think it's the first time in this innings we're going to see Kevin Augustine coming in from the northern end. Most of these overs he'd have bowled was previously from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be replacing Vincent Lewis, who has bowled a very good spell and currently has figures of 2 for 58 from 14 overs. So Augustine out of St. Lucia, with that the locks with the bleached peaks all up in a rubber band into a ponytail as he's in now. Bowl to his compatriot Larry Edward from St. Lucia, who comes back and plays that one outside onto the fielder there at short extra cover. Who that is Dylan Douglas, who is stationed there, so no run. So quite a bit of inter-island or of in-island battles going on there. We have St. Lucia bowling to St. Lucia. Earlier on we had Vincent Lewis against Anselm Courtney, two Dominicans, now two St. Lucians facing off against each other as the Augustine gets set once again into bowl to Larry Edward. Shot delivery coming into the batsman, who comes back and pushes it to the field on the off side. That's Douglas, who does the fielding once again. So Augustine looking to start around the wicket to the left-hander, probably looking to take away any width that may be provided bowling around the wicket, and looking to angle the ball into the left-handed Larry Edward.
Yeah, just need to bring it up a bit. The two deliveries so far have been on the short side.
As he's in once again, another delivery just again on the shorter side. This time it plays out to the field at backward point. That is Kashaki Jean-Louis. So no runs, and Larry Edward is quite happy camping on a back foot waiting for those deliveries.
Yeah, and it's really healthy to know that, you know, the from the four islands the players are competing, you know, and it could only help to develop the cricket in the Windwards. One, you get to know the players in the region, whatever level, but knowing your player, obviously you'll be able to really play with them effectively. So I think it's a good thing. The Winners Board need to be commended. I think what they are doing, I think, is really looking to build. We have seen that the Volcano players, and now we have seen probably a sort of second string of players that is close to playing for the Volcanoes. And really, it's a great opportunity to have this sort of cricket being played now.
Well, most certainly, as we see once again Augustine in. This time is a fuller delivery, which Larry Edwards watches outside the off stump. And you know, Crony, in years gone by, when we'd have had before the advent of a franchise, is that you'd have had the Windward Islands tournament, and you'd normally pick a team from that. Sometimes you pick a team of 13, 14, maybe 15. With a couple of reserves, so most times you'd have probably as much as maybe about 18 players. Yeah. But here, you know, you have probably in excess of 30 players, basically on trials, looking to get into the 40 squads. As he's once again Augustine, Edward goes back and guides it to the fielder there at Gully, that is Teddy Bishop, who does the fielding, so no runs. So the end of over number 94. And in a time when there is no regional or in sub-regional tournaments, it is important that all these players can get an opportunity to showcase their skills.
Yeah, and I think it's one or so on the sunny time we living in now. It's different. There's no more Windward Islands tournament. I think even the longer version of the game, we haven't seen that for probably last 2 years based on the condition we are in now. But we are seeing still that the winners are able to bring players together and giving them an opportunity to compete, an opportunity to get onto the senior team, and which is a good thing. We know that they have been cricket in St. Vincent with 10-10 tournament being played there. There's cricket in St. Lucia, back here in Grenada. We have been doing pretty well in terms of making sure that cricket is being played. I think Dominica probably might be the only one.
No, I think they currently have a T20 tournament in place in Dominica. I know a number of those players. I think Atenes would have played, Alec would have played a couple of games when he would have gone home for a few weeks, and a number of those players would have been playing in that tournament. So I think it's still ongoing. They probably should have some action on this weekend. So you want to wish all the teams competing in that tournament all the best. And as you said, the islands, as we see a new bowler, that is Cyrus now, the leg spinner, in from the southern end. And it's important, Crony, that the respective associations across the Windward Islands, they organize tournaments that they can engage their players in, because it's difficult times, but cricket must continue.
Yeah, and probably the Windwards, I think we are in a better position in that cricket is being played in all the islands, so efforts are being made, and I think this is the reason why we're in this position now. We are able to see players and be able to bring players to this games here, and again, it's really good opportunity for the players, and we have seen some players who would have impressed. So it's not all lost, but I think that we are in a good position to build.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of it is that, the way the system is set up is that even though you don't have a contracted, I think, 15 contracted players, it doesn't mean that as the 15 players you'll be using for the regional season. You can still use players who are outside of that contracted pool, and players then would come in. I think they normally will be playing on a per match basis. So those guys who are playing outside in these 3 matches, they have a lot to play for, and we certainly hope that they will take advantage of this opportunity, as we see a full delivery there from Cyrus, full toss, which is just eased through the offside there by Courtney Anselm, and he just used his long reach, opened the face of the bat through extra cover. Very good shot there from Anselm.
Yeah, bad delivery and given the treatment. Really, that one just seemed to be floated up outside the off stump, and Anselm just came forward and just hit it past the extra cover, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Here back again, I think is really a good opportunity, and it's important all the players do have an opportunity to probably force themselves in. Don't matter when or where, but there are opportunities, and I think it's really something positive for Windows cricket.
Yeah, as we see the end of the over there from Cyrus, probably looking to find his the length that he'd have bowled so well yesterday. He'd have had a really bowled quite outstanding yesterday. Picked up 3 wickets, actually the first 3 wickets to fall. Devon Smith, Jamal James, and Desmond Maloney has 3 for 90. Just last week, in the match, the first match of the series, he'd have picked up a 6-wicket haul in the first inning. So it's quite good form. Daryl Cyrus in 9 wickets so far over 2 matches, and would be looking to add further to that tally.
Yeah, well, his first over just seemed to be a loosen up. Probably he just need to get his rhythm going, bowling that full toss, and it didn't seem to trouble the batsman too much.
Yeah, that is Kervin Augustine to start another over. This time Larry Edward comes forward, pushes to the fielder there at wide mid-off. That is the captain, Roland Cato. Doesn't time it that good to beat him, so there is no runs, and Augustine is persisting with that outside the around the wicket line, looking to angle the ball into the left-handed Larry Edward. Guess the 2 players who comes from the island of St. Lucia will be quite familiar with each other's game, so he figures the mode of attack around the wicket as this time another full delivery. Edwards totally mistimes that one, looking to probably hit it a bit too hard. He saw it full outside the off stump. His eyes lit up and just went at it too hard. Instead, it just sort of chopped at it, and the ball went to Kito there at wide mid off.
Yeah, looking for power and really, it just went bouncing down to mid off. But really, one that she probably could have just choked again. You see the angle of the bat too. I think was it.
Yeah, he's sort of close the face of the bat when he should be open in the face. Augustine once again to Edward. That's one quite a good bit of bounce as the keeper takes it towards the chest height, coming back into Larry Edward. Good delivery there. Probably Augustine will be looking to hit that length a bit more with more regularity.
Yeah, delivery making some height and just seemed to be angling just a bit to the left-handed Edwards, but he judged it right and it went through to the keeper.
Yes, beautiful Sunday morning here in the National Stadium. Just as the clock ticks over to about 10:26 on a Sunday morning. We know some of you will be probably just coming back from church, as we see another delivery from Augustine which pushes Larry Edward back, and he plays it onto the offside. And crooning yesterday, Sunday morning, everybody want to go to church early, prepare lunch, because you have cricket in the villages, and everybody want to get out to see cricket, which was certainly the golden era of cricket in Grenada. And I can tell you, those Sunday leagues, it used to be a thing of a beauty.
You're so right. Certainly, it really is a thing of the past in terms of the Sunday afternoon being really big. The villagers comes out, and don't matter the league you're playing in, but quite a lot of people support the cricket.
Yeah, as we see now, Augustine this time shot outside the off stump. Edward comes back, plays it out to Kashaki Jean-Louis there at backward point, and no runs, and it's another dot delivery. So that's the end, or one more ball to go. We have one more ball to go in the over. So for 5 dot deliveries, 343 for 7 is the total. And Larry, as we said, Grooney looking to get to hit too hard instead of timing it. I think Anselm has a right approach in terms of looking to allow the ball to come to him, but Larry's going at the ball a bit too hard. As we see this time, Augustine, another one wide outside the off stump. Larry Edward leaves it alone to be collected by keeper Junior Henry.
Yeah, he would be disappointed. I think there were 2 deliveries in that over that really should have taken full advantage of. We saw the full toss, and then we saw a short ball outside the off stump. Again, looking for power when we just need to place the ball, just to time it and place it. And there's loads of gap. The field is in, so he can pick up runs. But I think he has a right intention that he's not going to give away his wicket, but to stand back. He's 13 from 45 deliveries, and Slim 7 from 17.
As you see now, Cyrus gets set from the southern end of the ground to bowl another over. And Crooney, last night we'd have seen the conclusion of the second one-day international between West Indies and Australia. West Indies started off quite well, had Australia at 45 for 6. The Australian tail, they bounced back well to help set 187, and West Indies found themselves in some muddy trouble. But it was a partnership between Pooran, the standing captain in the T20 series, and Jason Holder, the former captain who rescued West Indies.
Well, what I've been encouraging is that partnership was very encouraging in that you found that the players played sensible cricket. In terms of the overs, they really didn't have an issue in terms of the overs to get the runs, but all it needed was just some mature batting, and we saw some maturity from Pooran in his inning last night. And sometimes that's all what is need, just some form of maturity and commitment, and pick up the singles, pick up the ones and the twos, and then before you look, it was they was pretty close to the score rather easily.
As we see now, a new over, that not a quick single there between Larry Edward and Courtney Anselm, scampering through, but the fielder at wide mid-off didn't collect. I think that's from Shaman Lewis. He didn't collect cleanly, so the batsmen, they were able to get home quite comfortably. 2 slips in place, waiting, and a forward short leg waiting for Anselm, who comes forward, drives, gets a thick outside edge down to the third man boundary, and Dylan Douglas does chase and is able to pull it in just millimeters away from the rope. So good fielding there from Douglas, as he's able to stop that and save 1 run. And probably, Crony, you would probably think that could probably have in place maybe a gully or gully in place for the leg spinner.
Yeah, well, what I think should happen is that instead of being so square, probably he could be a little bit like a little finer.
Yes.
So if he actually go for the drive and it peels off the edge, you'll go finer rather than square.
Because I don't think he'll be expecting to bowl much short deliveries, so it will be cut in. So probably you're quite right. I think that fielder did a big gap there, and the leg spinner, as you'd have seen from Anselm so far, he's not really 100% sure of those balls outside the off stump. So you should give yourself all opportunities to pick up a wicket in that area.
Yeah, I think what you need to do is bring the ball up, encourage him to come to drive, and as we see him driving there and it came off the edge and went down the ball a little air, and certainly will put you in good stead with your long off in place, your mid off in place.
And this time you have the slips being split, as you have one on the offside and one on the leg side, and a forward short leg. So looking to attack there, Daryl Cyrus, much better over than the first one. He's pitched it a bit better. Just an opportunity there where the ball was off the edge, flew off the edge down to third man for 3. So the players, it's the end of the first hour of play on day number 3, with after losing the early wicket of Dennis Smith this morning for 55. The Windwards Volcanoes 11, they 348 for 7.
Yeah, well, they have progressed well, and I think they would be pretty happy. 348 for 7, having just lost 1 wicket this morning, and I think they probably the lead now would probably carry. I know you could have probably around 87.
Yeah, it's actually on the board there. Yeah, the screen there, 87.
87 certainly is a good lead. They will want to push on. I would see first hour probably you see them maybe trying to bat for next 45 minutes if the case may be, but after this break, one would expect they would want to push on and get as much as possible, just to give themselves enough time. Yeah, so at least they can make an effort to bowl at the cricket board 11. With a pitch playing as it is now, we don't see it likely, but in this game of cricket, anything can happen, and you want to give yourself every opportunity to make an effort to win a game.
Yeah, and with the likes of the spin bowling options of Courtney Anselm, Larry Edward, even Ali Cathanes, they would fancy themselves bowling on this pitch later on today, as we see it has provided great assistance to the spinners, and with quite a number of footholds in front of the batsmen, both right and left-handed batsmen. It should make for an interesting passage of play later on today.
Yeah, but one of the things Cyrus bowled 2 overs for the morning, just his last over, just been a bit too fast. Now we see what happens when the ball is given a lot of air, and I think bowling to probably 8 and 9, you'd want to give that ball as much air as possible. The tendency is low order batsmen, they're going to go at it, and I think particularly to Anselm, I just needed to give the ball some air, toss it, bring it a little bit wider so it encourages the batsman to come to get it. I think he probably would be more effective in giving the ball air rather than trying to bowl too fast.
Oh yes, and as we said yesterday, he's had quite good success bowling a bit slower, so you don't get back to that length as we see. Outside quite beautiful conditions over the western side of the ground, quite clear. That is where the weather comes from, so we can see that so far there is no threat of rain, even though the western side of the ground, it's still a bit some heavier clouds on that side, but those have already passed us and they are way over probably the St. George's market area, so should not be an immediate threat to us here at the National Stadium. And we know the weather can change quite quickly, but for the next period of play, it should be quite good leading up to lunch.
Yeah, it's ideal condition, and I think the players certainly wouldn't want to ask for nothing more than this, but the conditions are really good. The sun is really coming out, not very hot, And the good thing about here, there always seem to be a little breeze coming across the field, so it's sort of cool the temperature a bit. As we see the players are now getting back into position for the restart of play. Umpires Campbell and Mitchell. Just to see that these both umpires have been doing a really, really good job. We look at some of the decisions that have been made, and we are very encouraged by these two young umpires. I think they're both at the ministry, and certainly the future look good for young umpires. As we see the players getting back into position, 348 for 7, a lead of 87.
Yeah, and now these guys would have been in the field now for probably just about a day, because they'd have come in yesterday. I think they'd have batted for the innings would have started just before lunch yesterday, maybe an hour or so before lunch, and now you're just an hour and a half to probably 20 minutes away from lunch on the sector day. 97 overs bowl. It has been a long time in the field, and it looks like they'll be out there for a few more overs still to come.
Yeah, I think just the spinners. I would think that the spinners really should try to make as much use there. Encourage the batsman to come to you, and I think if you do so with the fielders in the right position, you will give yourself every opportunity of picking up wicket.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Kevin Augustine, who is going to continue from the northern end. He has bowled couple of overs from around the wicket to the left-hander. Now he's bowling over to Courtney Anslem, and he aborts his run, looking to get that run up well. It's always advisable that when you're not feeling it, you just abort the run and you start over again, because sometimes you see at times bowlers continue and they just bowl sometimes some atrocious deliveries.
Yeah, and the run up to the wicket is so critical to any bowler, particularly fast bowler, medium pace bowler.
Here is Anslem once. Oh, good chat one there. Anslem was feeling for that one. I came outside the outside edge, flew between the gap between gully and second slip. The fielder there at second slip, that is Teddy Bishop, diving low down to his left, is not able to get a hand onto it. Anslem delivery outside the off stump, fishing for that one, and poor Crony, probably if Teddy Bishop reacted quicker, he probably might have been able to stick his paw on that one.
Yeah, just to his left and was not able to get his hand to it. But good delivery, lifting and just moving away from the right-handed Anslem.
Here is Augustine looking for his first wicket. Badly line delivery on the line of the leg stump, played down to the fielder at long leg, who comes around and does the fielding. That's Kashaki Shah Louis, who does the fielding. So one more run to Anslem. He moves on to 13 of 20 and brings into strike Larry Edward, who is on 14 from 49.
Yeah, the partnership continuing to build, just train down the legs. He won't be pleased with that delivery. They are well set offside field. So really you'd want to focus on just keeping the ball on outside the off stump. Now the left-hander comes into strike, and he's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, I think, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
2 slips of gully, short cover, and a mid-off on the offside. Just 3 fielders on the leg side.
Augustine bowls, and that one moves across the left-handed batsman Larry Edward, looking to push, play off the back foot, and misses, and the ball beats the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper, and you can see Crony coming over the wicket. Immediately Larry Edward looking to play at one angling across him.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why he started around the wicket, and my view and our time is that we try as much as possible to bowl over the wicket. We are seeing that things have changed.
And this time Larry Edward comes forward stylishly and pushes it through the offside. They come back crossover for 1, looking for 2. He's sent back by Courtney Anslem, so there's only going to be 1 run to Larry Edward, who moves on to 15 and brings back Courtney Anslem into strike.
Yeah, another good delivery, just pushing the covers there. You could see the ball angling to go outside the off stump, but Edwards, I think, was equal to this one as he pushed it to cover and picked up one.
And Slim to this one goes back and guides it towards behind square where the field at backward point does the fielding, no run. So another dot delivery, and Slim quite comfortable playing those deliveries, shorter rising deliveries, and he has looked quite solid so far.
Yeah, and Augustine in the 16th over, 5 maidens, none for 54. He would just want to bring the ball up a bit. Again, this one was short, and Slim had time, get on top of it and played it down to backward point position. We see now that there's 2 gullies,
Yes.
and 10 that probably going to look to really bang it in on a slip. That's right hit on the pad.
Carrying down the legs. After this one, the fielder, the crossover for a single, which is it going to be signal leg by? No, it's not signal. No signal. So the umpire probably thought, as we see that one rocketed into the pads, heading on the leg side. Though there was no signal there, but from the replay, we didn't see any bat. It was very far from the bat as the bat comes around looking to play around the pad. The ball hit on the outside of the pad, and that would have carried on the leg side.
Yeah, heading down the leg side. Not too sure if you got a bat on it. Very difficult to tell from here, but the angle of the ball certainly would have taken it past the leg stump. So again, a good call. Windwards Cricket Board really will be looking to pick up wicket as Daryl Cyrus will continue from that southern end. He's bowling to 2 slips.
Still that fielder there, Dylan Douglas, is sort of wide in backward, very square, and this one is full and hit through the offside. Doesn't time it as well. Augustine does the fielding running wrong from wide mid off. 2 more runs to Anslim. He moves on to 17, and the total now 255 for 7.
Yeah, full toss and not being taken full advantage of, but hit it down to wide mid off position, pick up 2. Cyrus just over pitching there.
And to this one, Anslim is forward, pushes it back to the bowler. It's fielded actually by the fielder in short extra cover. I make that to be Asif Hooper. Cyrus once again, this time comes back. Anslim pushes it to the fielder at cover. Kashaki Jean-Louis, so no runs. Cyrus looking to settle into a good length. Bowled quite well yesterday, so for this morning has been searching for that length as we see another one slower flighted delivery, push back to the bowler. No runs, sort of rushing through the over. Now is Cyrus. Another dot ball, a 3 consecutive dot ball so far. He's in once again. This time he's a bit shorter, comes back and cuts to the offside. Is intercepted there by the fielder in backward point. That is Dylan Douglas. And Crooney, from what he has seen from Dylan Douglas, really sets high standards in the field.
Yeah, he looks moves rather quickly in the field. Seems to be nimble on his feet.
Here is him once again to a delivery which draws Anslim forward, slower delivery, and push to the fielder at short extra cover. So the end of the over, one which has considered 2 runs after 99 overs bowled in the innings. The Volcanoes 11, they're 355 for 7.
Yeah, better over bowled by Cyrus, giving the ball a lot of air. The batsman had to be watchful, and Slim I think was really equal to this over, not taking any chances, just coming forward and pushing the ball in front of him. But this is sort of bowling you want to see him give the ball air, and from the leg spinner gonna bounce and gonna turn. But I think he's now getting into the groove of things, Cyrus, and I guess he would be looking to pick up wickets. 355 for 7. They really would be making every effort to close it off. Edward and Slim certainly. With our partnership so far of 29,
good stuff.
We'll want to push on.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Augustine who is going to persist with the over the wicket in this over, bowling to first up Larry Edward. Edward is all set now, and Augustine is on his way in. A delivery just full outside the off stump and push to Kato at mid off. There is no run, so direct hit from Keto, returning the ball to the keeper. And the wicket still looks quite good for batting. They might have some footholds appearing, but the bowlers really have to bowl to get wickets on this wicket.
Yeah, and it's normally a pitch that plays very well, particularly for batting. We have seen a lot of runs score on this track. We've seen some big scores, and certainly I think the batsman would enjoy batting on this track. The field now would be faster than it was previous 2 days, and really they would enjoy batting.
Yes, Augustine for the second time in the over is in, and bowls to Edward, who plays that one out angling across him there. He's probably looking back now, looking at the bat, probably thinking that he should have left that one alone. But Crooney, as we have been mentioning this morning, these lot of batsmen, they love to feel the ball on the bat, and one angling across him, he just fiddle at it.
It was a good delivery though. Looking to play, and that ball really left him. I think what was important is the length of it that really actually caused him to push at it, but it really angled away from him nicely. It's the importance of keeping the ball up to the bat, having a batsman just to come on the front foot in that area of uncertainty.
Augustine once more to Edward. This time Edward is solidly behind it and pushes it off to the offside, where Dylan Douglas does the fielding. So not a dot delivery to Augustine, and he has so far looked quite good bowling over the wicket, getting the ball to move away from the left-handed batsman.
Yeah, he looks a much better bowler bowling over the wicket. I thought that he was fairly flat coming down the wicket, didn't seem to trouble the batsman. But coming over the wicket now, you're able to get the ball to leave the left-handed batsman, which will come into the right-hander. Another good ball that just pushed down the mid-off. Keto moving quickly to the right, but was not able to stop that single. Again, Edwards was in line and probably took some pace off, just push it just away from Keto. 356 for 7. Edwards 16 and Slim 17. So yet we've seen another little partnership developing 30, and it's so good to see as you're coming to the bottom half of the batting that their partnerships are being built.
Yes, with just 2 batsmen left in the hut, these two would want to continue a partnership. You have Gillan Tyson and Josh Thomas. They left. Josh Thomas is not really known for his exploits with the bat. Gillan Tyson doesn't know much about him with the bat either, but Courtney Anselm and Larry Edward, they'll be looking to take it up on themselves to see if they can continue that partnership for a period of time to come.
Now, and as we look at Augustine bowler delivery, and this can be the difficulty for bowlers bowling against left and right. This particular delivery that he bowled there would have been a really ideal delivery to the left-handed batsman. But here it is, the right-hander comes in, and it went down the leg side.
Muscle memory, they say, as this one is come forward and pushed to the offside. Dylan Douglas is able to beat Dylan Douglas, as he has to run around to do the fielding. So 1 run to more run to Anselm. He moves to 18, and after 100 overs bowled, it's now 357 for 7.
Yeah, then Edward on 16, Anselm on 18. Partnership being 31 so far, 32. But this pair again is putting their head down, and they are really trying to build on that lead. The win was Board 11, picking up 1 wicket this morning. The important wicket of Dennis Smith. Really would have felt by now they would have want to make inroads. But Edwards hit 18 from 31 deliveries. Edwards 16 and Slim 18 from 31 deliveries. He comes in to strike. And Cyrus, who is now a long spell of bowling, 27th over. So far, he has picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 97.
Yes, Cyrus looking to add another wicket to his total. 3 wickets earlier on yesterday. Looking for a fourth. Draws Anselm forward and pushes it to the fielder there at backward point. That is Dylan Douglas who does the fielding, so just no additional runs. Anselm scoring 18 from 33, scoring at just over 50, just about 55 strike rate. And turned on to the onside, come through with a single quickly. There's enough time there, enough space there to pick up the single. So one more run to Anselm, and so far he's been playing quite smartly. He's not been looking to hit or bash the ball, but looked to pick up ones and twos. So he has scored one boundary, but most of those runs would have come from singles, running between the wicket.
So now the mid wicket goes back to the boundary, right back to the boundary, and the cover comes into a short cover. You have a slip and a mid off on the offside.
Larry Edward advances down the track, please. It doesn't time it well, instead hits it straight to Vincent Lewis there at is that Hooper? Looks like probably Asif Hooper there in the short mid wicket there. Larry Edward looking to attack, doesn't time it well at all.
Well, this is the first time we have seen Edwards looking to use his feet. Just came down, and maybe with the mid-on in, looking to hit it over mid-on. He just went straight to the fielder short mid-wicket. Again, attacking field, slip, a leg slip, a silly mid-on, and a very short mid-wicket.
Yeah, one of the hallmarks I think of Keto's captaincy in this match so far. This one rushes Larry Edwards forward, a bit faster delivery. Larry Edwards is beaten for pace there, comes forward, thick edge, flew between leg slip and short forward, short leg, down to fine leg for two. Certainly good use of variation there from Cyrus.
Yeah, and it's so important when on wickets like this, where you find that wickets hard to come by, pitches like this, you need to use a lot of variation. I think there was a quicker delivery. I think what was probably wrong with that delivery was the length, which was right up, so the batsman had no trouble. But if he had to stretch forward to that quicker delivery, then the leg slip comes into play, the forward short leg comes into play. So the length have to be right. And I thought that this one was just too full, and the batsman didn't have to do too much. He just turned it around and picked up 2 more runs.
Yeah, the end of over number 101. Larry Edward 18, Courtney Anselm on 19. We're going to see another over in the spell for Kevin Augustine, and none for 57. Still searching for the first wicket. He'd have bowled some good deliveries, and will be feeling that a wicket would probably do his confidence quite well.
So it's 2 slips and a gully, and now we see in mid wicket, seems like.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop from
going.
gully.
So he has come out from forward short leg, go to a short mid wicket. This ball is pushed back to the bowler, just bouncing off the wicket. And the bowler Augustine just making some height to pull it down. Good line, just outside the off stump. As we see the batsman Edwards just doing a bit of gardening. 2 slips a gully, backward point cover on the offside mid off, as Augustine right arm over the wicket, and this he looking to pull a short delivery there, making some height there, and Slim making no contact.
So you see the fielder there, just one fielder back on the leg side, which is long leg, a fine leg, long leg, and probably it was a good change of delivery. Most of them would have been just to the batsman, just on about the off stump, outside the off stump, and now one which was shorter in length probably surprised Courtney Anselm a bit.
Yeah, he did rush him there, and he looking to pull. See for this another short delivery, and he pulls away and allowed this one to go through. It's good to see some aggression, Kerry.
Yes, oh yes.
Wickets like that, you had to do things differently.
Yeah, you had to try different things, as you see, and quite encouraging. Testy bowling there from Augustine.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that in terms of ball reaching the shoulder, or these 2 deliveries was rather quick deliveries.
Yeah, as Augustine again, another short delivery. This time he plays at it. Big appeal for caught behind. The umpire says not out, shakes his head, and the fielders they're all in dejection there as you see that replay. Yeah, if that see the ball go straight through there. A big appeal there from the slips and the keeper, the bowler, and the umpire said not out.
Well, one of the indications we here certainly wouldn't be able to tell, but what an indication is a batsman they would normally turn and look back. I'm not so sure that he looked back. He probably just turned his head, but I'm not so sure that he looked back. But the umpire looked confident in that decision.
Good delivery just on and about the middle stump, push back to the bowler, and you could have seen certainly a testy up fiery over there from Augustine, looking to test out the middle of the wicket a bit. We've gotten a couple of good bouncers, and Crooney, those low order batsmen, they never like those balls up at their shoulder or head height.
Yeah, it really caused them to change strategy. Now they will look to put back the ball. You coming at them. I think this so far have been a very good over by Augustine.
Another delivery, short delivery comes back, looking to cut, and it goes into the gloves of keeper Junior Henry. Good bit of bounce there, extracted on that one.
Yeah, over with a great deal of aggression. Augustine, I think, will bend this back in this particular over. 3 short of a length deliveries that really give the batsman Anselm some trouble, but he's still there. He's on 19. Edwards is on 18. This pair so far at 34, 360 for 7, and they continue to fight on.
Yeah, good start to the morning period by the Volcanoes 11, continuing to add to their advantage. The lead now stands at 99, one away from 100 lead, and they feel quite comfortable in the position which they are at the moment.
So Cyrus continue in his 28th over, again bowling to those 3 attacking fielders, a leg slip, and a silly mid-on. As he's going to bowl to Larry Edwards, who comes forward and whip this one, where this go down to mid-wicket. And this going over the rope. Good confident shot by Edwards, using his feet a bit. Ball give him a bit of air, being hit on the full toss. Just whipped it through that mid-wicket area, which is vacant, and ball go down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that also brings up the 100 lead. The now lead stands at 103, and the Volcanoes Volcanoes 11, they're 364 for 7. Probably would even be looking to get a bit more. 400 is definitely on the cards, as you see Cyrus. And to that delivery, Larry Edwards finds himself in a bit of a trouble. He was looking to come forward to that one, then realized the ball was maybe a bit faster and had to wait for it, and then he was looking to play around the front pad as full delivery that struck probably heading on the leg side as this one he drives firmly down the ground. So Cyrus definitely trying all his bags of tricks so far.
Yeah, Edwards looking a lot more positive, more aggressive in this over. 3 attacking shots.
Push firmly to the short mid wicket, and certainly a bit faster in speed now being bowled utilized by Daryl Cyrus. In this his 28th over, and quite a bit of bowling over the last 2 days for Daryl Cyrus. As he's in this time, Larry Edwards goes back, punches to the fielder at in the extra cover region. Just Larry Edwards would probably feel he missed out there because there was just 2 fielders or 1 fielder in that area, and he found him to perfection.
Yeah, you want to take advantage of that and pick the gap. A lot of space on the offside.
Cyrus again, still trying to find the best groove. This time another full delivery which is clipped off the legs through the vacant mid-wicket area. The fielder Kevin Augustine has some earning to do, but they're not able to pull that ball from crossing over the ropes. Kashaki Jean-Louis from sort of a square mid-wicket, he did some chasing too. So too was Kevin Augustine, but 4 more runs to Larry Edwards. He's looking good so far. He moves on to 26 and a total now 368 for 7.
Yeah, good shot by Edwards. Just I'll chip forward there, hitting the ball on the full toss. And mid wicket is vacant. You have a squarish mid wicket on the boundary, and then the next fielder is long on, so a lot of space. And Edwards coming forward, taking down the full toss and hit it through that mid wicket region. And that ball went down to the boundary for 4. So a good shot. He moves to 26 and picking up 2 fours in that over.
Yeah, Larry looking to take the advantage, take the attack to the bowlers. Now it's 26. Been looking quite solid so far. A few moments, but so far he's been looking quite good.
Yeah, this pair put on 42 so far. So Edwards 26 from 64, and Anselm 19 from 40.
That's a good partnership. Another good partnership in the innings. As we would have seen, the innings would have built around some very good partnerships. We're going to go through some of the bigger ones for you in a moment as you see another delivery there. First up, we have had a good partnership, a solid partnership up front of 57 between the openers, Desmond Maloney and Devon Smith. Then we had a huge partnership there for the fourth wicket between Athenes and Ambrose of 127. Then we've had a partnership of 101 between Ryan John and Dennis Smith, and now we have another partnership, a promising partnership in the making of 42 between Courtney Anselm and Larry Edward.
Yeah, straight down the leg side there is Austin. Had a very good over before.
Probably and Courtney, normally when you tell teams you don't want to score 400s, you think that somebody will have to score a big 100, but at the end of the day it's all about partnerships.
It is about partnership and small objectives. You want to go maybe 150, then you take it from there, and I think it's a good way of having your team to get the sort of score that you want. You just do it in small partnerships.
Yeah. You need to bat for a long period of time, so I think that's the only how you can really have success with the bat and score runs as batsmen. Normally we are players who are so accustomed to going out there and playing those swashbuckling innings, score 30-40 runs quite quickly, and they can't be happy to go back to the pavilion and sit down, but you need to stay out there and to bat for long periods of times.
Yeah, and this is where you really going to prove yourself, being able to bat for a long period of time. One, you have to be fit.
Another short delivery there from Anselm this time. To Anselm this time, he watches it, goes back behind to be collected by the keeper. So Kevin Augustine is not afraid of testing out the middle of the wicket, and so far for the last couple of overs, you've seen a great deal of short about pitch deliveries.
Yeah, he's actually really bending his back and trying to create some difficulty for the batsman. But Anselm has played a good hand so far. He's on 19 from 44 deliveries.
Another shot at delivery. This time doesn't bounce as much, and the fielder batsman again watches it go by to be collected by the keeper. It's match number 2 here in the Volcanoes best of best series. We have a third match which is going to start in a couple of days. So it's been a lot of cricket for these guys in the last week and a half.
Yeah, we are really fortunate to be able to play this amount of cricket. We are blessed in this country, Grenada. I mean, you look at what is happening around the world.
Certainly a ill-directed delivery, no ball, as signaled by the umpire. That one certainly would have slipped out of the grips of the bowler. Looking to probably get this time is it probably a Yorker or full pitch delivery and badly executed.
Yeah, it just seemed to slip out a no ball for height as it passed down the leg side.
Had the big man ducking.
Yeah, and it's sort of delivery sometimes, these high deliveries where you cannot move until the ball is actually on you.
And good delivery this time, follows up with and push back to the bowler a bit full, and Anselm comes forward and pushes it back to Kevin Augustine. So the end of the over, after 104 overs, is now won 369
I
for
don't know.
7.
I don't know if you would have ever experienced that, Kerry. I mean, playing the game, it's one of the hardest things to get away from a beamer. You really can only move when the ball almost at you. And he had dangerous deliveries. I think he probably was trying a slower delivery there, and it went down the leg side, over the waist. And Slim, I think, was easily under it. As we see Augustine just going off, had a pretty good spell, and really tried to bend his back and try to get something out of the wicket.
Yes, it's going to be a change of bowling from the southern end. Dylan Douglas, he's going to be replacing Dara Cyrus, who had a spell of 5 overs, no maiden none for 22. And we're yet to see Asif Hooper, who as we speak is doing some loosening. So we would suspect that he'll be taking up the action from the northern end, replacing Kevin Augustine at the end of this over.
Yeah, we expect the spinners to be probably more effective on the wicket at this stage, as we see Edwards just retaking his guard, middle stump guard, and the field for Douglas. It's one slip in K2, short cover in Robinson, Chilani Robinson, Teddy Bishop. That's forward short leg. The three fielders is close to the bat. Backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a play on a deep backward square boundary.
Here he's Douglas comes around the wicket, and to this one Larry Elliott pushes it to the fielder at wide mid on for a single. So the right-handed Courtney Anselm now will take strike, and probably Crony would have seen the bowling stats. Hooper, when you look at his figures of 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 81, he would not be too pleased with his performance yesterday.
Yeah, pretty expensive, and he will want to make amends of that.
He has still an opportunity to come on and pick up a couple of wickets. This time badly line delivery, short delivery. Anselm was looking to get inside of it to hit it into the onside, but it misses everything. It misses the batsman, misses the keeper, and goes behind for the batsman crossover for a bye.
Yeah, difficult take for the keeper, as Anselm were looking to pull the shortest delivery. It stayed down a bit, and the keeper keeping right up really was difficult. It went down to short fine leg. Yet another bye, as Edwards is coming forward to another delivery from Douglas. Push it back along the wicket. A ball given a bit of flight. Larry Edwards probably would want to get into the all-rounder mode. Again, he's coming forward and puts it on the onside. Better known for his bowling, left-arm orthodox bowling, but has shown that he has the ability to bat for long periods.
A good shot there, push firmly to the fielder at mid off. And Crony, what the effect now? You've seen the team has been in the field now for just one delivery shot of 102 overs. Certainly some tired legs and some tired minds. As a good delivery bouncing outside the off stump. A fielding team now being in that position now, certainly the shoulders would start to drop a bit, thinking that they're there for so long, and the adrenaline which they'd have came out with earlier on, it's almost evaporated, and now just probably going through the motions.
But you're just waiting on time. You're just waiting on time for you to bat. Actually, a wicket going to really spur you on. Going to give you probably going to give you some more excitement. You get one, and you'll feel that you'll get the next one. But with these long periods, and we into the final day, obviously I think they would be in a mood now, just waiting for their time to bat the next inning.
Yeah, it's going to be for the first time today. Asif Hooper coming in from the northern end. Slow left armer Hooper is be bowling to first up Courtney Anselm, the right-handed batsman, and he has a slip, short extra cover, forward short leg. That one is hit firmly to Dylan Douglas, who doesn't feel cleanly, but there is no chance for a single.
Yeah, short delivery there that Anselm should have made more use of. He just hit the mid off. This one is stroke to cover, and the amble a single. Again, and Slim, they reaching out for this delivery. That's giving him a little bit more air, just wide of the off stump. And they push a cover, so he pick up one more. 372 for 7. And Slim moves to 20. Left-handed Edwards comes into strike as we see the extra cover just coming in a bit. Backward point and mid off. Key 2. So just 3 and a slip. A slip in Jelani Robinson. So just 4 feelers on the offside. Teddy Bishop forward short leg. A straightish mid wicket. Mid on a square leg. Backward square mid wicket on the boundary. Good delivery bowled by Hooper. And the left-handed head was just pushing it back on the onside. 372.
Again, a bit shorter there. You know, we want to see the batsman playing more off the front foot. A bit short in length so far.
Yeah, you want to encourage the batsman to come on the front foot. This one is tossed up, clip through mid wicket. Again, another good shot by Edwards. And he's going to pick up 2 more runs. Ball give him a little more air. And he just came forward and stroked it nicely to a straightish mid wicket. The fielder mid wicket had a run to his right, so he picked up 2 more. 374 for 7. Edwards playing a good hand here. He's on 29 from 72 deliveries. He's coming forward, push it back along the wicket. So he has played a good hand, not only scoring 29, but he have occupied the crease, batting a long time for 73 deliveries. At the end of that over, 106 overs being bowled, 374 for 7. The Windwards Volcanoes 11 is continuing to progress with a lead just of probably 113. I did see that. I think they'll be happy to get a lead somewhere around 120, and then we'll see what happens from there. It's now 113, and this pair continue to fight on.
Yeah, it's solid effort there for 48-run partnership between Anselm and Edward. As we see, Dylan Douglas now will get ready, set for another over, and still a lot of time to go. We still have another 47 minutes before lunch, so that can be another 12 or so overs. As we see one push back to Douglas, so 12 more overs, scoring it maybe 3 runs and over. 36 can get them up to close to a 150 lead at lunch.
Yeah, well, they probably might be thinking that they will, if they can, they'll probably bat on the lunch.
Yes.
And then have 2 sessions.
Faster, shorter delivery, angle down the leg side. The keeper, Junior Henry, is not able to collect cleanly, and it goes into the boundary for 4 byes. So bad delivery there from Dylan Douglas, looking to spear that one in, completely badly lined down the leg side, and 4 more runs.
Yeah, and you probably expect the keeper to take this one. Yes, it was wide, but the batsman there was looking to pull and just pulled out of it. They probably should have get around a little faster. It's 4 extra runs. 378. Douglas. Yeah, his first positive shot being tried there by Anselm.
Looking to hit that one way over long on. Yeah.
It should be an encouraging sign for the bowler. First positive shot. But he has been very, very defensive. Really haven't been taking much chances. Anselm on 20 so far.
Batted for quite a long period of time. He came in. That one it turned onto the leg side. No, they sent back. No, he came in when Dennis Smith was dismissed earlier on this morning, and so far they've not had any further loss of wickets. So very good effort from the Volcanoes 11 this morning.
Yeah, good effort. This pair just past the 50 runs partnership, putting up 52 for the 8th wicket. and really the importance of partnership right through the inning. Certainly put the Windwards Volcanoes in a good position. 378 for 7 after 107 overs.
Yep, good response. They looking to just play the game and not really too concerned about time or looking to score too fast, but just about occupying the crease. And in this cricket, once you stay out that side there, batting becomes much easier and easier and easier, and you're able to manipulate the game to your liking.
Yeah, as we look at the field inside, and getting a little bit more defensive, as we see the forward short leg is being pulled out to mid-wicket, so it's only one slip.
Yeah, you have a sweeper on the boundary. Vincent Lewis is down back on the boundary, so they probably be expecting that the batsmen might be a bit more attacking in their intent. So far, Larry Edwards and Courtney Anslem, they have not tried to be too ultra aggressive. Between them, they've just hit 4 boundaries.
Edwards again is down the track, but hitting straight to cover. Hoping his 18th over so far. Just 2 maidens, and none for 84 as he comes into Edwards. Edwards turning again mid-wicket. Bishop. A good fielding position there as the ball came into Edwards and played firmly to mid-wicket. Shorter delivery, which is clipped down to the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary, and Edwards amble another single, takes him to 30. It's 379 for 7. The right-handed Anslem comes into strike. He's on 20. Again, the field just remain the same. The mid-wicket goes back on the boundary. Between the umpire and the stumps, and Anslem is coming forward. Really seem not to be hustled.
All the time in the world. A slower delivery, this one.
Well, he is the sort of player that seems as though he would not give away his wicket. Tendency, the way he's batting, he's taking no chances. He's not trying to do anything rash. Over before we saw him trying to play an aggressive shot, didn't get much on it. But outside of that, I think he has been very defensive, seemed to be very calm, not rustled in any way. He got 2 short deliveries from Augustine. Well, just seemed to have his head on and maybe tell himself that he's not going to lose his wicket today.
Yeah, it's as we say, it's the best of the best, and you don't want to put a high premium on your wicket. There's no need to play rash shots. A lot of time left in the game. Your team is already ahead of the leading by a significant amount. So it's just about staying out there and bat as long as possible and see if you can inflict as much pain to the opposition.
Douglas in his 8th over. This ball pushed to Robinson. Short cover. Again, no chance of a run. Quicker delivery. He has so far gone for 21 with 1 maiden. Again, this one is stroke to Robinson at short cover. Douglas coming the right arm between the umpire and the stump around the wicket. Ball again given a little bit of air, and Edwards equal to it, just pushing it back along the wicket in no hurry. Bishop short mid-wicket. And this one is pushed to mid-wicket. A little more aggression there shown by Edwards. That ball gave him a little more flight. But again, he can't score. Douglas. Full toss, swung down to mid-wicket. Just went to 1 bounce and really good feeling by the fielder on the boundary. Jean-Louis. A bad delivery, and really was lucky to get away with this one.
Yeah, hit it too well. Hit it actually straight to the fielder there, who literally did not have to move, but the force at which it came in, it unsettled him a bit, but he was able to cover it quite well.
Anslem again just pushes to that cover point. Again, you can see him really calmly just pushes that. That's Douglas complete another over. 8 overs, 1 being 22 runs, no wicket. It's 380 for 7, and we had 109 overs being bowled.
Yes, it's now um, the bats in the partnership continues to grow, 54, 31 and 20 respectively to Larry Edwards and Courtney Anslem, and they have been looking quite solid there. Courtney Anslem would have faced 59 deliveries, Larry Edwards would have faced 82 deliveries. Edwards was batted for the whole morning and probably just about 10 minutes last night, just 10 minutes short of 2 hours at the crease, while Courtney Anslem now has batted for an hour and 25 minutes, which shows you really demonstrates the high level of concentration they have been able to apply so far in this innings.
Well, just about 40 minutes to go, and really this pair, I would imagine, will want to bat on until lunch. There's no signs of hurrying. Edwards is looking for room there. A ball very close to him, but placed to cover. Hooper in his 19th over. Left arm over the wicket to Edwards, who is coming forward again, pushing it back on the offside. There's no chance of a run. Larry Edwards from St. Lucia. He faces Hooper. Ball given a little more air, and again Edwards is pushing it back to the bowler, taking no chances really. Edwards on 31. He has so far faced 86 deliveries. He faces Hooper once again. Again defensively, push on the onside. Very quiet over. The score 380 for 7. Just one delivery left. And Edwards again coming forward and pushing it back along the wicket. Maiden over being bowled there after 110 overs. The Windward Volcanoes 380 for 7. As we see, the bowling will continue with Douglas from that northern end, from that southern end. Really, they will be really looking to get a breakthrough. I think they have been really toiling, but I think the Windwards Volcanoes batsmen really put their head down and they are really building partnerships.
Yeah, so for the batsmen, they have been really grinding them down, the board 11 to grinding them down a bit, not really offering much opportunities for them to give the wickets. As we see that one Anslem comes back and hits that one through the offside. The fielder there at covers, runs back to do the fielding. That's 3 more runs to Anslem. So after Fupa, after bowling the previous over, would have had to do some sprinting in the field. He would not like that quite at all, but it's all now part of the game. 83 for 7. Anslem moves on to 23 and brings Larry Edwards 31 on strike.
Yeah, good shot by Anslem and good running also. They was able to pick up 3 runs there. Ball was short by Douglas. He was back and really was able to hit the 2 covers and pick up 3. As the left-handed Edwards comes into strike, covers up and push it back along the wicket. The partnership continues to grow, 57. Likewise the lead, 122. Quicker delivery, push to mid-wicket. Edwards 31 from 90 deliveries. And Slim 23 from 60 deliveries. Ball given some air, driven to mid-off by Edwards. Looking more and more comfortable. Just every now and again using his feet. He faces Douglas again. He's stroking this one to cover. And the deep cover fielder has to move to his left. So yet again he pick up another run. It's Edwards. Takes his score to 32. It's 384 for 7. The right-handed Anslem comes back into strike. He's driving to that backward point position, and there's no chance of a run. As he come to the end of another over by Douglas. He has so far bowled 9 overs, 1 made 26 runs, no wickets. 384 for 7.
Yeah, over 111 completed. 111 overs in the innings. Been out there for quite a long period of time now, and the batsmen partnership continues to grow. 58 between Anselm and Edwards. Really, what would have been required from the Volcanoes this morning after losing Dennis Smith earlier up for 55, but 384 for 7 is really a healthy position. Lead extended now to 123, and still a lot of cricket left in the display.
Yeah, I just think probably, Kerry, that we probably would have seen a little more aggression, maybe coming up here. And even though he decided to bat until lunch, but for the last period, maybe even though it's the last half an hour, you'd want to push it on a bit, see what you can get. Edwards was in two minds there, looking to come down the track, and ball was not there for it, and he just stood up and pushed it on the offside.
Yes, I look at the field too. Means that they just to sit back waiting, see most of the fielders there basically on the ball of their feet, waiting for basically time to be called, as that's one. It's a badly line delivery there from Hooper. It trickles along towards the fine leg area. They cross over for 2. I guess we wait to see signal whether it's going to be runs or leg buys, but it's going to be runs. So that's 2 more runs to Larry Edward. He's moved on to 32. And I think 34, and I think probably he probably will be setting his sights on maybe scoring a 50 in this inning.
Yeah, I think I had a discussion with him, and really he's going to taking some more pride in his batting, and he would want to bat. I don't think he would want to lose his wicket. He would just want to bat. And so far he's been doing well. He's driving down to mid on. The fielder moving quickly to his right. Edwards on 34 places Hooper is back again, and not being able to pick the gap as he plays straight to cover.
And I think Rooney, when you look at the Volcanoes 11, sorry, not the Volcanoes 11, but the Windwards Volcanoes team, they have quite a number of capable low order batsmen. If you can look at middle to low order batsmen, the likes of Ryan John, another middle order batsman, leg spinner, Kieran Kotoy, Larry Edward, quite capable with the bat. So Windwards, they have some quality now in the middle to low order, and guys who can bowl for you good spells, and also can go there with the bat and score timely runs.
Yeah, we have seen the middle order really clicking here. John and Smith, and you go to see Smith among the runs, and now we see Edwards, and even Anselm comes in this stage, and he's really playing sort of responsible inning, not trying to do too much, and he has now had 60 with left-handed Edwards, as we see Lewis picking up the attack again from that southern end. So another change.
Yeah, captain looking for something differently. I thought we might have seen a spell for Kashaki Jean-Louis, who would have bowled well yesterday. Wicket less than 9 overs, but would have bowled really a good line and length, and probably thought we'd have seen a few overs from him as Lewis returns now. I think Slim Win and Slim came in. Lewis and Vincent Lewis and Shaman Lewis was bowling, and you were able to see them now. Shaman Lewis come back for another spell. He's well set now. They're batting for just 93 plus minutes. So good effort there from the big man from Dominica.
Yeah, and they both looked very comfortable. Now he's bowling to just one slip and a gully. Is Lewis backward point cover mid off on the offside. No forward short leg. This one is clipped. Yeah, mid wicket, and let's see, out caught in mid wicket.
Yeah, I think he got himself in some trouble, planted that front foot and looking to play across it, and would have found himself in some trouble. So that looks like a very good catch there from the fielder in short mid wicket. Is that plant the front foot and looking to play across it, scooped it up in the end, and good catch there from his fellow opening fast bowler Vincent Lewis, who was really given 150% in the field at all time. So the end of a good knock from Anselm. He goes for 23, and the Windwards Volcanoes both 11. They'll be happy to see the back of Courtney Anselm.
Yes, he played a good innings. I think what happened there is that he he planted his feet there and really couldn't do nothing much based on the position he was in, and trying to just clip it across. And a good catch taken there by Vincent. So they would be happy to pick up the 8th wicket. This pair would have put on some 58 runs.
And Shaman Lewis has come back, and in 2 balls is able to break the partnership. Now brings the new batsman Gillon Tyson to the crease. So number 10 strides out, and Shaman Lewis probably looking to see if they can pick up the last 2 wickets quickly.
Well, he has so far had 3 for 16 and really have been a good spell. He's in his 14th over, 6 maidens, 3 for 16 so far, and he'll want to end probably much better, at least picking up another wicket. 386 for 8, a lead of 124. And really the Windwards Volcanoes are not so sure that they would want to continue batting after the luncheon period. It's what we'll see. One would expect they have probably just about half an hour. Half an hour, 29 minutes, or just about 29 minutes. So they probably may want to push on a bit, try to see how much runs they can pick up. Tyson, Gillon Tyson from Dominica.
Yes, one Dominican replaces another. Gillon Tyson, one of those players who would have been awarded a contract for this cycle. Quite exciting fast bowler. Has bowled with a quite great deal of pace and been able to move the ball. Now he has an opportunity to take strike as Shaman Lewis to aim. Good delivery, full delivery, almost a yorker length, and I think he has been able to just get some bat onto that at the last moment, which probably saved him.
Yeah, tremendous delivery, right up, and it seemed to be a quick delivery. And yes, probably just get a little bit of bat.
Big inside edge onto the pads. Very good bowling there from Shaman Lewis. And looking to knock off the big man quite early. And I think probably currently he might be looking to see if he can replicate that delivery once again.
Yeah, just angling down the leg side a bit, but the idea was the right one. So he would be looking to pick up another wicket, Lewis.
Tries to bounce a shot, man. The big man who Tyson ducks under that one. He has no intention of taking on a short ball, rather take evasive action. Lewis in the middle of a good over, come back over into the first over of the spell, has picked up, broken the partnership between Courtney Anslim and Larry Edward, and Larry Edward was thinking that he would want to probably maintain strike for the next over and hope that Tyson can survive the last 2 deliveries. As we see Lewis, he's in once again, lengthen those strides. He gets inside of a delivery, waywardly lined down the leg side. This time Henry is able to skip across to his left and collect quite comfortably.
Yeah, you want to be consistent. Just picked up that wicket there. The first delivery to Tyson, he was beaten and probably just taking the edge onto the pad. I think the last 2 deliveries he would be disappointed. Down the leg side, short delivery. Now he's going around the wicket. I'm not so sure it's a good ploy.
Yeah, probably
but no, he's going around the wicket.
Yeah, he probably just want to maybe take the angle away from the right-handed batsman. Let's see how close he'll be bowling to the stumps to give us an indication of his intentions. As we brings in brings in fine leg into a sort of leg slip. So now Cyrus is in leg slip, so he'll be looking to bowl a full length. And Lewis in, and Tyson is wrapped on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. The umpire says not out, and that ball goes into the third man boundary. So that can be 4 leg byes. 4 runs. Oh, wrapped on the pad there. Big appeal there. And the angle taking it outside the off stump, but good over there from Lewis. One which bowled with a great deal of pace, as we see the replay once again. probably pitched outside leg stump also.
Good decision.
So good decision there by the umpire.
It's very difficult coming around the wicket. You had to pitch in line.
And straight in.
And even though it looked as though he would have hit the wicket, but he just pitched outside the off stump again. Another very good decision. And the fielder looked disappointed, but I really thought it was a good decision. Coming around the wicket, it's harder for you to get a leg before decision.
Yeah, especially as a right-hand fast bowler.
As you pitch right up and you have to hit in line. And this one pitched just outside the leg stump.
Yeah, it's a good decision.
Really good decision by Campbell.
By Campbell, that's right.
Really good decision.
Campbell. Now it's going to be Asif Hooper. He's going to continue from the northern end, still searching for his first wicket. Will be bowling to Larry Edward.
So it's 390 for 8.
10 runs short of 400. The lead 129. Hooper full delivery to which Larry Edwards plays out in front of him. He had no intention of going after that delivery. And Larry Edwards now batting with number 10, and 11 to come would have to take on most of the strikes.
But just to go back to that last delivery, which he came around the wicket. Now, if he was over the wicket, and you put yourself in such a better position to get a leg before decision. But you're actually going around the wicket. You're actually taking that out of play in terms of leg before decision, unless you're really, really full and straight. And even though the appeal was a big one and probably looked good from here, but with the angle pitching just outside leg stump, there was no chance. Now we see the fielders coming in.
Looking to see if they can keep Larry Edward on strike. So that Lewis can probably have a full over to bowl from him on the next side. Larry Edwards will be looking to see if he can pick up a single, and we look at that field, Crony. Probably option would be behind square on the offside.
Well, he had to play probably with a soft hand just in front of him, and it'd have to be a plan.
And this time pushes firmly to the fielder that is Augustine there in mid-off. Does the fielding people, as you said, that one was played a bit too firmly. So
yeah, you had
hands.
Soft hands, just drop it, but there should have been some discussion between both batsmen, or maybe they would have discussed before, so they're aware of the plans. But this one played on the inside. They still end of the over. 390 for 8. Edwards remain on 34. And Tyson, who's not yet off the mark, he would face the next over from Sherman Lewis, who has so far picked up 3 for 16. And he would probably relish bowling against Tyson, looking to add to his quota of 3 wickets.
Yeah, he bowled quite well. 3 for 16 in 14 overs. And now a full over to Gillon Tyson. I can tell you that they'll be looking to attack to see if they can break through that, make further inroads into the tail. 2 slips, leg slip, forward short leg. We have a fielder at short mid wicket. He's still persisting with that line around the wicket. And he's in and bowls a short delivery, which he sways inside the line of it, and so he's probably looking to attack the body a bit, because you see a fielder sort of squarish, square leg, quite a bit of squarish mid wicket, who is in a bit from in front of the umpire. So probably looking for that one who should be bobbling up or played off the hips into that area.
Well, I'm not sure that's the best strategy. You bowling against number 10. He was coming over the wicket and just got a wicket. He was beaten with the first ball that he received.
Oh, there's another one angled on the leg side, close to the stumps.
And he continues around the wicket. I think you give yourself more opportunities coming over the wicket. You can even aim into the body, but you would coming over the wicket, the batsman must play, because where you come in there, you're aiming to pitch maybe just about off stump around the opportunity for the edge, and if the ball comes back, you're still going to have your feelers there and close to the bat. Right now is one option, probably to bounce, because you have the leg slip up, so you're playing just with one option to have the batsman to play off his body.
And this time full delivery, which is played into the offside for a single by Tyson. He's off the mark, so he will be happy to get off the mark to give Larry Edward the strike to face off to face the remaining deliveries of the over Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, you want to give yourself every opportunity to pick up wickets, and therefore you use your best method and able to pick up wickets. Now he's staying around the wicket to the left-handed Edwards. As we look at the field, the long leg goes back on the boundary. Two slips, so one mere first and a third slip, a backward point. Short cover, and a mid-off, short and pretty wide. Just a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Lewis is 15th over, so far 3 for 17, comes around the wicket to bowl to Edwards. Edwards clipped this one off his hips, not getting hold of it, no timing, and that ball went bouncing and into that short square leg position. The fielder at mid-wicket, just moving around. No chance of a run. Larry Edwards, 105 deliveries faced so far.
Quite a bit for number 8 batsman. He's been able to steady the.
This one is flashed down to third man. It's going to go close to the boundary. The fielder is after it here and going to pick it up just inside the boundary. And the batsman just take one.
Yeah, I think Larry Edward is more concerned with maintaining strike for the next over. So there's probably just one delivery left in that over, and he will be telling Tyson to keep it out, and he'll take on the next over, which is going to be bowled from the northern end.
Yeah, wise thinking there. So the right-handed Tyson comes into strike, and Lewis is going to maintain the same strategy, same field placement. Bishop, strange position. Very short square leg, really strange position. Probably just forward of square.
And now the fielder who was on the left of the umpire is now placed on the right. As Sherman Lewis bowls at the dot delivery, which is a ball which is short of a length, played off to the offside. So Tyson survives.
Yeah, I just think that he should really continue bowling over the wicket. I think he's much more effective coming over the wicket to the number 10 batsman in Tyson. He was able to negotiate deliveries coming from around the wicket. He scored 392 for 8. The Windwards Volcanoes looking to get up to 400 runs, which will give them a lead of 139. Hooper, none for 87 so far. It's 21 overs bowl. So he's going to begin his 22nd over and bowl into the left-handed Edwards, Larry Edwards, who's on 35. Ball again given some air. Edwards says push it to cover. Again, no chance of a run. Very defensive field steady. Again, given the opportunity to pick up a single. As this one is pushed down to mid-off, and this time he ambles a single. So the right-handed Anselm comes back into strike. Edwards moves to 36. It's 393 for 8. Hooper, none for 88 so far. And let's see as the field comes in, just a little more pressure put on Anselm.
Yeah, that is Tyson.
So Bishop in the forward short leg. That's down the leg side. Tyson, they just looking to turn it around. Yeah, I think it's good thinking. Just put some extra pressure on Tyson. Hooper looking to pick up his first wicket. This one is hit high and hard, and that goes over mid off and goes one bounce into the boundary for 4. Ball giving some air, tossed up, and Tyson getting under this one and lifting it nicely over long off.
Yeah, the big man saw that one throw up there, and he was like, I'm not just going to look to keep pushing there. He hit that one well, more toward the lower end of the bat. Probably didn't time it as well as he'd like, but with all the fielders in, one bounce into the boundary for 4. So good shot by Tyson. He moves on to 5.
Yeah, good positive batting. You have to, and the field is in. So ball, give me air.
See another one from another full delivery. This time Tyson is just able to push it back. I think probably he would have wanted to hit it, but was not able to time it as well. So he just decided, got to just push it back to the bowler. Yeah,
he should have taken advantage of that full toss. Yes, only allowed it to go outside the off stump. Completes over. 397 for 8, Tyson. 5 from 11. It was 36 from 108. As we quickly approaching lunch. Just a bit of a cloud cover. As we see this morning, the weather changes rather quickly. No threat of rain. It's a heavy atmosphere just coming over the grounds. Windwards Volcanoes 397 for 8. Probably just about 13 minutes before lunch.
It's going to be Sherman Lewis to the left-handed Larry Edward. He's going to be coming over the wicket. Yes, he's going to be coming over the wicket to Edward. So let's see if he's going to assist with that line. Also, if he gets the opportunity to bowl to the right-handed Gillon Tyson. As you said, they're much more effective coming around over the wicket to these batsmen. As he's almost set and is ready to go. Looking to dislodge Edward, who's on 36.
So there's 3 fielders on the leg side, and they're all wide. Mid wicket deep, long leg on the boundary, and there's a mid on, so lots of gap on the leg side. Really want to give him the single.
On the outside, we have a fielder on the backward point boundary. Maybe just about 90% of the way towards the rope. So a lot of opportunities for a single for Larry Edward. Want to bowl as many deliveries to Tyson, who has faced 12 so far and scored 5. And you can probably Gurney with that field. Probably also the short ball could be maybe one that you might see in the over. A single given and single accepted there. Play down to the fielder at backward square for a single. Forward of square for a single. So one more run to Edward. He's 37, and now the Tyson comes in to strike. We see Sherman Lewis is going to stick over the wicket to Tyson. A slip, gully, leg slip. A fielder backward of square, one forward of square, shot mid wicket. So probably the same attack, but now coming out over the wicket. And is it dropped or did he drop short? Looks like it was a missed opportunity there by Teddy Bishop in forward short leg. Tyson clipping off his legs straight into the hands of Teddy Bishop, and he would have spilled that chance. Yeah, straight to him. Probably a bit deep. What do you say?
Yeah, it had to be a good catch. He did come over the bat rather quickly. Or just probably went through his hands. So one have to call that a chance there. It's those sort of catches that sometimes
have to
sticks
stick.
coming off the fast bowler. Is not a defender. He actually turned it. So he actually played a shot and went quickly to Bishop, who is in that really strange position. Not a silly mid-on, but more square, very short.
Oh, we were delivered there.
You see the benefit of Lewis coming over the wicket to Tyson. Really looks really more effective. Tyson getting inside of this one, the ball going down the leg side a bit. You know, so it's same effect. Even you could still have your 3 fielders close to the bat on the leg side. Your leg slip is there. Your short square leg is there. Or silly mid off, silly mid on, with more square. And then you have a short mid on it there. So your 3 fielders is there, and you coming over the wicket. Covers up and push it on the onside. Good delivery. It's just that you give yourself more options of picking up wickets.
Yes, most certainly. And with the ball coming into the batsman, you know, if you're angling it into the batsman, it's even more. And the lower order batsmen don't like the ball on them at all. So, you know, you have those fielders there, 3 fielders close to the bat on the leg side. Well, you can even say 4, because that fielder there is probably looking for that one played off the hip.
Yeah, and you coming over the wicket now. It's not only the fielders on the leg side that comes into play, but also the fielders and in slips comes into play. This one is played down to backward square, and they pick up a single. Again, the batsman just jumping into position, it's Tyson, and turning it down to backward square, just past the leg slip, and he pick up a single, 399 for 8. So Tyson goes up to 6 here. He's going to face the first delivery from the next over.
Yeah, it's going to look like he's going to be bowled by Asif Hooper. So Hooper has an opportunity to bowl a couple of deliveries in a row against Tyson. It's not really been at its best so far in this match. 22 overs, 4 maidens, none for 92.
So 399 for 8, some 82 runs scored for the morning.
Yes, and just for the loss of just 2 wickets, Dennis Smith and Courtney Anslem. As they see some changes made to the field, the captain has sent instructions to Cyrus to warm up, so he's probably going to bring in Cyrus maybe from the southern end after this over. And Anslem, Tyson faces up to Hooper. He's come forward, wrapped on the pad, a big appeal for LBW. Not much so, you would say, the bowler. Most of the strong sentiments came from behind the square, but the bowler was just kind of more in a quizzical manner. Turned around to ask, how was that? Hooper again, still searching for the first wicket. He's in, much slower delivery, a bit of loop on that one. Draws Tyson forward, pushes it on to the offside.
Yeah, you just want to slow it up and just pitch it a little wider. Encourage the batsman to go off tight. But good flight, last delivery.
That one is keep carrying on with the angle down the leg side. The bowler is not too happy with the execution of that one. Still a dot ball. Score remains on 399 for 8. Hooper bowls a full one, pushed. Oh, there is an opportunity for a run out. Larry was ball watching, and it looks like he goes run out totally. The call came from drive from Tyson. Larry Edwards was really ball watching. Tyson coming. He had to scamper in through, and what a disappointing way to end the innings for Larry Edwards. Run out on 37.
We were really was bad running by Larry Edwards. So now look at what is happening there. He's looking back at the ball while the bat, and that's not his call, really. And you know, he's he's upset, but he should be really disappointed with that.
Yeah, I
In
think
that
Larry.
it wasn't his call. He was looking back and trying to stop the striker.
Yeah, Larry Edwards is really to be blamed for that one there. His partner came, played the ball, and came running, and he was just turning around ball watching. And he goes for 37. Still not happy with the decision as he goes out, making his case to Josh Thomas, the incoming batsman. So we now 9 wickets down as the ninth wicket fell by the way of run out, and could be an opportunity for them to pick up the last wicket before lunch. Probably just another over after this. And Josh Thomas, the number 11, comes to the crease with the Windwards Volcanoes 11 on 399 for 9.
Yeah, it tells me that they really haven't been discussion with both batsmen, because you must have a plan in terms of what you want to do. It's five deliveries in the over, and one should know whether or not you're looking to take the single, or whether or not you want to play out the over. So Edwards is going to face the next over. It seems as though there was no discussion. It didn't seem as though Edwards wanted the single, while we see Tyson was coming down for the single. I think that really was the issue there. Like he was trying to stop him, and he was coming for the single.
Oh yes.
The communication is so key with the batsman in the wicket that going forward you have to be able to communicate with each other.
Yeah, number 9, number 11 is at the crease. We see a slip in place, forward short leg, short extra cover, short mid wicket. A fielder down deep backward square as in full delivery, played off the front foot to intercepted by Kato in short mid wicket. So it's the end of a successful team over one. We saw the dismissal of Larry Edwards running for 37, and after 118 overs, the Volcanoes 11 they 399 for 9.
Well, they certainly still the most dominant position, 399, and the lead
138 lead.
38, which is a sizable lead. So I think they definitely in the ascendancy, and it seems pretty clear that they will bat on to lunch. So they probably just want to get it over the 400.
Yes, this could be the final over before lunch. I think whether or not a wicket fall or not, with just a couple minutes to lunch, they're going to this is going to be the final over as we see Sherman Lewis with an opportunity to pick up her 4th wicket, bowls to Tyson. Tyson comes back, pulls a short delivery, rushed onto him, lobs over the head of the bowler, who is not able to get close to it in his follow through. But Tyson now looking to be aggressive against those short pitch deliveries.
Yeah, well, I think he doesn't have much of a choice, because I don't think they will bat off the lunch if they actually bat out the over. So we want to try and pick up as much ones as he can. It was a short delivery that really hustled onto him. He was beaten for pace as he was looking to pull. The mid wicket is vacant, so anything over the mid wicket would have been safe. This one is driven on the offside and no timing. Well, he pick up a single that brings up the 400 runs.
Yeah, 400 up for in 713 deliveries, 497 minutes, 36 fours and 7 sixes. Good team effort there by Volcanoes 11. Though no batsman would have gotten a century, but he'd have had 95 from Sunil Ambris, 55 from Dennis Smith, 48 from Ryan John, and 41 from Alec Athenes. So quite a few number of batsmen would have made some contributions to this sizable total.
Thomas allowed this one to go outside the off stump. A ball wide of the off stump, and him going further away. And he just shoulders arm. Just one slip. A backward point. And a mid off. Extra cover on the offside. Still the 3 fielders on the leg side. Leg slip. Thomas really equal to this one. Push it back on the offside. It's 400 for 9. We are in the 119th over. Lewis so far 16.4 overs, 7 maiden, 21 runs, 3 wickets. And he will love to pick up 4 as he's over the wicket. Ball to Thomas. Thomas steered this one down to that backward point position. He gonna pick up 2 runs. The backward point have to run back. And just to the right of the gully. So 2 good looking runs to Thomas. 402 for 9. Lead. That's 141. I make it.
Yeah, that's 141 lead. Quite sizable lead so far, and with 2 sessions to go. After this, they can fancy themselves for probably knocking over the board 11 in that time to claim victory.
The slip region is shrinking. I know this. Keto. Closer to a gully. So there's actually 2 gullies.
2 gullies.
One would say a third slip and a gully.
Good shot by Josh Thomas, pushing his countrymate back over his head for a couple.
Yeah, over pitch delivery bowled by Lewis, and stroke back just over the head of the bowler, and he picked up 2 runs. We're just looking to see at the end of the over. Umpire just confirming as it's lunge.
Yeah.
404 for 9. The Windwards Volcanoes 11, and replying to 261 scored by the Windwards Cricket Board. Morning session that I would think really belong carry to the Windwards Volcanoes.
Oh yes, a very good session. They'd have lost 3 wickets, but they've been able to bat for the entire morning session, which we quite feel happy. Lead of 143. We wait to see what will be the decision, whether or not they would come back and bat or make the declaration. But we would now take a break as the players they go off for a much deserved lunch break, and we're going to be back with you when play resumes, maybe in just about 35 minutes or so. So from then until then, we say enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you shortly.
in an 11-acre corner of southwest London.
Well, that was a rattle around the world. So, destinations for this year?
This year, actually, first of all, you'll like this one, Scandinavia.
Oh, fair.
Finland.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then we're off to Dubai.
Skyscrapers.
No, more of an arid landscape, you know, and then we are going to Africa.
Whereabouts?
Zimbabwe, and that's all about edible plants.
Oh, fantastic.
That'll be good. And then Japan.
Oh.
And that's more about the medicinals.
Sorry, I'm jet lagged already.
I know, I know. But do you know what? It's not just the show gardens that take that inspiration from around the world. It's in the Great Pavilion as well. People come from thousands of miles away. There's a team from Grenada in the Caribbean that have come back for years and years. It's incredible.
Are they going to be there this year?
They are.
So, you and me, this boat, we're heading to the Caribbean.
Grenada, with its tropical climate, boasts an abundance of vibrant horticulture. Every year, a team of flower arrangers make the 4,300-mile trip to the Chelsea Flower Show. Catherine John is the lead designer.
I never dreamt I would ever be part of Chelsea team, let alone being the team leader.
Catherine's road to Chelsea involves driving hundreds of miles up and down the island, inspecting plants at private gardens and commercial nurseries, selecting only the best.
I'm anxious because the dry period this year is very fierce. Travelling to the countryside today would give me a better idea of what will be available.
First stop today is Margaret St Paul's garden.
She has the most fabulous garden of orchids.
When I'm cutting for Chelsea, oh my goodness, I get so excited.
I bet.
Come, Cathy, you see this?
Yes.
This is going to Chelsea.
Wonderful.
And it will last because you still have lots of buds at the end.
Yes.
That's not open yet. I'm so proud of them.
I bet you are.
Margaret is also growing some anthuriums for Catherine.
Cathy, you come into the Garden of Eden. Let me show you this beautiful one. Somebody gave me that plant many, many years ago, and it wasn't doing good until I start putting all the mulch, and so they just bloom.
Hopefully we'll get 6 of these to display at our Chelsea exhibit.
Oh yes, I hope so too, because that would be a magnificent display.
This will be Grenada's 21st display at Chelsea, 14 of which have won gold. So what do the team have planned for this year?
The inspiration for this year was to do a carnival theme. We want to do an explosion of colours.
Next stop on today's road trip is John Krisik's nursery to source some leaves and fruit.
I want to show you this philodendron because it's the perfect size for your display, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
It's gorgeous.
It's called Xanadu. And if you feel the leaf, you know immediately that that is going to last more than 2 weeks.
Definitely.
Yes. An upright pink banana, kind of psychedelic. That one there is now opening.
So,
maybe you like them at that stage, I don't know.
No, just a little bit.
A little bit more developed, yes.
I'm sure we'll get an abundance from you.
Okay.
As usual.
Yes.
Catherine heads to the home of Jermaine George, who's growing a special variety of a Caribbean classic.
You see the lovely pineapple?
Yes. Oh, yes.
One pineapple, this is the whitish one?
Yes, you did give me one year.
Okay.
So hopefully I'll have
you're
one
welcome.
again this year.
So I will keep them for you?
I'm getting all excited.
That's nice.
The last stop for Catherine today is the Balthazar Estate in the island's central hills.
We're looking at various heliconias, but this yellow caribou is always magnificent to work with. And that size, it's ideal for the displays.
The rest of the team are trying out a few design ideas, led by Sherma.
So I would usually start with a palm, which is sort of at the back of the arrangement, so that it gets a lot of movement, so it looks alive. Oh, it feels amazing. You know, when you hear the comments, oh, beautiful, feels good.
We know we have the quality, just have to make sure we put them together right.
It's a beautiful little explosion, like
Yes.
fireworks, you know, it's all to do with celebrating and having fun, because that is what Carnival is about.
It's about.
A few days before Chelsea, the team will prepare the cut flowers for their 10-hour flight. 100 boxes will be layered with moist shredded paper to ensure the flowers don't get damaged. But once they get to the airport, their fate is out of Catherine's hands.
These boxes are put into cargo and anything can happen. When the boxes arrive, we've got everything crossed, hoping that they're in good condition. We do not like to count our chickens beforehand, but we are hoping to be successful again.
Just want to know how has vaccination helped Grenada to host these games, and what message you have for Grenadians who are hesitant to revaccination?
Well, I think the key factor in our being asked to host this has to do with the fact that we haven't had major infections. So we've done well in controlling the virus in Grenada, one of the better countries in the world, based on the amount of infection that this country has had since March 2020. So I think that is a major factor. The question of the vaccination, I think, is a problem for all countries, especially in light of the fact that we haven't had much people being hospitalized, as I mentioned, the lack of infection rate in the country, and the fact that no one has died based on community spread in this country. I think that has drawn some people into a sense of complacency. So there is not enough vaccination taking place in the country. So I'm urging everyone, protect yourself. That's what we have to do, protect ourselves. And I'm urging everyone that the virus is out there. And as you can see, countries like St. Kitts, 4 or 5 weeks ago, had absolutely no infection. Today they're under serious stress.
Yes.
Trinidad under serious stress. Many countries. So we could be good today, and next week, 2 weeks from now, a week from now, 2 days from now, we could be in trouble. So I'm going to urge everyone. This is your life.
Yeah. So and because of vaccination, we were able to host international cricket, and we see hundreds
Well,
of
that's right, but
persons
the
here.
fact that, in fact, I just did an interview with Gary and he said it's so nice to be in the stadium and see people in the stadium. You don't know the last time you've been able to announce a cricket match and interview people with so many people in the stadium. So I think that's a clear indication that they're moving in the right direction. But I want to urge us, if we want to see more of this, more socialization, more back to normal activities, then vaccinate, all of us, okay?
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences, interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region, and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
The Delta variant was described first from India. It has a combination of mutations which make it much more transmissible. It's at least 2 times as transmissible as the original virus. And what does that mean? That means that if somebody gets that infection, they probably have a lot more viral load. They're able to transmit it more easily to others. The virus is able to go and enter the cells of the respiratory tract, and therefore the chances of one person, instead of spreading it to 2 people, could spread it to 4, 6, or even 8 people. The good news is that most of the vaccines that we're using in the world today seem to be effective, at least against preventing severe disease. And that's what we're really interested in.
We live. So, Chief, in your capacity as chairman of the board of tourism, how does it feel to be vaccinated and having the privilege to be here watching international cricket?
Thanks, Kevin. I mean, it is a sign of really the future. The way that we get things going back to normal, and the way that we will be able to continue our lives as we used to, with freedom to move around and to gather and to socialize as West Indian people love to do, is through vaccination. I mean, there's no other way that we have to get our lives back as normal other than vaccination. It is absolutely critical that we get more people vaccinated. I am very concerned I'm very concerned that our levels are not high enough, and I fear that you see, Kevin, what people aren't understanding is I think people think that you know, like think back to last year when you may have one or two little outbreaks last year, and then you quarantine people, and then everything's all right? You know, there's no country that has had COVID in their community that I know of that has been able to get rid of it. So once it's in your community, you can't get rid of it. I mean, look at Barbados. Barbados has done a fantastic job in trying to manage and mitigate the community spread that they have, and they just can't get rid of it. So what that means is if we have an outbreak and it gets into the community, you know, you could find yourselves with restrictions for a very long time. So the freedom that we are enjoying now is because of yes, the management of the COVID situation has been exemplary. And you have to give kudos to the Ministry of Health and the entire government and private sector, citizens in general, for the way that people have coordinated things and the way people behave. But the freedom, a lot of the freedom that we enjoy now, being here and all that has to do with the fact that we're vaccinated.
And how important it is for the economy, of course, tourism and all of that.
You know, as I've said, it is the only way that we get things back to normal. It's the only way that we get the country moving again is through vaccination. So tourism is extremely important. I want to commend the tourism industry workers for stepping up and getting vaccinated. The large majority of them are vaccinated, and I really want to commend them for it. It's the only way. There's no alternative. There's no other way. There's no other solution that we have.
Tips of your fingers Are you gonna wear your mask today? You see everywhere you go, there are rules you got to follow, so don't you say COVID-19 will delay. Take the opportunity to save your community. Don't be that guy, put a mask on your face if you're heading outside. It's your life, my life, more lives will be taken if we don't try. If you feel any symptoms, call the hotline. Stay inside until you feel fine. 6 feet away every day. Keep COVID-19 far from work. Keep Grenada safe. Be COVID-19 smart.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Nutmeg Princess is very special to me because I think it's the first Grenadian fairy tale, so to speak. Growing up as a young boy and stuff, we never really had positive images of fairy tales where we can see a black princess or a black prince and stuff. So I really wanted the world to know that there is a black princess and she comes from Grenada. There are other stories of black princesses, but this one is a special one because it's a spicy princess called the Nutmeg Princess. So she's a really beautiful black girl, and she lives in one of the most exquisite places in Grenada called the Grenada Lake. And it's a lake that has no bottom, right? And the only way you can see the princess, even if you're outside on the sailing on the sun and beautiful blue Caribbean Sea, the only way you can see the princess is if you have a good heart. You must have a good heart. And sometimes you think you have a good heart, but you might not have a good heart. So you might have to do little things to have a good heart. So to have a good heart, and then you will see her. And she will appear, and she's the most beautiful. She has diamonds in her hair, lots of braids, and sometimes she appears and she'll be singing a song. Sometimes it'll be a sad song, sometimes it'll be a happy song, depending on how you feel that day. If you're happy, you'll always get a happy song. So that's Nutmeg Princess.
You know, sister, we are doing big. Much more to life than just living. This holiday season, I'm not taking any chances. I'm wearing my mask. And you should too. I'm COVID-19 smart. Are you? A message from the Ministry of Health.
You know, sister, we are doing big like you will. Big like you will.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
Hello from Grenada. I am Chrislyn Lashington, your dance instructor for today. We're going to be learning the ballet dance, a traditional dance here in Grenada, born out of a resilient era in our history. It merges African as well as French influences. With me today are my dance buddies, Preston as well as Nadine, and drummers, Kendon, Bevan, and Lawson. Now we're
We welcome you back to the National Stadium as we continue the third day of this all-important fixture. Windward Volcanoes 11 versus the Windwards Cricket Board 11 as we resume after lunch. Windward Volcanoes 11, 404 for 9, batting through the over as we see the first delivery being struck down to long off there by Tyson. He's going to come back for 2 runs there. Ball give him a little bit of air ball there by Hooper. And Tyson moving into it and hitting it down to a long off position. The fielder had made off, they having to do some running. So he picked up 2 runs on the first delivery after lunch. So Tyson moves to 9. It's 406 for 9. And we see attacking field as say good afternoon to Kerry.
Good afternoon to you, Crooney, and good afternoon to all viewers wherever you're taking in the broadcast from.
Hooper, left arm around the wicket, hit in front, hit on the pad, giving out leg before as Hooper, they just covering up and looking to play around the pad. It really didn't take long, Kerry, to see the conclusion of the Windward Volcanoes in 406 all out. Hooper picking up his first wicket.
Yeah, the final one, as you see the replay now, pitched on about the off stump. Tyson goes inside of his wicket. Ball hit him a bit high on the roll. Question is whether or not he might have carried on over the top or hit the top of the stumps, but it only took 2 balls to wrap up the innings after lunch, with the Volcanoes being finally dismissed for all out for 406. A good effort with the bat, a lead by 145 runs. Top scorer in that session would have been from Sunil Lambris yesterday, who played really an entertaining knock of 95 from just 68 deliveries, 11 fours and 5 sixes. They will be happy getting over 400 and probably would have wanted a few more after lunch, but the Board 11 would be quite pleased to know that they would have wrapped up the innings at 4-6.
Yes, certainly. We would have felt certainly that they probably would not have batted after lunch, but I think they opted to just to make sure that everybody have the opportunity. As we know, probably selectors are wrong looking and want to give everybody an opportunity. Just to go through the scorecard, Devon Smith, he was the first. He was caught by Hooper, bowled by Cyrus, 22. Desmond Maloney. He was caught by Keto, bowled by Cyrus, he got 39. Jamal James, LBW Cyrus for 6. Sunil Lambris, he was bowled by Lewis for 95, and he only faced 68 deliveries, which really was an attacking in 11 fours and 5 sixes. Alec Alterners, again in the runs, 41, 49 deliveries. And he had 6 fours in that inning. Dennis Smith also played a really good inning, a good partnership with Ryan John. He went for 55, he had 4 fours. Ryan John also went for 48, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Larry Edwards run out for 37. Curtly Anslem, he was caught by Lewis, bowled by Lewis for 23. Gillan Tyson, LBW hooper for 9. Josh Thomas not out 4. 406 all out. And we had some 27 extras, 18 byes, 6 leg byes, 3 no balls. And really, it's total they will be pleased with 406, getting past 261 scored by the Windwards Board 11.
Yeah, they will be pleased, I think, overall with the total of 406, though. But when you look at the scorecard, though, I think they probably would have been disappointed that one batsman didn't really go on to get a bigger score in terms of a 3-figure score. Because you'd have seen Desmond Maloney, he got 39. Sunil Ambrose, he got 95, fell 5 short. Alec Athens got 41, Dennis Smith 55, Ryan John 48, 37 to Larry Edward. So it shows that, you know, the batsmen, they got in, but nobody really went in and cashed in and made a big one. And I think probably batsmen, you know, from a personal perspective, would have been disappointed that one of them didn't really go on to get 3 figures.
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the encouraging things we have seen in the batting is a partnership.
Yes, oh yes.
We have seen partnership coming right down, John and we see Smith and John. It was so encouraging to see Dennis Smith batting. As we look at some
Ambrose and
of the
Athens,
partnership.
127 was probably the biggest for the innings. So it shows that, you know, they really batted well in pairs and really helped to propel the total up to 406, and which is a really good indication for the batsmen. And we hope that, you know, probably in the next match the same can be replicated. And even in this innings to come, you know, we don't want the board 11 to go out there and to play with intent. You know, there's just about full session left in this play, and it's not just about, you know, going out there and trying to occupy the crease, but play proper cricket and play with intent and see if they can knock off that lead and go to safety towards a close of the day's play.
Yes, I think it's so important going forward that you build partnership, and we would see the batsman putting the head down and bat, and that all goes well for the future of the building of the team. Just to look at the bowlings, Sherman Lewis 17 overs, 7 meetings, 25 runs, 3 wickets. Again, we saw him kind of coming into the zone, being able to move the ball about. Vincent Lewis, we are pretty impressed with Lewis, 14 overs, 1 meeting, 2 for 58. Kevin Augustine, 19 overs, 6 maidens, none for 58. Daryl Cyrus, again, picking up wickets again. He had 3 for 108 in 28 overs, so he did have a long spell. Kasharski, John Lewis, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. Asif Hooper, picking up the last wicket. A bit on the expensive side, 1 for 94, 23.2 overs. And Dylan Douglas, he just had 9 overs, so 1 meeting, 26 runs, no wicket. So as we look at the bowling,
the bowlers, it was a tough task to the bowlers. The wickets didn't really offer much support, but they bowled well. I think the openers, you'd have mentioned how they would have bowled well. I thought Sherman Lewis, that would have been some of the best I would have seen him bowl in recent times, you know, having the coloured ball in his hands again. He was able to get movement both ways into the batsman and away from the batsman, and he'd have bowled quite economical. I know in the commentary we would have discussed how he would have had problems, you know, in the past with no balls, and we'd have seen just 1 no ball bowl in 17 overs, which really shows that he's playing, you know, it's in the back of his mind and it's something he'd want to work on. And 3 for 25 from 17 overs was quite outstanding. Vincent Lewis, he bowled really well with the newer ball. Both the first and the second new ball, you'd have got it to swing and moved it a bit. He only got success really with the second new ball. Yesterday he had Ryan John bowled one which shaped back into him, looking for that big shot, and then today he would have had Dennis Smith out LBW, really set up him quite well. So he would have bowled well, would be pleased with his performance. Probably would have wanted a wicket or 2 more. Kevin Augustine probably would have been disappointed that he didn't really get among the wickets, but he bowled quite well. And we've seen Daryl Cyrus, 3 for 108. He would have been the one to do the early damages, picking up 3 important wickets for his team. Smith, Maloney and Jamal James, the top 3 batsmen in the order. And the other wicket taker was Asif Hooper, who picked up the last wicket of the match. Probably would be disappointed overall with his bowling performance. Just 1 for 94 in on a 23.2. Was dealt with a bit severely yesterday by the Ambrose and Athens in particular. So would not be too pleased with the performance, but I'm sure you'll be quite happy to get picked up the final wicket.
Yeah, well, I think two of the bowlers I think which should be encouraged would be Vincent Lewis, and he's one of the players that is actually not contracted. and he coming in. I think he made a statement. I think he was able to really move the ball, and the asset of the left-handers, as we saw it today, in bowling on a pitch that have been playing so good. He has been able to move the ball both ways, picking up 2 for 58. I think he really had a good showing. Sherman Lewis, we hope getting back where he was, and we know it will come with more hard work. I think he did have a good spell of 3 for 25, and Cyrus also would have picked up 3 wickets, continuing to bowl well. So all in all, I thought it was a good display of batting. There was commitment. I think the players batted responsibly in that nobody actually gave away a wicket, but build partnership, which I think is so important going forward for the building of the team. So just to let you know, it's Windward Volcanoes 406 all out, lead of 145. They batted for 119.2 overs, and that was in reply to 261 scored by the Windward Cricket Board 11. And certainly they will go in, I think, positively, trying to get out as bowlers as good as possible, trying to see if they can pull a victory from here. We still have quite a bit of cricket left in a day's play. 2 sessions, 105 overs to be bowled, so it's quite a bit of overs to be bowled. So we now await the resumption of play, and we probably will just take a short break, just for about 2 minutes, as we wait the resumption of play. Welcome back. We just about seeing the players going out onto the field. That's the Windward Volcanoes. Just completed the inning of 406, and he'll be going out with some confidence. The lead of 145, really in a dominant position. They would want to improve on that, pick up early wickets. So we are in for an exciting afternoon as we see the Ryan John. He's going to pick up the attack from this northern end as the captain Sunil Ambris just making sure that his fielders are in the right position. There's two slips, a gully, cover point, cover mid off. There's fielder on the long leg boundary, pretty wide. Mid wicket, mid on in Josh Thomas. As we are about to see the first ball being bowled. Again, the players, John is just doing some stretches and just trying to loosen up himself. Again, the conditions as we look at the right-handed Jelani Robinson going to face first strike. Robinson from Dominica. Had a good score, a top score, a score of 66 in the first inning. Player that really not afraid to put the bat to the ball, as Ryan John with his first delivery, pitch up, and this one is driven beautifully through the covers. Mid-off region goes down to the boundary for 4. First over pitch delivery, and he took full advantage of it and hit it through the covers, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So that's 4 without loss. That's the Windwards Cricket Board 11. As you know, I take this opportunity to welcome with us coach of the Windwards Volcanoes, Shirley Clark from Barbados. And certainly we are happy to have you and welcome to Grenada.
Thank you, sir.
Shirley Clark, senior player, plays senior cricket for Barbados. West Indies under 19 captain, 1996, who scored the most runs in the tournament. Ryan John, second delivery, and that's again outside the off stump ball, leaving the right-handed Robinson, and it taken by the keeper. 1996, he would have scored over 550 runs in a West Indies tournament, which to date is the most runs.
Yes, sir. Still the record.
Still a record. So really is a record that haven't been broken for quite some time. 96, and we talk in 21 years, or 25 years. The record is not being broken. John to Robinson down the leg side, and ball moving further away, taken by the keeper. Good movement by Dennis Smith. Taken, and there's no chance of a run. So we certainly welcome you to pick up this position as the coach of the Windwards Volcanoes. Certainly, I think probably is your first major coaching job in the region outside of Barbados. Am I right in saying so?
Yeah, in terms of being head coach, I was the assistant coach to the Barbados Tridents when they went to India in 2014.
Outside the off stump, ball keeping on a bit at taken by Dennis Smith. Yes, and maybe give us a little more. The assistant coach. And also the father of Kyle Mez.
Yes, please.
So certainly, you must have been proud. He would have made us also proud coming into Test cricket. I know it's just a few days you have been here, so certainly there's not much that you can say at this point in time, but we want to hear a little bit more about you. Robinson covers up and pushes it on the offside. So far, here about 10 days?
Yeah, about 10 days or so. Just here enjoying the moment, observing the guys. So far, think the guys have been playing cricket fairly hard. Yeah. And the batsmen have been really trained to just stick in there and get some runs. Borders bowling hard, so I'm happy at the moment with the performance so far.
Okay, and a first opportunity really to see some of the players in action. But Ryan John, this on ball swinging away, moving away from Robinson, but he was really equal to it as he came back and pushed it out on the offside. And at the end of the first over, it's 4 without loss. And certainly you would have seen Ryan John before. Probably you'd have known about him, and maybe some of the players that have been playing over the last few days you have seen before. Your impressions so far in terms of the game, in terms of maybe some of the players that you in your mind would have really stand out in performance.
Well, I'm certainly familiar with some of the guys already. I haven't played against some of them. Devin Smith, played against him. I've seen Ryan played. Sunil was also part of my club back home, Carlton Club. So I've seen Alec play. But for this game, I thought that Maloney, that was in the first game.
In the first game,
game he made 95. Kotoy, he made 80 odd. I think that was good. Saw the young Cyrus picking up some wickets. That was good leg spinner.
Dead ball bowled there. Actually, the umpire signal a dead ball. Henry, the opening batsman, their ball not quite ready. As Tyson is picked up the attack from that southern end, and again you've seen some movement even with that ball. It's moving away from the right-handed batsman, so he's still to bowl his first delivery. And this one is pushed on the offside. Again, there's no chance of a run. It's 4 without loss. Yeah.
Right. At the end of this game, we had Robinson in the first innings, getting a half century. And then on the other side, we saw Captain Sunil missing out on 100. Had good knots from Ryan John again and Dennis Smith in the middle there.
So Tyson, this one is played back to the bowler.
I think these guys continue to work hard. The batsmen continue to work hard, trying to accumulate some scores, and that's important. Pitch looks like a good one to bat on for sure.
Well, I was just about to ask you in terms of your opinion and your impression on the facility. First of all, we have this good delivery, and this one is outside the off. So I'm just staying down a bit, and Henry somewhat beaten there. The ball staying down, well taken by Smith behind the wicket, who seemed to be looking much sharper in this inning. Impression on the facility that we have here. The nets, we have this facility we're playing on right now, probably the access of the gym, and even the support staff that you have with you. Tyson. And Henry covers up and pushes it back along the wicket. Look, in control, will confidently pushing back on the offside. No attempt of a run. It's 4 without loss.
I don't have any complaints about the facility at all. I think the facility is a nice facility, especially out here in the middle. And the nets, we have the nets out there. We have about 2 artificial strips and 2 or 3 turf. And then as you say, we have the gym there available to us, so it's quite adequate.
Based on I know that you have traveled quite a bit with teams. Again, Henry's pushing back on the offside. You have traveled quite a bit with some of the teams as coach, whether it's coach or assistant coach. How would you rate what we have here in terms of what you have seen across the region, probably across the region, wherever you would have gone to?
Well, of course, the region is pretty similar, to be honest. And outside the regional, talking, we need to step up again. But we can do what we have at the moment.
This one is stroke to mid-on. Plays good feeling there by mid-on as he came forward and drives. Completes the second over, a maiden over. It's 4 without loss. Winners about 11 in the second inning. You were, I would take it pretty comfortably. That is something you can work with.
Definitely. The only thing that's missing is the indoor stadium, and that's across the region. I mean,
right.
Showers. Once you have showers, your practice is cut short. And time. You can only practice a certain time. That's something that we need to look at going forward.
Okay. Ryan John is gonna continue his second over. Right arm over the wicket. Good length, good line. Robinson showing a great deal of discipline there, just pushing left foot forward and allowing it to swing outside the off stump. Yeah, and just to go back to maybe the players, and I know that you would have some plans or something. You would have seen the Windwards Volcanoes played over the years, and obviously you will be coming in with obviously new ideas, new plans in terms of what you would want to see. John, another delivery, just leaving the right-handed Robinson, who cautiously plays it down to that point position. Pretty quiet start. Yeah, you certainly will have some plans in terms of what you want to see going forward. Windwards Volcanoes do have played really some good cricket over the last few years, but there is always room for improvement. And I know that certainly you would have some plans, so you could share a few of it with us as we continue this discussion. Ryan John with shot number 74. As Robinson is driving well through the covers again. Ball fairly pitched up, just leaving him to Robinson again, not afraid to play his shots. He hit this one through the covers. I don't think that he get the kind of power you wanted, and I don't want to get the impression that probably for the slower delivery, but didn't get the sort of power that he wanted, as he was able to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, he didn't get the weight through the ball, so that's why he missed the ball. You need to get the weight into the ball. And I would say that one of the areas that I'll be focusing on heavily will be the skill level, skill development, trying to help all the players improve in that area. I think the players are very fit physically. The mental part, I'll be looking to work on that too, along the tactical and lifestyle of these players. So a whole package, work in progress, and then looking forward to already doing a good job.
Yeah, and we were just breaking down a little bit discussion. we talk about the skill level, and we know that there are players we have seen that have tremendous ability, talent. John, this one is turned down to backward square, and they're probably going to pick up 2 runs there, as they're going to come back for 3. As a strange feel in terms of the leg side. Just seem to be just 2 players on the leg side, and a forward square leg and a mid-on. This one was played down to backward square. He had to do a lot of running. So that's 3 more to Robinson. He's on 9. Henry not yet off the mark, and he's gonna face Ryan John. I think he probably might be facing Ryan John for the first time in this inning. He just went for 14 in the first inning, so he would want to really better that. Robinson again, if Robinson is stroking this one back to the bowler. choking this one. Henry just pushing this one back to the bowler. It's 9 without loss. We are in the third over, and the field for Henry. 1-2 slips and a gully, a point, cover extra, cover mid off again, packed offside field. And this is swinging this one. This one goes in the air. It seemed to get hold of it, but it hit it straight. And they're going to come back for 2 runs there. But it can seem they're reaching for that delivery. And just seem to, I guess, not getting out with the foot into position. But was able to hit it over the bowler's head and pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, he was not in full control of that shot at all. Ball was a bit wide. And he wasn't close to it and had to drag it. And it ended up right behind the bowler. Just lofted shot over the bowler's head.
Yeah, that completes the third over. 11 without loss. Windwards Cricket Board 11, batting a second time. Just go back to the skill level. We, as I said before, we have seen some players that really do possess tremendous amount of skill. And I'm happy you speak about the skill level in terms of strengthening the skill level. Any specific areas you think, as you talk about the skill level? For instance, we look at our bowlers. As this one is down the leg side, and the batsman, Dave Robinson, looking to clip it somewhere down the backward square. Again, the leg side field, long leg on the boundary. You have a forward square leg and only a mid on. Just to look at the fast bowlers in particular, as we talk about skill level, anything specific that you think you want to do in terms of strengthening the fast bowler? Any particular skill that you think might be necessary to work on? As Robinson down the leg side again, looking to turn his out, caught behind, a short lifting ball down the leg side. Robinson going to turn it down the leg side and taking the gloves, as we're going to look at the replay here, and the Smith just seemed to take the gloves at the top of the bat, and Smith coming around and taking a really easy catch, and one can consider a soft dismissal.
Yeah, it's really soft dismissal down the leg side, and it happens on occasions. But getting back to you about the skill level with the bowlers, obviously you want the bowlers to be confident in what they're doing, executing, so that when we have a team plan, the bowlers are able to execute. For instance, if you need to be accurate, bowling the ball on top of 4 stump or whatever the case is, and that is the plan, we need the bowler to at least put 4 out of 6 balls in that area. That type of thing we're looking at.
I certainly agree with you, and those things are really necessary. So the Windwards Board 11 pick up their first wicket, 11 for 1. The top scorer of the first inning, Jelani Robinson, caught down the leg side, caught by the keeper, bowled by Tyson. Again, Tyson picking up the first wicket, 11 for 1. Let's keep in mind that they have a deficit of 145. I think the first option certainly will be looking to clear that. Condition as it is now, as we see, cloud just coming over a bit, just a little bit on the darker side. One would think that the seam bowlers would be really good condition to bowl in.
Hopefully so. Sometimes that don't matter, but hopefully ball will swing around a little bit now. That ball that just struck the wicket was not particularly a good ball, so let's see what Tyson does now.
So he's going to bowl to Teddy Bishop, and he's on top of this one and push it out on the offside, and there's no runs. Have you had a chance to really look at Bishop?
Seen him. This is the 3rd time I see him now. I seen him once in the nets, and then the game or the innings before Then he made 40 odd.
43, yeah.
Yeah, he look a touch player, look good.
Yeah, he's one of the players that to us possesses great talent. Great talent. Yeah, really graceful in shot making.
Yes, he is.
So he faces second delivery. The short lifting delivery, get him in some trouble there. As he played to mid wicket, we're probably going to see what happened there, but really was in control of that one. A ball that lifted. As we just look at the replay, the short delivery, and really he caught him really no man's land.
Took his eyes off it.
Yeah, able to fend it on the onside. Good aggressive bowling there by Tyson.
I'm surprised you don't see a field change after that delivery.
Yeah. So the leg side field is just a forward square leg, a more mid wicket, and a fielder at mid on the short, and long leg on the boundary. So just 3 fielders on the leg side. Quite a lot of space. 2 slips, gully, cover point, cover. Now we see the changes being made, so probably somebody hear you or they know you're thinking already.
Yeah.
So we see the captain just move into where he's going to position himself. The fielder in front of squareness go backward square, and he goes to that short position. Good move.
Yep.
Probably already begin to understand you. Good delivery that left Bishop as he covered up, and that ball really moved away nicely outside the off stump. Made no contact. Tremendous delivery.
Yeah, really good delivery. Let's see more of those.
Yeah.
I can watch replay here.
Really good delivery. Just fast. Probably he was beaten for pace because it seemed to be late. Yeah, I think one of the areas that is of concern is the consistency of the bowlers, and I'm glad that you mentioned that point in terms of the bowlers being consistent. Another short delivery, and again Bishop really was not in position, and looking to pull, made no contact. Interesting over.
I thought it was a good testing over, especially to young Teddy. Tyson was really aggressive at the end over there. It's good bowling.
Yeah, really good over by Tyson. I think we were discussing in terms of the run-up. Run-up being what we were discussing on the short side. My view was that he had to be doing something more, either to move the ball around or probably going to come off pretty quick off the wicket, probably sort of a skiddy bowler. And maybe that's an area that can be improved.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Tyson already playing in Barbados. His run-up was a lot longer at the time. I was, to my surprise, when he's seeing here, it's very short. So it's something discussion. We had a little discussion about it before. So obviously we're looking to work on that.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I see him certainly on the ball already. Yeah. Ryan John, and he's gonna be coming into his third over. He's up to the wicket, both, and this one is driven down to mid on. Henry looking really more positive there. Ball pitched up and stroked down to mid on. So Henry's on 2 from 9 deliveries. Bishop not yet off the mark. Faced 4 deliveries and 4 testing deliveries. He's still there. I had a discussion with him yesterday after his first knock, and we would have seen him play the shorter version of the game here, the T20s and the T10s. As Henry, and again Henry swinging outside the off some sort of wily there. As he was really looking to hit, but really wasn't in position.
Going for too much power and losing shape.
Yeah,
that's the issue there.
So a bye. Single seemed to come off the bat and go down to short fine leg. So he moves to 3. So the right-handed Teddy Bishop comes into strike, not yet off the mark. condition just a little bit on the gloomy side. As Ryan John, he's over the wicket ball to Bishop. Bishop is beaten outside there off some good delivery again. Good length, good line, and just left Bishop as he was looking to push into the offside. Not looking for the big drive, but just looking to push into the offside.
That ball by Ryan John. Teddy a bit tentative to come on the front foot and not getting close to that one at all.
Yeah, I think the link was good, really good link. And that area of uncertainty, and we see that, as you said, Bishop being just a little bit tentative. You know, these two players will know each other. They play for the same team, parish, different parishes, but pretty close. As John, this one is stroked beautifully by Bishop. It is going to go very close to the boundary as he came forward, and it was all timing, and we were seeing a grace as he pushed it down to long on and picked up 3. He's off the mark confidently.
Lovely shot down the ground. Very young Teddy. So
he's off the mark with 3. Is there anything else? I mean, yeah, this probably would just be a first touch. I mean, coming into Grenada. I mean, it's not the first time you're in Grenada, I would think.
No, not at all.
Right. So I would think that you're pretty used to the condition. Anything further that you want to say to us, or you want to do Volcanoes cricket? Certainly is an opportunity for you to share as John. This time going to bowl to Henry. This one, Henry stroking, and again stroking straight down to mid-on, and they're going to come back for 2 runs there. Ball pitched up by John, and coming forward and playing this one down to mid-on. A good confident shot. 17 for 1 as Henry goes to 5.
Well, definitely, in case of the Volcanoes, especially the players, they just need the players to be, be adaptable, be aware of these situations out there, be accountable for their performances, and be committed, willing to go beyond the call of duty. Challenge yourself and challenge your teammates, to do better, right, and to play with pride and passion.
Yes. Okay, and Henry's driving. This one don't go down to long and goes down to the boundary for 4. I don't think it's they intended to hit it, but again, it's just swinging outside there off somebody, not getting across, but was effective in really getting it down to long on, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
A strange shot, but effective enough to go for 4. Ball was too full and around, guilty of the last 3 or 4 deliveries, being a touch too full.
Yeah, as you say, he was driven straight, and this one outside the off stump, and they really took it down to long on, and it went down for 4. Yeah, surely. So really, in a closing remarks, as you rightly said, the things that you want to see for the Volcanoes, I really think that you mentioned something that is really necessary, and we certainly would be hoping to see an improved performance by the players. I think they would have come a long way. They would have done pretty well, and we do have some talented players. Bishop is driving again outside the off stump. Makes no contact again. The ball from Tyson leaving the right-handed batsman.
Loose shot there by Teddy. I think he's still raffled from the over before.
Yeah, certainly got some short deliveries there, and really give him some problems. But he's that sort of player. There's 2 slips waiting. Golly, the backward point is going back a bit. The cover as Tyson. Again, he covers up a good delivery. This time, given benefit of the doubt, he just pull inside of it. As Tyson continued to get significant movement, the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah, he's getting some decent movement off the wicket, off his seam.
Yes, good session, a good session for the Volcanoes. Again, he's flashing outside the off stump. Again, Bishop probably would be a little disappointed there, but shortly relifting.
Yeah, unlucky not to make contact. Should be 4.
Yeah, and it's one of the shots that he loved, the square cut. He's that sort of player. He's so graceful in stroke making. As Tyson has been a good spell by Tyson so far. As he's up to the wicket. Again, Bishop is hitting this one over backward point and going to go down to the boundary for 4. Good sensible batting. He waited, get under it and lifted it over backward point. Really, no danger down to the boundary for 4.
No, I thought that's the correct shot to play. Ball bouncing over his shoulder. But I hit it up. Not down. Hit it up. That's a good shot. Well executed.
Good shot. So he moves to 7. Positive shot. 25 for 1. Tyson. 1 for 4. Just first runs coming off the bat. So he is in his 3rd over. He's up the wicket, bowled to Bishop. Again, Bishop covers up. Good length delivery. Again, leaving him. Push it to square cover. And again, there's no runs.
Good comeback from Tyson. Well ball.
Yeah, certainly has been a good spell so far in his 3rd over. Just going for 4 and picking up the important wicket of his countryman Robinson. So surely in your closing remarks, you could just give your closing remarks in terms of, your first stint here, and we'll give you an opportunity to just give some closing remarks. Bishop covers up again, stylishly, confidently, push it on the offside, straight to backward point. No chance of a run. That's at the end of the 6th over. Windwards cricket board 11, 25 for 1 batting a second time.
Well, to be honest, I'm going to bring all my playing and coaching experience to the Volcanoes. And my goal here is to improve, as I said, each player at the end of the day, and as a franchise overall, we would like to do a lot better. We want to win more. I lose less.
Yeah, well, certainly I would want to really thank you, really encourage you, and certainly hope that we're going to see the kind of results that are certainly going to make you pleased. And I really would want to wish you the best as you take on this task of moving the Windward Volcanoes, moving from this level to a higher level. So once again, we want to thank you for spending a little time with us and wish you the best going forward.
Thank you.
It's Ryan John. It's 4th over. This ball, Henry is looking to clip down to mid wicket. Just seemed to come off the actually goes down to the boundary for 4. He didn't seem to be hit confident. Just come off the edge and goes down to that vacant position, and they go down to the boundary for 4. So he moves to 13. It's 29. It's 29 for 1. Henry moves to 13, and John in his 4th over. He into the 7th over. 1 for 29. John, once again, Henry looking to pull this one to straight to mid on, who completes, just drops short of him. Let's see. Went straight to mid on, who would have taken a simple catch. Again, he looking to pull, really not getting into position, and only able to hit this ball down to mid on, and the catch was easily taken there. And the board 11 losing their second wicket, 29 for 2, and really finding themselves in some difficulty, having 145 runs to beat off first before they can give any runs. to the Windward Volcanoes.
Bad shot there by Henry. He really was not in control at all. Ball was shot. It was pullable, but I don't think he really went onto the back foot with any great sense of conviction, and did not get inside the line of the ball, and that was very important. So he was trying to hit the ball through mid-wicket, more from outside the line rather than getting inside the line.
Well, we would have seen him play some shots. One remembers that he hit a ball down to long on for 4, ball outside the off stump, which he would have tugged. Even, you know, a ball that he hit back over the bowler head, and really was not getting in the position. Seemed to be pulling his body one way and the bat going another way, and just seemed not to be getting into the correct position. And it's not surprising that, you know, he was looking to pull, no way in position, and just hit the ball straight down to mid on, and a simple catch. So 29 for 2, and the captain Roland Keto, the faces fuzzy from John, and they're looking to play down the leg side. Let's see, wait for the signal there. Leg by, signal there. Again, ball swinging down the leg side, and you're looking to probably play that little square, making no contact. So it's 30 for 2. Really necessary for Keto, player captains in. A deficit of 145. So John picking up his first wicket. 1 for 25, a little bit on the expensive side, as he's up to the wicket in his 4th over. Bishop is choking that one neatly, just to that short cover there. Yeah, really is a good time off the ball, and not even he times the ball. He looks so well. Even as he pushed it, but it really went firmly to that short extra cover. It's 30 for 2. Just continues to look just a little bit gloomy. Somewhat, sometimes even difficult to pick up the ball from where we are.
Yeah, it's rather dark and rather dull. And we're doing commentary from, I would think, a little bit of tinted glass. So when the sun is not out in its glory, it could look a little duller, a little darker than it really appears out there.
Yeah. So it's 2 slips of gully. Interesting position. Short extra cover. Mid off. That's John. This one is played on the offside by Bishop. He's gonna come back for 2 as he came forward and just push it in that gap between that backward point and the cover region, and ambles back for 2. So that's 2 more to Bishop.
Yeah, he's not a power hitter, is Bishop. He's a touch player. If you're thinking about power and wanting to blast away through an innings, then you don't have to go to Teddy Bishop. But if you want a really classy innings where he will be timing the ball, because he's not a big man, he's tall and slender, then that's the man you've got to go to. Beautiful on the eyes, very pleasant to watch, and hits the ball with a lot of ease.
John to Bishop, good ball, and just comes off the edge and just past the slip field there. As we look at the replay there, the fielder there just dive into his right, and let's see, probably the ball just dropped. Let's see, yeah, just past the right hand there of the fielder and goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was a close call, and second slip not maybe a little on the straighter side. If he probably was a step or two, if he was a step or 2 to his right, then he could have taken the catch. It would have been a blind if it were taken. But of course, continues to fight on. A little streaky, that last shot though.
Yeah, good delivery by John. Again, we've seen the movements. He being able to get the ball to move away. This one bounced a bit. And credit to Bishop, he kind of played it with soft hands in that he didn't push fully. but still came off the edge and passed a second slip in the air. He picked up a boundary. He's on 13. 36 for 2 after 7 overs. Tyson will continue in his 4th over, and certainly so far had a pretty good spell. He continues to get significant movement. Now the backward square is being pushed back, square leg, as he's up to the wicket and bowled to a good delivery, and Keto covers up and pushes it back on the offside. Good line, and he's bowling the 2 slips and a gully and a point cover. He has been pretty consistent in this inning. 1 for 4.
Well, it's interesting that Coach Shirley Clark mentioned that he was surprised to see him bowling off this short run. We talked quite a lot about it in the previous innings, the fact that he was coming off just about 10 paces, and but having seen him before, Coach Clark said that he was bowling off a much longer run. Now, what really happened that he has aborted that long run and curtailed it into something much shorter? Well, we'll probably have to find that out, but it's something I believe the coach is going to work on.
Another good delivery by Tyson. All Keita can do is come forward and push it in front of him. But has really been consistent in his line. Not strain, nothing down the leg side. And the batsman have to play.
Yes, if I've got a bowler with his physique, I would tell him, hey, that's a lazy man's approach. You've got to go back and you've got to be thinking about coming in about 15 paces in. Certainly not 10 steps.
So another good delivery, good line, and Keto covers up, push it back on the offside. Again, no hint of aggression, but the line have been good so far.
You've had bowlers who had 2 run-ups, the short one and the long run. Malcolm Marshall, the late Malcolm Marshall, had 2, of course. Then Mikey Holding used a short run rather effectively, and even in that
driving in the air, not getting hold of it as the ball keeps moving away from him and just goes over the rope for 4. Again, Keto looking for the drive and the ball seaming away, and just seemingly took it outside as well. I think he flashed hard, and he probably did try to hit it over square cover, which he did, but didn't give the impression that he played it confidently. It just rolls over the rope for 4.
Yes, but it was pitched up almost in the slot, and Keto decided he was going to go after it, and well, the field position then allowed him that risk.
Yeah, good shot, lifting deliveries on his back foot, push it down on the offside, and there's no runs. That completes the 8 overs. Tyson, so 1 for 8 in his 4 overs. Ryan John, 1 for 31 in his 4 overs. The Winners Cricket Board 11, and they are 40 for 2, still 105 runs behind.
Yeah, we don't want to labor on it, but we hope that the impasse that happened yesterday, I'm not sure if the impasse is the right word, but I hope everything got resolved in regards to Devon Smith, because he's out there on the field. And I hope that discretion prevailed, and whatever punitive measures that should have been in place or should be in place, that those were executed, to keep, of course, cricket in its Puritan stage as much as possible.
Yeah, well, yeah, I certainly agree with you. I was not here, but I'm hopeful that things, wise decision would be made, things will be done. But it's good to see him back on the field. I think there's some positive, as John. Yeah, good delivery, and Bishop is coming forward, push on the offside.
Yeah, we all do make errors of judgment, and one has to understand that, and we do make sometimes cardinal errors in life.
Yeah.
But I think what's important is attitude. If your attitude is correct and you can be man enough and humble enough to recognize that you've heard and do a bit of redemption, then that's fine. And if you show arrogance and you show no desire to at least show remorse, then that's when I become very concerned.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. That's John. Bishop is again coming off the edge, looking for that drive, and that ball goes down to the boundary for 4 slip. Really good era. Good eras bowling there by John, and Bishop again pushing at that delivery and just went between the third slip and the gully, goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, for a moment, Maloney thought that he was in business, went to his right, and went between the two fielders, in fact, and went down to the boundary for 4. It's not the first time in this innings that he's had a streaky boundary. Now, the ball was not really pitched up for the drive, and he was trying to drive the ball on the up. And you know, the coaches will always tell you if you're not to the pitch of the ball, then you've got to make the adjustment, and that's important. You know, I remember Sir Viv Richards saying how important it is. Once you get to the pitch of the ball, you can do whatever else you want to do with it. Get into the pitch is keen.
Yeah, he was actually reaching for that delivery there. We know he loves to drive, and I think that's one of his favorite shots. But ball, I think John knows him. I think they play his cricket together from the same area, and he just keeping bowling a good line just outside the off stump so that Bishop has to reach for it, and with a little away movement. I think, you know, this is what he's looking for. Now there's 3 slip, but the gully, there's no gully, but the slip just seemed to come closer. As we look at the next delivery, which is stroked beautifully back past the bowler for 4. Lovely shot. Again, that illustrates the ability of this young man in terms of his timing.
Everything about that shot was beautiful. It was picture perfect. Notice that he got to the pitch of it this time, and he drove the ball on the up. The elbows were cocked, and the front elbow, of course, was cocked, and the ball was airborne, but by the time he was on his follow through, the bowler, that had gone past him like a bullet. That was a fine shot, really lovely.
And we speak about power. It's not necessarily power, but the timing have been really exquisite, and it really went back quickly.
Yeah, I love the shot. Not too many players can effectively play the ball on the up. He did that.
He covers up and again push it back along the wicket. It's 48 for 2. Bishop moves to 21 from 19 deliveries.
There's no question that he likes to drive the ball. He likes the ball up in the slot. He likes to drive it, whether it's down the ground or through the outside. I would like to see him bring on a little bit more into his repertoire. Notice there was a short delivery from Tyson that he didn't handle very well at all. And maybe that's one of the things that John would want to look at, and just maybe pull back the length a little bit into the body. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah. John once again to Bishop. It's this one outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, and actually goes down to the boundary for 4. And as I said before, little difficulties. Actually 4 byes, keeping a bit low, and actually went through the keeper and went for 4 byes. As we look at the replay here, yeah, just dropping before the keeper, and going down, difficult take, and going down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, it was difficult. Yes, admittedly, I would still like to see Dennis Smith just be a little bit more nimble on his feet as he makes lateral movement, and he needed to just get across there a little faster than that. I thought he was a little bit late. Got a nasty bounce, I must admit. Not the best, and kept low. So I still thought that his movement to his left could have been a little bit sharper.
So John, this one is played. This one played through mid-wicket, backwards mid-wicket, and it's going to go very close to the boundary. And the batsman complete 2. One thought, good shot again, good timing. One got the impression that they probably could have looked to pick up 3 runs there. But 2 more runs to Bishop. He moves to 23, 54 for 2. The completion of the 9th over, Ryan John, a bit on the expensive side, 1 for 41 in 5 overs.
Yeah, he's going rather expensive. at 8 runs per over. No, that's pretty expensive there. But that was a lovely shot that he hit just behind square on the leg side. He used the wrist very well and used the weight and the angle of the ball and turned it behind square. Again, not trying to hit the ball too hard, but making sure that he got timing. And that's so very, very important when you're batting. Even if you are a strong player like Chris Gayle or other players, Pollard, the important thing is to time it well.
He covers up and again push it back down the wicket.
So here once more is Tyson. Tyson 1 for 8 so far, 52 for 2. It's going to move into bowl to Cato. Cato is 4. He's got an opportunity here now to do something special as Cato. He needs runs. Tyson to Cato. Cato is coming forward. Bat and pad close together. Pushes the ball out to mid-off. And John is feeling that mid-off and there is no run. So 54 for 2. Nice to see, of course, the Windward Islands Volcano 11 getting over 400. It's not very often you find 400 runs scored in West Indies cricket, anywhere at all. It's a sort of rarity. Here is Tyson once more in and bowls, and Cato comes forward, drives well neatly. There are runs here for him. They've gone for 1. They won't come back for the second. I thought they were a little tardy about that. Should have run the first run very quickly. So just 1 more to Cato, who's now gone on to 5. And the Windwards Cricket Board 11 in the second innings. They're 55 for 2. So they have scored rather quickly, just into the 10th over. So they're going at over 5 runs, 5.5 runs per over thereabout. As he is in once more and bowls. And that was driven, and it took the outside edge. There was a diving attempt there at the fielder, second slip, and it went down to the third man boundary for 4. Let's watch the return. Let's reply, I beg your pardon. That should have been taken. Maybe it should have been Maloney's catch. But he didn't go after it. So they need to have a bit of coordination there in the slip cordon.
Yeah, just a little bit. Again, Bishop having some luck in that slip region. This with third delivery that go through the slips there. And the fielder just feeling to get his hands to it.
Was that Edwards or Athanase? It was Athanase. So, here he is once more. Is Tyson bowls, and he is pulling that down to the deep backward square, and it dropped down there. Well, that was badly missed. It really was badly missed. Jamal James down there at the backward square, and he should have taken that catch. And the ball went in and out. And that's a bad miss, but of course he goes on to fight another day. Is Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, he's certainly living a pretty calm life. Short ball hit down the backward square. Really got both hands hit, but one get the impression that he came in a little bit too fast. Maybe misjudged it, and it just bounced off his hand. But another chance going a begging, and Bishop lives the fight on.
Tyson won't be very happy with that, but move in once more and bowls, and Cato is coming forward. That's Bishop. Comes forward and just pushes the ball out on the offside. The over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, that was Cato, wasn't it? Yeah. So the over comes to an end. 60 for 2. Bishop is 28 and Cato is 5.
Yeah, good over again by Tyson. 1 for 14, and it should have easily been probably 2 for 13. He continued to bowl well and tested Bishop with that short delivery. He had been keeping the ball up to the bat, really, and getting it to move away from the right-hander. And certainly tested him with that short delivery. Bishop hit it down to backward square, and certainly it should have been taken. The fielder got both hands straight and really was not able to take the catch.
So 60 for 2. As I was going to continue. Is that John will continue? Thomas, in fact, will start off. bowling for the first time this afternoon. Yes. So he's going to bowl to 3 slips. There's no gully, 3 slips, and then there is a backward point extra cover and mid-off. Cover is a little straight. And Ambrose is going to move from the short extra cover position. He's going to go to a short mid-wicket. Then there is a mid-on and a deep backward square. That's the feel for Josh Thomas, who just mops his brow and begins to move in. Now to bowl to Bishop. He's there now and bowls, and Bishop is having a big swish at that one outside the off-stump, head nowhere close to the ball, and lifting his head. It's not the best of innings. I thought his first innings looked much more calculated, much more composed. This innings, he's played a few very good shots, I must admit, but he has also amalgamated it with some naughty shots.
Yeah, I think really, the first inning I think was really a disciplined knock. We have seen him really being just a little bit airy-fairy with some of the shots that he have been playing.
Josh Thomas once more to Bishop. Bishop is driving well through the line of this ball. I told you that he likes to drive. It won't go all the way to the boundary. They've gone for one. We'll come back for the second. The return comes as they make their way for the third. That was good running. So 3 runs to Bishop. That was pitched up. He loves the ball there in the slot because he loves to drive the ball, particularly through the line and also on the up.
Yes, I think really that's his bread and butter shot. And the ball was slightly over pitch, and he came forward and really stroked it beautifully. As we look at the replay, just look and hit it really well through the covers and picked up 3. 63 for 2. He quickly moves to 31 from 25.
Thomas in once more, this time to bowl to Cato, and Cato is looking to hit that cross-battedly. Ball took the bottom portion of the bat, bottom edge of the bat rather, and went back along the turf past the bowler.
Yeah, and I think the fact that all his body weight was one the way, and he was really stretching, probably would have looking to drag it, and it took that inside edge go down to mid on slowly. Probably just need to get that left foot a little more to the right across to the delivery, and probably would have been able to stroke that ball through the covers.
And it was wide enough. You could have left that alone. Here is Thomas once more in and bowls to Cato. Cato is coming forward and pushes the ball out on the onside to a short mid-wicket. As Romel Currency, who got 95 at his turn at the crease yesterday, batted quite well. He stroked the ball magnificently. His batting was superb. The only thing that the innings was marred by was the fact that he didn't get 100. But what a wonderful batting performance it was. Just came in and took control immediately. Had a few ugly shots, but by and large it was a wonderful display of batting. 63 for 2. Cato is 5. Will be taking strike. Bishop looks on from the non-strikers end. Here is Josh Thomas bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before given out by the umpire. Yes. Well, he was coming forward, maybe looking to work the ball on the onside. The ball cannoned into the pad. The appeal went up. The fatal finger of the umpire said yes. And so Cato goes leg before to Josh Thomas. He's gone for 5. And the board 11, they're now 63 for 3.
Well, once again, playing across that ball and hit on the pad there. Again, the ball was kind of moving more down the leg side. I think it's pretty close there.
It looked all right to me.
Yeah, but I think what happened there, he played across it. If he was playing straight, but just looked to play across it a bit. And hit on the pad, probably a little bit unlucky there. The ball seeming to move in. Probably there could have been a chance of it missing the leg stump, but again, the umpires, just have a split second. Yeah. But sometimes the shot that you play, could cause the umpire to make that fatal decision sometimes to put you out. Maybe he would have played a little bit straighter.
Yeah, the other clue, of course, that the umpire can also take into mind was the fact that the keeper was not in any way seeking to go down the leg side. So he remained directly behind the stumps, and that's a little indication that it may have been hitting. Now let's look at it again. We've got a third replay here. Pitch just about middle and off, and it was a close call, but he might well have or may well not have gone on to hit the leg stump. So they've lost another wicket, 63 for 3, and this, Dylan Douglas replaces Roland Cato. Roland Cato has not been having the best of performances in recent years, I would say.
Yeah, quite a while he have been having the sort of performance that we expect from him.
Thomas is in and bowls to Douglas. Douglas leaves it alone outside the arch stump. Ball doesn't quite carry to the keeper, but he handles it well on the first bounce. The over comes to an end, successful over there by Thomas. So in his first over, he has picked up the prize wicket of Cato. So just the 3 runs coming off that over, and the Windwards Cricket Board, the 11, they're 63 for 3.
Yes, and a good over by Thomas. First over, a good over. Just try to keep the ball up to the bat with little movements. That last delivery actually left the right-handed player Douglas, and the one before, which got Cato, is the one that really came back in. So again, using the atmosphere to really sort of move the ball around. We have seen that all the seamers seem to be able to get the ball to move both ways.
Yeah, so it's going to be Tyson who will continue. I know that we talked quite a lot about Tyson and the fact that he's got this short approach to the wicket, so no need to talk about that again. He's in and bowls, and Bishop is bowled him. Oh, Bishop is bowled. He went very casually there, and the middle stump and the off stump, they have been disturbed, and the bails are spattered all over the place. So he is gone, comprehensively bowled, delivery that was well pitched up, Yorker-like, and he came down rather lazily on it. Let's see the replay here. He's coming down with not great conviction. There might have been a little bit of swing. There's a tint, a touch of swing. And so Bishop goes, he'll be disappointed. Gone for 31 is 63 for 4.
Well, just played down the wrong line. I think it was a ball that was pitched up. One, you would think that he would come forward and really play easy. Let's look at him, AJ. The ball didn't do much. He just played down the wrong line. And certainly he himself looked disappointed. But a big wicket, Bishop 31. Now the Windwards Cricket Board 11, 63 for 4. Really steering down the barrel. Really a good blow stroke. But Tyson continued to bowl well. He picked up the second wicket. The over before Bishop was dropped down at the backward square of the same bowler. So he really has come back now and pick up the important wicket of Bishop. 63 for 4. And certainly the Windward Volcanoes will feel that they have an opportunity to take full points in this game.
Yes, sneak a victory home. So 2 for 14 is Tyson. And, I'm sure that Bishop will be very disappointed with that performance. He had a good start, but never really pushed on. So it's got only himself to be blamed. But of course, Tyson would be very, very happy to be among the wicket. He's 2 for 14. Ripper Crony has just slipped out from the comments position, not in a rude manner, because a very important person has just joined us here in the broadcast booth, as we say, welcome to the doctor. Dr. Kishore Shallow, how do you do, sir?
Great, sir. Pleasure being in here with you.
Good to see you.
The team, yeah, man. Likewise. I think the last time I saw you was it Grenada or St. Vincent?
St. Vincent.
St. Vincent.
Yes.
Yeah.
The match St. Vincent, Windwards against Barbados.
Right. A match that I think we won comprehensively.
Yes, comprehensively. It was good to see the Windwards getting off to a good start, and won that game quite comprehensively against Barbados.
Yeah, past a lot has happened since.
Sure, right. You know what?
COVID, volcano, and a few other
you
things.
name it. Well, and we've got to say thank God that we're alive, we're not hospitalized, and there's a lot to say thanks to the Almighty God for.
Indeed.
All right, we've got a lot to talk about, Doc. So you'd want to tell us a little bit of St. Vincent and Grenadines, the whole restoration process, how things have been going there.
I think we're doing well. We obviously went through a difficult period, first with COVID, and then of course the last affray, volcano. explosive eruptions that took place in April. But I could say that we are in a much comfortable place now. What we have done during that period is obviously rally as a nation, and we have received tremendous support from our brothers and sisters in the region and the rest of the world, to be honest. So I think we are, we have done well. You yourself would have experienced, I think, something similar in Hurricane Ivan. That was in 2004, about 2005.
Well, we don't want to compare it. All we can say it was gruesome.
Right. So but what I'm saying is that in the region, we are resilient people.
Yes.
And we are accustomed to these sort of crises that test our character. And, we continue to be strong as a nation and as a region.
Tyson moves in to bowl to John Louis outside the off-stump, left alone as Smith collects behind the stumps. So, of course, Dr. Kishore Shallow, who is the president of the vice president of the West Indies Cricket Board and president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board. So, you've got presidency in your blood, don't you?
Yes, I started fairly young, I would say. Being, I think about when 2014, I think I was elected as the president of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association.
Yes, Tyson, who comes forward, coming forward is John Louis and plays the ball up on the onside, and there is no run. So Tyson has picked up 2 for 14. It's bowled well, and Windwards Cricket Board 11. They've got a challenge, 63 for 4. So you took up the vice presidency March 2019.
That's for West Indies.
That's correct.
Cricket West Indies.
There's Tyson again, moving in to bowl to John Louis, who is looking into just swing that, turn it with the tide down to fine leg, doesn't make contact, and that was Smith just skipping around nicely and collects behind the stumps. And of course, you're also chairman of the Cricket West Indies Selection Task Force.
Yes, a very important activity that took place 2 years ago.
Here is a delivery outside the off-stump, left alone by John Louis. So that was a short rising delivery.
Yeah, and as you know, Pastor, in the region, and maybe the world too, but especially in the West Indies, selection is a sensitive area. And so
right.
One of the first things our President Scarrett of Cricket West Indies and myself and the rest of the board really embarked on was to get our selection policy updated. In fact, have one established. That was the first ever selection policy we have had for West Indies.
Wow.
So that was an important document and structure to put in place.
Here's a delivery that is left alone there, sharp delivery, and it's collected behind the stumps by the keeper. The over comes to an end. Windwards Cricket Board 11, 63 for 4, both batsmen yet to score, and Tyson 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14, and Thomas has had a success stories, 1 for 3. So Windward Islands cricket well on the way, and we're living in COVIDic times. But I think we've got to say congratulations to the Windward Islands board for ensuring that there is in fact a cadre of players from which you can choose a further cadre, so to speak, to represent the Windward Islands at regional level. How challenging has it been to get all these players, particularly in the headquarters, and to assemble them so that they could have their workout and practice? Delivery outside the off-stump, left alone there, Thomas, and Douglas lets it go by.
COVID has only posed a lot of challenges. It's just getting to an island. I remember going to St. Lucia a couple of weeks ago, and that 20 minutes trip, it was so hard getting a flight. In fact, it took us about 7 hours to get from St. Lucia to St. Vincent.
Really?
Yes, because you have to go, around the region, Barbados, I think, Dwayne and the others who came back to Grenada, probably it was maybe an 8-9 hour trip.
Here is Thomas Bowles, and Douglas is driving out to extra cover. Can't beat the field. He's yet to score. The total remains on 63 for 4.
So there's that challenge in terms of airfare and movements, and then there's obviously the other expenses, and then the COVID test is another dimension that we could all do without, and quarantine. So a lot of challenges, financially, logistics. I know it's been difficult, but we are committed to ensure that cricket is played in the Windwards. Dwayne, as Bascom and the other directors, they too want to ensure that our players get the opportunity to continue to develop the game, and so that we can expose them otherwise.
Okay. Here is a delivery that he's looking to turn down to long leg, succeeds in doing so and gets a single. So Douglas is now off the mark, and the total has moved on by 1 to 64 for 4. And how have the players themselves been able to cope with such adverse and strange circumstances, though?
Yeah, from interactions with the players, they are obviously appreciative of the times. There's nothing we can do. We try to adhere to the protocols and so on, and they have been, I think, conforming and cooperating more or less. What we have been trying to do is get them to appreciate the whole issue of getting vaccinated, which is something that requires more sensitization, not only to the players but to our population by and large.
Thomas is in and bowls to John Louis. John Louis comes forward, turns it up on the onside, gets it out to mid-on, will get a single. So he is now off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the total is now pushed on to 65 for 4. And you just, in fact, had, I think, recently your AGM in St. Lucia. How did that go?
I'm positive. For me as president, being given a new mandate, a renewed mandate for 2 more years. Also, we have had some new appointments. We have had President Dwayne Gill from Grenada Cricket Association. He has been elected unopposed as vice president, and then there's obviously 2 new selectors in Liam Sebastian, who I'm sure you know very well, and Craig Emmanuel from St. Lucia.
There's Thomas in and bowls. He comes forward. Douglas pushes the ball out quietly to extra cover.
Yeah,
and there is no run. So no real surprises per se in the AGM.
Well, not necessarily, but what we came up with was some obviously some programs. We are working on a strategic plan. We are currently in discussion with having a Windwards T10 tournament, which I will talk about a little later, and a few other programs, development programs put forward by our Cricket Development Committee and so on. So very fruitful meeting indeed.
Yeah, so you can at least look forward to quite a lot happening in Windward Islands cricket, I would say. Here is once more Thomas in and bowls to Douglas. Douglas leaves that alone outside the off stump, rather stylishly leaves that alone as the over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, 65 for 4, Windwards Cricket Board 11. So just going back to the AGM, of course, new selectors, new blood, of course, they will get a fine opportunity to, I would think, to see a few new players too.
Well, what we want to do is extend our pool of players. If we could widen the pool of players, have more competition for places, then that obviously is great for Windwards cricket. But coming out of the AGM as well, one thing that we established, and a few of us spoke about it before, but what we use this AGM to do is sort of establish what we are calling a new Windwards. New Windwards meaning that we are going to modernize our cricket, adapt technology, innovations.
Wrapped in a pad, a delivery that might have been going on the legs a bit too high too. Optimistic appeal there by Tyson. I think he himself knew that no way he would get that dismissal, as John Louis maybe was just looking to turn the ball down to backward square, didn't make contact. Total remains on 65 for 4.
Yeah, very importantly as well, and quite often we shy away from the issues, sometimes we say the elephant in the room in terms of insularity and those things. The new Windwards want to get rid of insularity.
There's a delivery outside the stump looking to drive. There's an appeal for caught behind, and the umpire has remained unmoved. Well, we might just be able to look at it here outside the stump. He was looking to drive, and immediately the cordon went up. Devon Smith didn't seem to be too enthusiastic. Neither was Arthur. The bowler was, and the rest of the supportive cordon in the slip seemed to be optimistic, but the umpire said no, that's not out. Let's have another look here. Driving, yes, the ball did pass close to the bat, but sometimes it might be just a particle or something hitting, and the umpire said not out. Yes. So you talk about this whole new Windwards perspective, new drive, new attitude, new policies maybe. We're going to come back to that. Here is a delivery that is left alone to be kept by the keeper, that's Smith, and there is no run. Now, how challenging is that to bring on anything that is new and new perspective, new efforts? Obviously, there'll be some challenges involved.
Yeah, well, it has to start from the very top, and that's where leadership is key. You know, if you show that sense of appreciation for full teamwork and everyone being in unity, then it's a lot easier.
Delivery outside, you have some cuts well, fine shot. Off the back foot he went, John Louis, and he cracked that just in front of square, and that went all the way to the boundary. It was short, it was cuttable, asked to be hit, and he rocked on the back foot, and he cut it in front of square, and that went very quickly to the boundary for 4. He's got to 5. It's now 69 for 4.
So what we are doing past is we have said to our directors, our colleagues in the Windward Islands, that we have to be on the same page. You know, we have to make equal efforts across the Windward Islands to ensure that, you know, there's alignment with our programs. And of course, you know, we want to be a player-centric organization. And once you could think of
ball turned up on the onside, the bowler just comes through and his follow through picks up, and there is no run.
Yeah, and once you can put the cricket first, once you can put the players first, then more than likely all the other things are going to fall in line, right? And we have been able to, I think, get an appreciation for all our directors. Also, what we are doing is getting persons. So you see Liam Sebastian, you see Craig Emmanuel, you see the new head coach, and Shirley Clark was just on your program on the interview of a few minutes ago. All these guys come with a certain qualification, and academic qualification, right? That put them give them a greater understanding of what we are trying to accomplish here. You have Dwayne Gill, who himself is a lecturer, and obviously he has a tremendous appreciation for education. Miles Bascom also. These guys are all persons with at least a bachelor's degree, and that is what we want to drive. Not to say well, you have to have a degree or have a certain level of qualification, but we want to ensure we bring that professionalism to our setup, and that's what we talk about when we say new Windwards, off and on the field. And if we are establishing these things as administrators, then we are hoping that it will transfer to our players and get them to realize that they too have to be professionals. And so what we demand of them and what they demand of us in return, you know, it would be what is required for a success, what I would call a successful formula.
Here is Thomas, moves into bowl to Douglas, and Douglas is having a big swish of that outside the off stump. It beats the keeper and will go all the way very close to the boundary as Devon Smith runs quickly for it. They will go through for what would be by, you know, confirmed by the umpire. Total has moved by 1 with that extra, and it's now gone on to 70 for 4. Over the years, the Windwards have been dubbed as the Cinderellas of West Indies cricket. So there seemed to have been that sort of psychological inferiority complex that some of our Windward Island players may have carried. How would you seek to derail that? How would you seek to put that sort of psychological prowess into the minds and the efforts of our Windward Island players? We'll come back after this delivery. Here is Thomas in and bowls, and John Lewis driving well, gets it up to mid-off, will get a comfortable single. He's now gone on to 6, and the total has gone to 71 for 4.
Yeah, and sometimes that inferior complex is obviously all in the mind, you know, and if they, and again, it's about creating that atmosphere off the field. So when you look around and you see administrators are, you know, leading cricket in the region, right, then you should get confidence from that. And when we talk to our players openly and tell them about our history, because we have had tremendous talent in the Windward Islands over the years, Combine Islands, that you obviously are just a bit older than me, Pastor. You would be well aware of these things when we used to be playing competitive cricket. And as I always sit across the region to my colleagues at the West Indies level, is that, you know, you need a strong Windward in order to have a strong West Indies. Because the stronger all the territory team or the franchises are, then the stronger going to be for West Indies cricket. So we need a strong Windwards, and the players need to realize we have Devon Smith, who is the highest run scorer in regional cricket. You have had exceptional talents from as far back as even Lockett Sebastian and these guys. if you look across, because we face a similar situation to Leeward Islands.
Yes.
And you know right across a small Antigua produce, you know, Saw, Cotley, Ambrose, Saw, Viv Richards, and the others.
You're right.
So we have that potential in these islands, and we just have to, you know, if we could unite, right, if we could understand that, you know, we have similar talent, and we, you know, the playing field is not always level because of, obviously, we are separated by waters and the tremendous challenges financially and otherwise that we have to incur to have these matches played. If you're in Barbados, you just have to drive a car for a few minutes.
That's correct.
So it's not necessarily a level playing field, but we now have to understand, you know, what it takes to get us to the next level. And that is why it needs, you know, sound administrators, professionals involved like Dwayne Gill and Miles Bascom and all these other guys to ensure that we can, you know, identify our resources and optimize them to be able to facilitate activities or events like what we're seeing here today.
Here is Thomas in Bolster. Douglas is getting on that one and lifts it high and hard. It's not going to go all the way with it. Stops just inside, and they will in fact come back for what would be the second run. Wasn't really in control. I think he saw the ball slightly pitched up. His eyes lit up and went after it. Went miles into the air, and gravity, of course, in the end pulled it down. But they got two. Not the best of shots. Total has moved on to 73 for 4. You also talked a little, well, before I ask you that, how would you therefore begin to work on this psychological aspect? You talk about beefing up your administrative effort and player skill, but there is also a mental aspect of your players. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, and it's just simple things, and I'll just break it down how this, you know, it might, these things are often missed. But it's as simple as our franchise team going to a tournament with everyone having different gear bags, different color gear bags, you know, uniforms arriving late, and you know you reach and you see other teams with the full kit, you know, whether it's hats, clothing, bags, and so on, and then you also have a coach and a manager if you're lucky. Right, and then you look across at the team you're competing with, and you see they have physio, they have masseuse and things. We have now changed all that. So when Windwards team turn up to an event now at a tournament, they are probably the best kit team, right? And simple things like these make a massive difference in the player's psyche. You know, so they feel as though, well, yes, we are actually equal, or even better than these others, and that way you get them playing better cricket because they're focusing now more on the cricket. They feel like professionals. And so these are the little things we have fixed over the last couple of years that we know eventually, you know, are going to help the players in the mindset and being more positive and confident in themselves.
Yeah, that's very good. So, in essence, you're saying that our contemporary Windward Islands cricketers should not have any inferiority complex. They'll be equipped as well as the other countries across the region.
Well, yes, and of course, putting on events as well. So if you come to the actual cricket, in the pandemic, since the pandemic started March or somewhere like that last year, Windwards have played the most cricket.
That's true.
Most cricket, whether it's T10 tournaments or other national tournaments, you know, or even this, there's no other team, no other franchise in the region who has hosted these best of the best matches. You know, so there's a lot happening off and off the field that we believe, at least they are done with the motive, the agenda to, you know, advance Windwards cricket.
Yeah, you did mention the whole talk about insularity. Exactly what were you pinning down there when you spoke about the insularity situation?
Insularity comes from all parts. You know, it has to do mainly with selections most times. But you know, you see it sometimes in the boardroom. From my experience, you know, I've seen it in the boardroom. I've seen it from spectators. I mean, social media is massive these days. Everybody has an opinion.
You're right.
So we see it on social media. But in the Windwards context, what we see is that, you know, a player is missing. Maybe you only have your eyes on, let's say, your players from your country, without knowing exactly the ability of the others or what the others have been producing. But yet you're saying that your player should have been selected ahead of others. Your countryman or woman probably should have been given a certain position ahead of someone is purely on the basis that they're from your country.
That's correct. That's
right?
true.
And we are saying that, listen, we are too small of a region in terms of Windwards, and the West Indies too. We are too small. I mean, I normally share the story where I've spent, 5 years studying in England. And that time, I've been in rooms, classrooms and other areas, whereas when you ask them about whether it's Jamaica, they ask you, where is that? When you ask them, is Barbados, they tell you, you ask you if Barbados is in Jamaica, and things like that. So we are too small and not recognized globally to still have this level of insularity in our region. We're when you compare us to India, who you expect us to compete with, West Indies, in Test cricket and in other formats, billions versus less than 30 million person. And if you break that down to the cricket playing nations, is even less. So we have to realize that we need to unite, right? We need to. That's the only how we're going to expand our players pool. That's the only how we're going to get administrators involved, competent administrators, and just get the best persons and select them and merit. And that is what I've been advocating. That is what I believe that our administrators currently in the Windwards boardroom, understand that, that's what we need to do in terms of moving everything forward in the Windwards Island cricket.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit of a diversion, a little bit of a digression. How has it been at your stint in Walden and Cardiff, I think it was, and your studies up there? How did it impact your life? How did it help you to be who you are today, for example?
Yeah, well, I as an individual, it was time out on my own, obviously, and being in a country like UK, where there are different dynamics at play, so and I was pretty young going to England. I think I was either 19 or 20, so I had to learn to and understand and just absorb the whole culture, and it just gave a whole great appreciation of life, and it helped me to be more professional as well. And of course, I played a lot of cricket, so I played a lot of club cricket.
In England?
In England, a lot of cricket. In fact, my intention, one of the main reasons why I chose England to study was because I wanted to develop my cricket. So when I finished studying, even masters, I actually returned home to focus on cricket. That didn't quite work out, obviously. And I mean, it's an interesting story because I actually returned home in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the intention to play cricket. And I can remember having a discussion with my mother and say, okay, I've done these studies now, I'm going to focus now on my cricket. And returned home to the setup, was performing fairly well, year in after year in trials, performing well and just being sidelined. I can remember a conversation one time in a team environment, whereas I was pretty much given the impression that, listen, you're already qualified and you can get a job, you don't need this cricket here. So and it's those sort of things that encourage me to get into the administrative side, so that I can make a difference, because there was, and it's still haunting us, because we now start to come around to see how we can balance sports and academics, right? But I don't think with probably 20 years ago and before, prior to that, and maybe even 10 years ago, we didn't have the appreciation that, you need persons, with solid educational background involved in cricket as well, whether as a player or even as an administrator. It always looked as though it was, let us give the persons less fortunate the opportunity to play cricket and have a career out of it. But, even in the Windwards setup now, you're seeing players, Kieran Katoy, Emmanuel Stewart, Calvin Hodge, and others who have gone on and study and inspiring others to do the same. So I think all that would add towards this new Windwards that we are talking about, having persons with that sort of academic experience in the team, and it helps with match awareness and just playing better. And even as simple as having your degree, then you have something you can fall back on if the cricket doesn't work out, and even that helps with confidence.
Yes, certainly agree with that. And sometimes there's some things that happen in your life which you may deem to be unfortunate, but sometimes they're divinely ordained. So whereas you may not have turned out to be the cricketer that you wanted to be, well, you're now in the administrative arm of cricket, and you're contributing in your own right.
I think most of us who end up, if you question Ricky Skerritt, if you question Dwayne Gill, they will tell you that at one time they all want to be a West Indies cricketer. So, but what it is though, it really is passion. You know, his passion and I normally said to people that before anything else, I'm a fan of cricket. You know, I'm a massive fan. You know, I'm a spectator. I watch most cricket matches, certainly all cricket matches that West Indies play. It takes something. I schedule, you know, whatever around cricket. So you know, I'm a fan. I'm a player, and I'm an administrator. You know, so a lot of passion there.
Thomas bowls outside the off stump, and Lewis let this alone. Of course, the headquarters now shifted to Grenada. Is there any advantage in this at all?
Grenada has, I mean, they have done tremendously well, even before, because I think the franchise was moved here probably 3 years ago, probably 4 now, coming on to 4. But it is because of what they have done here in recent time in terms of establishing themselves very structured, and you know, have a very good relationship with the stakeholders on the ground. So you have the government of Grenada, who has facilitated all these players coming into the country, certain concessions, having the stadium used at probably no cost most times. So we have that facility here and relation with the government of Grenada, and obviously the Grenada Cricket Association. And it has been a massive success so far. I think one of the best things that happened to Windwards Cricket in a while is relocating the franchise to Grenada.
All right. Now let's look at contract. We now have a situation where there are several players now contracted to play for the Windward Islands. How important is this to these players and also for the development of Windwards cricket?
Yeah, well, the franchise system on a whole, you know, it has tremendous potential. I don't think we have optimized, you know, all the resources being injected into this and the entire system, which is why Cricket West Indies is currently in the process of having a comprehensive review of the entire franchise system. But it's really great to have players contracted and full-time employed. You know, again, one of the challenges, and it helps with, if we understand the franchise, and one of the issues with the franchise is that we don't have the infrastructure currently in the region. And I'm talking specifically indoor facilities. So what we had prior to the franchise, you had persons, and you still have it, where an individual come out of under 19 cricket, tremendous talent, and would have done well, and you could see, well, this player with the right system would go on to play international cricket. But yet he reaches 19, he or she reaches 19, and then you're forced to find a job, right? And then by finding a job, it means you walk in maybe from 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, and then you left with maybe 2 hours of sunlight, right? So there's no way a player could really develop to any significant, you know, especially something to compete with our counterparts across the world, right?
Well, there is in fact a bowling change as Edwards comes in for the first time in this innings, and he is bowled, completely bowled. He was looking to hit that across the line. That was a bad shot by Douglas. First delivery, his eyes lit up. He really should have been just coming forward and pushing the ball maybe back along the track, and went for a big hike, and he was comprehensively bowled. That looked very ugly, really ugly. Look at the big hike he went, and the ball knocked back the off stump, and the bails were spattered. So the board 11 there now sort of crashed to 78 for 5.
And I mean, Dylan is a prime example, as you just seen that. You have seen that dismissal day, whereas I feel like Dylan is currently no contract. He is home in St. Vincent.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of uncertainty. He would obviously have to gain some employment to sustain himself and his family, maybe. And so, how does he really focus on cricket and developing his game without having that stable environment, you know, something that he can rely on? That is what the franchise system does for these players, that they can come out here and practice full time, because this is their job. This is their job. What we have to do outside of this franchise system is national associations like SVG Cricket Association, Dominica Cricket Association, St. Lucia, and so on. And Grenada has it slightly easier because their players could come here, but they obviously have to get the time off. But they have to be, whether it's on a very small retainers or something, that could sustain them and help them to focus on the cricket as well. And that, I think, is why I'm really a massive supporter and advocate for the franchise system continuing.
So Douglas just being bowled by Edwards for 4 is 78 for 5, and Kevin Augustine has just come in to join John Louis. we have been talking quite a lot, but there is no way I'm going to let you go away without talking a little bit about the women's arm, if you want to put it that way, of cricket in the Windward Islands. What's been happening with women's cricket?
Yeah, so I think we were moving a little swiftly in terms of developing the women game just before the COVID. So I can recall, I think it was February last year, we hosted the Windward Islands tournament, and I went there to actually witness the tournament myself and to observe.
So here's Edwards in and bowls. Well, he doesn't bowl really.
Yeah. So
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to observe the cricket and to see, the talent that exists and what we can do for women. We had some interactions with them and tremendous potential and passion, right? And it's just unfortunate that the COVID came around the same time. But we still have that commitment to female cricket. Quite recently, we have seen a few, I think 4 of our players, Windward Island players, making the West Indies B team. And so we have players who are more than capable of playing for West Indies. And I've charged and challenged the persons involved with female cricket, the coaches and other administrators in the Windward Islands, to ensure that we emphasize and we put same resources in female cricket that we have been putting in male cricket. So I think that there's that appreciation from the administrators. It's challenging because there are different dynamics. Cricket, the men, they are already naturally attracted to cricket, but the female, you have to do some sensitization and maybe even make it more attractive for them to get involved. And it's also more expensive for female because you're trying to get them involved in the game, then you have to fund every aspect of it. So there are challenges, but we are committed to ensuring that the female game advances and we win as well.
Just in case you've just joined us, we're talking to Dr. Kishore Shallow here, and happy to have him here in Grenada, looking at these practice matches and telling us what's exactly taking place in Windward Islands cricket, its development, the things that are being put in place for further development of Windward Islands cricket. I'm glad to know, Doc, that you folk have been working and ensuring that our women are in fact getting the exposure that they need, delivery that is pitched up and pushed down to long on, extended mid on, and will get a single. Total has gone on to 79 for 5. The West Indies women did pretty well against the Pakistan women and showed, of course, superiority. And we've got a few players, of course, who they're not old, but as the years go by, they will get a little older. And so they will obviously need to have a few new bloods around. And I'm sure that you'd want to hope that some of the blood will come out from the Windward Islands too.
I want to see the best players in the West Indies, get selected for whether it's the senior team or the B team. And, with programs like the West Indies B team, which we just had playing against Pakistan, although they didn't do as good as the senior team, it should show we saw some potential. And we have to keep that program going. And I'm sure that if in the Windwards our administrators could place more emphasis on female cricket, then I'm sure that our players are going to get the equal opportunities to make West Indies team. Kiana Joseph, Jafrina Joseph, young Zeta James from St. Lucia, only 16. I think we had about 60 or 116-year-old and a 70-year-old making the debut for West Indies B team. So what we have to do is just ensure that we put a support system in place, and then that would inspire other females to get involved in cricket in the Windward Islands. And again, as I said earlier in the program, that having a strong Windward setup means a stronger West Indies team.
That's absolutely right. We won't keep you much longer, but the West Indies had a very good victory last night against Australia. You must have been happy about that. Very pleased for a sort of regard action on their part.
I was happy that we were able to complete the series first and foremost after that little scare we had on Thursday. The team I've spoken to, whether it's the head coach, the manager, and a couple of players and others in the team system, and they're in good spirit. So it's nice that we were able to win last night. As you heard, Captain Pollard said that he wasn't totally pleased with how we went about after having Australia 40 something for about 6. But I'm sure that he would take the victory and then hopefully going tomorrow tomorrow's final, and that we could win. I think if we win tomorrow, we'll be the first in a very over 20-something years since we are winning a series against a ODI series against Australia. I'm really looking forward to that. I will celebrate then, Pastor.
I think we all will celebrate. Let's just take this delivery. Here is Thomas in and bowls, and Augustine is open in the face of the bat, drives that behind square on the offside. The run's here for him, and in fact the ball goes all the way over the boundary line. It does, and that's 4 runs. Didn't look for a fleeting moment as if it will go all the way, but it did in fact go a little squarer than anticipated, all along the ground and down to the boundary for 4. He's gone to 5, and the total has gone to 83 for 5.
Yeah, and you made an important observation there in that, it was indeed a good victory, but we have been playing some good cricket in recent times. Certainly in white ball, Captain Pollard, he is leading from the front. And I often say to spectators mainly, and my colleagues as administrators as well, that we could do all the programs we want. You see, winning, there's nothing that beats winning in terms of in attracting people to the game.
Right.
And every time we win a cricket match and you walk around the Caribbean, you just feel, a bit more energy. People are content. People are talking about cricket. I remember in 2016 when we won those World Cups, it was like cricket. Everybody wanted to play cricket. You saw children playing cricket again in the road and so on. And by strengthening our senior teams, both male and female, and the more matches and series they win, it's going to be, a bit easier for administrators to sell the game of cricket to whether it's families and
bowl him. Sorry. What a beautiful delivery. Went between bat and pad. I had to interrupt you there because the off stump was violently knocked out of the ground. So that's a lovely ball there by Thomas, and just seemed to have played slightly down the wrong line. And so Augustine goes spectacularly bowled for 5, and the total has gone now to 83 for 6. Sorry if I jolted you a bit there.
No, and I know we haven't been focusing on the game not much for the last 30 minutes or so, but the game is set up nicely here for finish this afternoon, in that there could actually be a winner. Well, only one winner, I suspect. but I'm sure that the Volcanoes will be thinking of winning this game. Captain Sinolambre is very competitive. He's going to want to win this one this afternoon.
Absolutely. 6 wickets gone, another 4, and no reason why they shouldn't maybe dislodge the next 4 batsmen. We're talking about the preparation for, of course, the T20 tournament. Based upon how things have gone, South Africa won the series against us. I think that was a bit surprising. And a bit disappointing too. Then we came back against supposedly a stronger team, which is Australia, and beat them 4-1. And one of the one that was lost was still rather narrow. I'm sure you would have been impressed by the victories and the sort of preparations that we're making for the upcoming World Cup 20 tournament.
We do have a good program laid out between now and the World Cup. And the head coach Phil Simmons and then Captain Pollard and the selectors Harper and Miles, they are obviously working closely to get that best composition going into the World Cup. Disappointed that we didn't win against South Africa because we want to win every series. But I guess what I hope would have been taken from that defeat would have been that you can't afford to be complacent, because no doubt there was some complacency. Why we lost that game. I don't think we're planning enough for their best bowler, Shamsi. And so it would be going forward. They would all, Phil would be telling the players this. Captain Pollard would say we can't take anything for granted, and I'm sure that the team would have been stronger, and we probably saw that against Australia. It would be the same sort of momentum we're looking to gain from these ODIs, because we are playing for points now. So. And that's the thing, it's such a hectic, busy international schedule that you can't just focus on just one format. We have Test cricket next month against Pakistan. So we want to play everything. We want our game in all the formats to keep advancing, because, we have been struggling for a long time. And I could tell you that the whether it's the staff or the players, they're all tired of losing. And they're committed, and dedicated to working hard in between those matches to ensure that they bring a bit more joy to West Indians.
All right, 2 words. Future of West Indies cricket, how does it look?
I can give him one, Bright. You know.
Bright.
Yeah. No, it's I think we really, you know, we have administrators there now who appreciate. We have a strong leader in Ricky Scarrett, very experienced and passionate about West Indies cricket. He spent the first 2 years trying to get persons to buy into his whole policy of cricket first, and we are seeing that bearing fruits at this point. And he's in now his second term, and he's really looking to push on from there with his executive management team and getting directors to understand what their roles are. And I think we are in a good place right now. We're working together, close with the cricketers. We have transformed from what was looked at as a management centric organization to a player centric organization, and that is what we want. We want our players to feel confident in us, in the system. We want to have a fair selection policy that players in any part of the region could feel as though they are given a fair chance, that if they perform, they're going to be selected on merit and not just based on affiliation. And we have come a long way in the last couple of years, and I think that with the commitment from President Scarrett and the directors and what we see now from the leaders in our cricket, the senior players. You saw Chris Gill coming back, Dwayne Bravo and all these guys, who have pretty much retired. Young Puran was at a stage where we don't even know if he would play for West Indies again.
That's true.
So having all those players involved, extending the pool and seeing the results now is really pleasing, and I think that is really testament of the hard work and leadership we have had under Ricky Scarrett since 2019.
Well, we certainly want to wish you the best in your capacity as Vice President, and we want to ask you to convey best wishes also to Ricky and all the others who are in one way or the other playing that supporting role and supporting cast for the overall development of Windward Islands and, of course, West Indies cricket. And thanks a lot for appearing with us here on TV.
Well, Pastor, I know that I sense that you have a bias to the longer format of the game, right? But I want to extend the invitation now to you to come to St. Vincent and the Grenadines later this year, where we're going to be having a Windwards T10 tournament. I'm sure that Dwayne would formalize that invitation.
Is he around? Did he hear you?
I hope so. Yeah, but
Yes.
But let me say that what we're doing, and just before we wrap up, is that this Windward Islands T10 tournament is going to be exciting. We have seen the St. Lucia Blast, we've seen the VPL Vinci Premier League, and we have seen the Spice Isle.
Yes.
And when we bring those islands together, including Dominica, it's going to be a fantastic show of talent, right? And we obviously the one of the limitation which we have to obviously we have to jump over this hurdle is the whole issue of COVID, and we're hoping that by persons vaccinated, and I'm hoping, and I'm not sure if you have taken your vaccine just yet.
I'll tell you off air.
But we're telling the people to get vaccinated so we could all enjoy a Windwards T10 explosion. But in the next few weeks, we are currently in discussion on finalizing things, and then in the next few weeks we'll probably have a launch.
Yes.
And we expect that it's going to be a really successful tournament. But it was a pleasure indeed being here with you.
Absolutely.
Today.
Same here.
Yes, and hopefully we'll talk again quite soon.
Thank you so much. We appreciate, of course, Dr. Shallow just coming here and talking with us about what's taking place in Windward Islands cricket, and of course, by extension, West Indies cricket. We appreciate his presence here in the commentary booth. So let's go back and focus a little bit more on what's happening out there in the middle. 93 for 6. Edwards, who has 1 for 11. Has bowled very well. He's given the ball quite a great deal of flight, and both John Louis and Hooper. John Louis is 20. He's a stout player, one who wants to stay there, and we saw him in the first innings trying to remain there and waiting for bat deliveries to come. And Hooper, who has just come in, is yet to score, and Windwards cricket bowled 11. They're now in 93 for 6, and it looks as though the Volcanoes 11 can wrap up a victory here. Rafael?
Yes, certainly in the driving seat. Still 52 runs to be scored by the Windwards bowled 11. That deficit of 145 and 4 weeks remaining. So they will feel confident and will try to pick up the next 4 wickets. Thomas has picked up 2, and Edwards 1 for 11, and the sun come back brightly. You certainly would feel confident to pick up the next few wickets. It's 93 for 6, Windwards cricket board, as we look at Josh Thomas. So far 2 for 14, comes in, but this one, the play down to long leg of the pads goes down to the boundary for 4. Just train a little bit in length there, and full on the pads, and it was turned down by Lewis, turned it down to long leg, which was fine, and that went down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. 97 for 6, Thomas. 2 for 18 so far, and he's in his 6th over. Lewis on 20, Hooper on 4, and now Thomas is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis. Still 3 slips in position. Point, cover mid-off on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a field on the long leg boundary as Thomas. He's up to the wicket now, ball. This one is choked very firmly, really back, and just seemed to hit the non-striker. Ball pitched up, and somewhere around the helmet. We probably going to see the replay there, but it really came up firmly. The player was not able to get out of it. We'll see exactly where he was struck. Yeah, just on the arm. Just on the arm there. Really had much time to get out of the way.
Well, yeah, it came back very quickly, I must say, Raphael, but you've got to get out of the way. You've got to get out of the way. Let's look at it here. Driven, yes, firmly, but I just get the impression that he was not as alert as he should be. When you're at the non-striker's end, you've got to be alert. You've got to be prepared to take evasive action. And it came straight back to him. Yes, I am aware of that. But if you got other players, let's say like a Viv Richards and those players that would hit the ball so hard back to you, you had to be constantly remembering you've got to think about taking evasive action.
Yeah, I think he was very slow. Alert is the right word. He was not alert, and I think he was really slow in movement. And being struck high up on the arm. But everything seemed to be okay. Hooper.
Yeah, better is there. He was hit, and maybe another unfortunate position.
So Thomas, once again, over the wicket ball to Lewis. Lewis covers up and pushes on the offside. Lewis 20 from 29 deliveries.
He's batted a bit quicker this innings than the first innings that he batted.
Yeah. Hooper, that's 4 from 6. And Windwards Volcanoes will feel really they can get the next 4 wickets. Even before the Windwards board get to that 145. Still 48 runs adrift as this one is played down to mid-on, firmly struck by Lewis. The ball pitched up, and it went straight to the fielder at mid-on. The score remains 97 for 6.
Yeah, but with these two would just want to stay there as long as possible. Hooper is 4 of 7, Lewis is 20 of 29, and it's still early days yet, but of course the Volcano 11, they will have other things in mind.
Yeah,
it's good to see, however, we felt that the game has really gone deep into the third day.
Yeah, it's Thomas outside the off stump with a tee just around the corner, probably maybe one more after this. But as you said, we have seen that, particularly in the first inning, the teams have been batting really long. At least Volcanoes batting 119, just about 120 overs. And what we would have seen in both matches is partnership being built right through the innings, even down to the bottom half of the batting. And this has been very encouraging as we go into the longer format of the game. Thomas and he is so far 2 for 18. This one is driven. Where does this go? That's gone to extra cover, and the batsman going to pick up just 2 runs there. Looking for the big drive, didn't get hold of it. Went to extra cover position, so picked up 2 more. Hooper, 99 for 6. As we conclude over number 21.
The thing is, Raphael, they have been scoring quickly. If you get up to practically 100 after 21, which means that you're going over 4 runs per over. So they have been scoring quickly, but they've also lost wickets at regular intervals.
Yeah, I think that's a problem in terms of the wickets they have lost, but really they have been scoring quickly. I remember that they started about after lunch, and they are 99, and still we haven't reached tea time. But pretty interesting discussion there with the Vice President of the West Indies Board. I think a lot of food, a lot of thought came out. Really, we have certainly given a lot of information.
Absolutely, and I was very heartened in regards to the plans and projects in regards to the development of cricket in the Windward Islands, and making sure that players are better prepared for competition, and to pay more attention to players, and give players an opportunity to develop themselves. And that's why I like the whole idea of some players being contracted, so that they can concentrate on their game, concentrate on their trade. And if they don't do well, then they themselves have to be blamed, because this is a fine opportunity for players who want to advance their cricket career, to do that, and to do that with as much comfort as possible, rather than having to be ruffled with a plethora of different activities and could lose focus and concentration. So I would want to say hats off to the Windward Islands Cricket Board. They've done a pretty good job, and let's hope that they move on from strength to strength.
Yes. Edwards, this ball is played back on the offside. I really like the reason that he gave in terms of one of the reasons we contributed to the contracts, and we know it even happens here as we see Edward once again, and Lewis is coming forward, push on the offside. The fact that players, you would see talented players and they having the opportunity to come to train, and really, if you're working or you're involved in some other things, it's really difficult to give the sort of time that is necessary to develop the sport. This time Lewis is driving down to long on, and the batsman will complete 1. It probably should have been 2 runs there. A little casual in running, so it's 100 for 6, and that 100 came 129 deliveries, 114 minutes. It's about 13 fours.
And you don't want the match to turn out to be something of a stalemate now. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they want to watch on that. They can become very flat-footed and very placid, and they could just have this meandering on. I think they need to understand that, have this as a game situation, you see. And let's assume you're playing against a Barbados or maybe a Trinidad and Tobago. Would you be able to really push the advantage home, or would you capitalize on it, or would you get flat-footed? Just get the impression they're slightly flat-footed out there.
Yeah, attacking field for Hooper. Silly mid-on, leg slip, and 1 slip, and short mid-wicket. 100 for 6. Edwards in his 1 for 12, and he's in his 3rd over. A lot of changes, a lot of movement of the field. We see really interesting situation. The leg slips, 1 fine and one wide, 2 leg slip, 4 short leg and a slip. Interesting field there. He's coming forward and plays it in front of him. Good attacking fielding position.
I haven't seen that a long time, where there is a leg slip, a forward short leg, and a backward short leg. That's, or you say 2 leg slip. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Strange position. This one goes down, and it past the keeper and past the leg slip, And the batsman is going to take up 2. We'll see what the signal is. 2 byes. Take the score to 102, and that completes the 22nd over. The Windwards Cricket Board 11, 102 for 6. In the second inning, a deficit of 145. As we now see that umpires just picking the bails for tea. Really have been a good, successful session for the Windward Volcanoes.
Yes, a successful story for them, and they can go back to the players' dressing room satisfied that 6 wickets have been dislodged. Look, John Lewis is still there. He's on 21 of 32. Hooper is there on 6. So they've got a remaining 4 wickets to capture this afternoon. But by and large, we've seen situations where players have stayed out there and stuck to the task. I herald the fact that 400 odd runs were scored by the Windward Islands. It's not very often at any level you find so many runs being scored, but quite a number of players put their heads down, although no one got a century. Usually when you got a total of 400, then somebody got a century. But nobody got a century. And for what it's worth, I think it's good to see that, a couple of half centuries, as the case may be, and 95 scored there by the captain, Ambers. So by and large, I think I like what I see, and the Windwards would have to bring that same sort of performance when they get into regional cricket to ensure that the batsmen go outside there and score quite a great deal of runs.
Yeah, I think what was very important is the partnership that we had through the innings. Again, most of these players would have come up the shorter version of the game, whether it be 10-10 or T20, the fast-paced game. They are coming into a different scenario, and we haven't had 3-day cricket or the longer version of the game being played. From my understanding, I don't think no in the Windwards for quite a while. And we would have seen that they would have made the transfer into this 3-day format, and we're able to change the style well. And the partnership, I think, is one that actually impressed me. Even as particularly going on to the bottom half, you would think when the first set of batsmen go, well, the rest of the batsmen will just come and play. But they all put on their head and batted well. We had 6 runs partnership going on to wicket 7, 8, and you could see the effort, and they understood that this is a long version of the game. And I thought that the batsmen really put their head down and bat well.
I thought so too, and full credit to the Windward Island Volcanoes, who batted very well. I also think too that the fact that the board 11 got 261 in the first innings, you saw that there was in fact grit, there was desire to stay at the crease. Not that you expected them to get a mammoth total against the Windward Islands 11, but you saw grit, you saw determination, and you saw desire. So with the West Indies Cricket Board 11, 102 for 6, we're going to be back after tea to continue the broadcast.
Welcome back here at the National Stadium. Windwards Cricket Board 11, 102 for 6. And they are looking to really fight off that strong challenge from the Windward Volcanoes. They need to first score 145. Hooper is not out 6, and he has so far faced 12 deliveries. Lowest 21, 32 deliveries. And Hooper it is are going to face first delivery down the track and driving straight back to the bowler. No chance of run. Alec Alterners pick up the attack from this northern end. It's 102 for 6. And this pair so far together for 19 runs. They would want to really improve on this partnership. Alterners this again, Lewis looking to drive, making no contact. He's bowling the right arm around the wicket, off spin. Alterners picked up probably just 3 wickets in the first inning. He's up to bowl to Hooper. Lewis rather, who allows it to go through outside the off. Someone he's bowling to 1 slip, backward point and a cover. On the offside, cover on the boundary and a long off. Yes, 2 attacking fielders, a slip on the forward short leg. And this time, Lewis is pushing it on the offside. Score remains 102 for 6. And Alterners in his first over. As he's around the wicket, so a bowl to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward and ball is beating the outside edge, turning away from him. Good delivery. Lewis 21 from 37 deliveries. Again, he's playing a good hand as he settles. Ball giving some air, turning away, and he just coming forward and allowed it to go to outside the off stump. Bit of bounce and turn there from the right arm off spinner.
Yeah, he seemed to delight. In his bowling, his Alterners. And good over by Alterners there, just up after lunch. Quiet one that yielded a maiden. And having picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, you would probably try to get among the wickets here in this second innings.
Yeah, and certainly the important day is giving the ball quite a bit of air, and one would think that the spinner should do well, so long as you're prepared to give the ball air, because certainly you getting some punches from the wicket. Ball bouncing. So we see more spin from that southern end. Anselm. And he's going to come over the wicket. He's bowling to the left-handed Harper, who's on 6 from 12 deliveries. As he come right arm around the wicket, Harper is back and hitting this one to cover. Hooper going straight to the cover fielder. It's 102 for 6. And he's bowling to 1 slip and a silly mid-off. Fielder's close again. He's back and looking to pull. And where does this go? And he actually hit this over mid-wicket. Really a vicious pull there as he went back to a shortish delivery. And swung it. Yeah, swung it over mid-wicket. It went all the way. And went over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, it got the treatment it deserved. It was short and it was pullable. It was a rank long hop. And he rocked on the back foot and pulled it over mid-wicket. That was a fine shot.
Yeah, aggressive style. And he's coming forward, push on the offside. They're going through for a quick single. And it's just got through there. But some aggression from the Windwards Cricket Board.
Yes, I like the fact that John Louis just seemed to be, playing a very much of a contrasting innings to that of the first innings, where he was much more sedate. And he's now scored 21 of 38.
He's out leg before as Lewis coming forward there, and ball hit in front. Loud appeal, and the umpire really was quick in raising a finger, and the 7th wicket has fallen. John Lewis going LBW at ball by Anselm, and the Windwards Cricket Board 11 losing their 7th wicket.
Just wondered whether that may not have been the quicker ball. It might well have been. And the ball cannoned into the pad a little faster than he anticipated. Let's look at it. Just that little tweak suggested that he bowled it a little faster. And immediately when he was struck on the pad, he knew that he was in trouble, turned his back and walked away as the umpire raised the fatal finger.
Yeah. Good decision again by the umpire, and he really turned quickly and walked. So 709, and the wicket of John Lewis going for 21. So it's an uphill task for the Windwards Cricket Board 11. They need to firstly get to 145 to avoid an innings defeat.
Yeah, and there's still some distance away from that. The top order already gone 7 for 109.
Yeah, and as the sun really come back brightly and on the grounds, really good condition for cricket, and the field is really looking exceptional condition. So we look at the field for the incoming batsman. There's one slip, there's a leg slip, there's a silly mid-on, there's a cover, a mid-off, straightish mid-wicket, a mid-on. And for this delivery again, this one is turned down to a short pine leg, and they are going to pick up a single there. That's John. So he's off the mark, and that's Lewis. Hooper comes into strike, and that's Vincent Lewis. He's off the mark with 1. It's 110 for 7.
Yeah, showed a bit of resistance in the first innings.
So the left-handed Hooper comes into strike. Anselm in his first over, and who were hitting down over mid-off as he came forward and lifted this one and just rolls over the boundary for 4. Again, some signs of aggression as he just has a little chip there and swung lustily, and it went way over mid-off, and he went down to the boundary for 4.
Well, Arthanez was up inside the 30, and I think seeing that, Lewis just decided to go over the top, and a couple of bounces, and it just ran over the boundary line, but that was a fine shot. It really was.
Yeah, really positive. He came down, really confidently and lifted. Really, there was no danger. Only got close to the pitch of the ball, he was able to hit it over long off. So he's off the mark. Hooper 17, Lewis is on 1. 114 for 7. He had 24 overs being bowled. Anselm taking up his first wicket for 12 runs. So in his first over going for 12, but picking up the important wicket of Lewis, John Lewis. So Lewis, Larry, the left-handed Edwards, and pick up the attack. This one is stroke to cover. In his fourth over, Edwards as he's left arm around the wicket, and this one, you looking to swing there. Hicks, no contact ball, spinning away.
Yeah, and the ball was pitched outside the off stump too, so was looking to hit against the tide, remembering it's the left arm orthodox, so it will tend to move away from the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, Vincent Lewis in a positive frame of mind as he faces another delivery from Edwards. This time he's coming forward and push it back along the wicket.
Yeah, you certainly want to be positive, Raphael, but not reckless.
He faces Edwards once again to Lewis. Pitch up, he's driving straight. And they still Edwards getting his hand to it, so he's not going to get into the boundary. But a little bit of bad run in there, just taking a single. One thought that really was time enough for two. So another single to Lewis.
Maybe they're just thinking about rotating the strike, but gosh, that should have been two.
115 for 7. Hooper on 17 comes into strike. He's 17 from 16 deliveries. Now the long off, Thomas being pushed right back to long off boundary. There's also a mid wicket on the boundary. So we have 2 feelers out. Still 3 feelers around the bat. And for this delivery, he's just playing down to a backward square. The mid wicket feeler comes off the boundary. That's 1 more to Hooper. Takes him to 18. And the score moves to 116 for 7. Lewis on 2 comes back into strike. And the long off comes in.
Yeah, Lewis has been ready a long time, waiting for the fielders now to get into position.
And Lewis is pushing forward. You can see him looking for the big hit and just changing his mind there and just pushing it out on the offside. 116 for 7. We had some 25 overs being bowled. The Windwards Volcanoes certainly would feel now that it's a matter of time they would want to complete victory in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. But they still have 3 wickets standing in their way. 116 for 7. And that's good. Really, that's good. Just to get that sort of rear guard action there on the part of the lower half of the Windward Islands Cricket Board to fight it through rather than just giving up the ghost.
So Anselm in the second over. This ball is played in front of him, Hooper. He's 18 so far from 18 deliveries. Left, right arm off spinner as he bowled to the left-handed Hooper. He's swinging where this one goes into the body of this silly mid-on, looking for the big shot once again and not getting hold of it. Mid-wicket on the boundary. Mid-on, a mid-wicket. And Slim bowls, and this one again is coming forward, and this ball going on the onside, probably just coming off the pad. Yeah, he's intent to really, if the ball is up to him, he's going to go for it. There's a long off in place. So there's 2 feelers out, mid-wicket on the boundary and a long off. As Anselm comes round the wicket. This one is pitch up, he's swinging straight, and this going to go down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. Ball closer to him, and the important thing here is that he hit straight. So there's no danger. And he hit it just to the right of the ball over his head, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was a good blow. It really was a good blow. Don't forget that Arthanez is down on the long off boundary, but he was a little on the wider side. That was it straight. He didn't have a chance at all to pull it back.
Well, Anselm once again. Quicker delivery, looking to swing. Again, this one just going into the pad and just loving out on the onside. To Hooper. Really is looking to be aggressive. As Aten is just going a little straighter. And for this delivery, he's coming forward and just coming off the bat and just goes on the onside and gives the batsman enough chance to pick up a single at the end of the over. It's 121 for 7, and Hooper goes to 23.
Hooper is capitalizing on any delivery he deems to be bad. Whether it's pitched up or if it's short, you could see him on the back foot trying to pull or to cut, as the case may be. And when it seemed to be in the slot, he will go down the ground. So a good, sensible batting, playing most of the deliveries, I would think, on its merit. And with 121 for 7, then these two can think about maybe trying to get a bit of batting practice.
Yeah, they would probably want to get over 145 first up. As Edwards is going to continue in his 5th over. He's coming over to the wicket again to the left-handed hooper. As we see, the long-on fielder is now being sent a bit wider. The mid-wicket fielder is on the boundary. Ball given some air and driven well through extra cover. A mid-off region goes down to the boundary for 4. Good positive shot. Ball pitched up and came forward, and he really hit it smoothly through the offside and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he hit that slightly inside out and just seemed to be clearing the front pad just slightly out of the way and hit it through extra cover. I thought that was a marvelous shot. He really hit it very well.
Well, no change on the field. But Hooper is prepared to take it to the ball, hit high. This goes into the air now. Someone is getting under it, takes the catch, and Hooper goes again, looking for the big shot, not getting to the pitch. And this went high up into the air, just in what would be in just around a leg gully position.
Devon Smith.
And Smith coming along and picking up an easy catch. And see him, eyes on the ball, really took an easy catch. So Hooper goes for 27. It's 125 for 8.
Not always easy to take those high swirling or spiraling catch. I think he went one too often. Brave and maybe trying to be a little bit too enterprising. It was not really there for the shot, but there might have been a bit of premeditation in it too, and that brought about his downfall.
Yeah, I think it was not quite there. I get into the mood, hitting through the covers for 4 and get into the mood, seeing the ball just up a bit. And it's a delivery that you have to leave your crease, come out, get to the pitch to hit away. And he swung, just went up into the air, just to the right of the keeper. So Hooper goes. So it's 125 for 8. You see another Lewis comes in, Sherman Lewis, right-handed Lewis. Quite a bit of Lewis on the team.
You're sure right. But Sherman Lewis is not a bad batter. He's not a bad player at all. I still think that he can score more runs than he does. I've seen him play a couple of good innings already. He is not unorthodox. So I think he has to fancy himself much more than he probably fancies himself as a batsman.
Yeah, he just takes a little bit more pride in his batting. So Edwards picking up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 18, 4.2 overs. And he's going to bowl to the right-handed Sherman Lewis. 2 slips in position. As he's up to the wicket, ball to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward and pushing it to extra cover. Ambrose. So I've been doing a pretty good job with the field, Ambrose.
He's just been in quiet control of his field, Ambrose. He's not been all over the place, not been too vivid.
The son again is push straight to cover. And that's Vincent Lewis facing. Another good delivery. That just turned him around a little bit as he came forward. Goes out on the offside. So Vincent Lewis on 2 from 8 deliveries.
And he has this characteristic way of spinning the bat in his hands as if he's a real top order batsman.
Edwards pitch up. He's looking to swing and hit this one down somewhere. Over mid-wicket, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Again tossed up and really swung mightily and hit it through mid-wicket, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
I would still like to see him maybe just a little bit quicker in the air, is Larry Edwards. I'd just love to see him just push it through a little more, just a tweak faster, and invite him to go for the slog sweep and see how effective it's going to be, because because of the field placing where nobody was deep on the boundary, that slog sweep was not dangerous at all, and the flight of the ball was also slow. So it was an authentic hit, and it was always going to be productive for the batsman.
Yeah, and you make an important point. The field placement sometimes most time depends on how the bowler is bowling. This ball is played to mid-wicket, pitched up and just whipped on the onside, and Sherman Lewis going to come back for his second run as Anselm so far in his third over, 1 for 19, 131 for 8.
A little bit expensive, Anselm, 1 for 19 of 2.1, but at least he got the prize wicket of John Louis for 21.
For this ball, Lewis is back and again playing to mid-wicket. Ambrose in the way. Sherman Lewis as he faces another delivery from the off spin of Anselm, and look to swing, and where this goes down to backward square, and it goes over the ropes of 4. Again, bad delivery, badly lined, and Lewis took the opportunity, went inside and swung hard, and there's no feeler in that area. The backward square very square, and probably a leg gully position, so really had no chance, and he picked up a boundary.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery, slanting down the leg side and just went with the tide. Good shot too. No one really in that direction where the ball went, so the chance had great chance of just going over the boundary line, and did so.
135 for 8. Anselm, and the same Lewis is playing in that mid-wicket region. Anselm is pretty expensive in his third over. He's so far gone for 23. Edwards 2 for 22 in 5. So the scoring rate have been good by the Windwards Cricket Board 11, but they have lost wickets. This one is choked to an extra cover, looking for a run there, but the fielder they're moving very quickly to his right, and the score remains 135 for 8. The Windwards Cricket Board 11. Anselm 1 for 23 so far.
As you said, a little expensive. 6 runs already coming in this over. Still one legal delivery to be bowled.
And for this delivery again, it's played to a backward square. No chance of a run. And that completes another over by Anselm. 3 overs, no maiden, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Lewis, Sherman Lewis on 6 deliveries. And Vincent Lewis is on 6, also from 10 deliveries. It's 135 for 8.
I think the two Lewises will try to bring as much frustration as possible to the Windwards Volcanoes 11, trying to dig in and stay there as long as possible, and nothing can be more frustrating than when you've got the lower order, the lower of the lower order batsmen just there and keeping the bowlers out. It could be a very frustrating thing, not just for the captain but all the players as a whole.
Edwards. This ball is played to cover. Again, Vincent Lewis. Maybe, as you said before, you can probably give the ball no, the mid-wicket is out on the boundary. Ball given a little more air, and Lewis, again, Vincent Lewis coming forward and pushing it back on the offside. There's a long on in place, and there's a deep mid-wicket in place. Edwards, again, and he's back and looking to hit on the offside, made no contact. Ball just spinning away. Short delivery, shortish delivery from Edwards. All he needed to was to get it through that backward point region as Edward once again comes in, bowl. A good delivery again, and Vincent Lewis equal to this one, pushing it on the onside. You probably would want to give it some air and just throw it wide, encourage him to go off tight. But again, the fielding position, there's no long off, there's no deep cover. As Once this one give me, and this one is hit, and as I speak, over long off for 4. Ball tossed up and just hit over long off and down to the boundary.
Well, they've not been afraid, and Vincent Lewis that was tossed up, they've not been afraid to go after it and hit over the infield. And I guess it's one of the reasons I said that he could be just a wee bit faster through the air.
Well, I do believe that they can make some adjustment in the field and have you a long off out, maybe a long on, and then you could afford to give the ball some air. This one give him a layer, and this one is hitting, and where does this go? Again, over long off for another 4. Ball give him a layer and hit down to long off. The fielder at mid off really had no chance, and Vincent Lewis taking advantage. It's clearing the infield, picking up 2 boundaries in the process. 143 for 8. 29 overs being bowled. It was a little bit roughed up in this over. 2 for 30 in 6 overs. So just 2 runs adrift from that 145. So the Windwards Volcanoes most likely look as though they will have to bat again.
Yes, I just want to push this thing on and push it on as far as possible. Of course, they don't have a chance of winning this, but just, as I said early on, bring a bit of frustration to the Windwards Volcano 11's camp. 143 for 8.
Well, you see again the mid wicket goes back. Even the long one don't seem to go right back. As Anselm just missing his run. The long one just a few meters away from, maybe 3/4 away to the long on boundary.
But both batsmen have played well. Both Lewises have played very well so far. And Vincent, of course, a bit more enterprising of the two.
This ball is played down to that long on region. And Lewis ambles another single. Vincent Lewis takes his score to 15. I make it 14.
Oh,
just getting a little tap with the Lewises. No, Vincent Lewis comes into strike.
Yes, short of the
there's
two.
a single for Sherman Lewis. So Vincent Lewis comes into strike, and he's looking to sweep. Loud appeal, not out. Seemingly from here is going down the leg side. Again, if you would have picked that gap, would have easily gone down to the boundary for 4. You sit on the pad coming forward, and loud appeal not out there. Ball turning, probably turn that he's distracting. Probably would have beaten the leg stump. Let's look at it again. Yeah, getting a bit of turn there.
Yeah, and there was Dennis Smith as usual, jack in the box, jumping up and down as if to say, hey, that's close enough, umpire. How's that?
For the silly ball, give me a little bit more air, push back on the offside. Nice. I see that Anselm is giving the ball quite a bit of air. Probably just need to push it a little far, draw him out to play the shot. And this one is a quicker delivery, push back along the wicket. So Vincent Lewis seemingly enjoying his knock. He's on 14 from 20 deliveries. 144 for 8. And this one is hit down to long on. Let's see where it goes. And this gonna go over long on for 6. Really a good hit. And Athenaeus just had to jog back and look at it go over his head. So really a good shot, good positive shot. It cleared the long on fence really easily for 6.
I liked it. There was something lovely about it. Look at the way he got hold of it. From the moment he hit the ball, you knew the sweet sound of Leather and Willow, with Leather kissing Willow, that there was something productive about it. And then you looked at the body language of Athenaeus. He just kept going back and looking, and you knew that it was not a chance of a catch. It went well beyond the boundary line.
So 150 for 8 at the end of the over. 30 over, just going at 5 runs for over, which is really a good rate of scoring. I think the bad part of the batting is the amount of wicket that has been lost. So Vincent Lewis goes to 20, and the right-handed Sherman Lewis comes into strike as Edwards is gonna bowl around the wicket. And still one slip in place and a silly mid-on. On the offside, all the fielders in, still with the mid-off just around the circle. Good delivery, turning away from the right-handed Lewis. Smith, they just picking the bails, but no damage done. Lewis didn't leave his crease.
Vincent Lewis looks on at 20 of 21. He's batted really well.
And he's beaten by this one. They looking to play off the back foot, quicker delivery by Edwards. And Sherman Lewis is beaten by the pace of that delivery. So Edwards left arm around the wicket, ball giving some air, and Lewis is coming forward and pushing it back on the onside. The score remains 150 for 8. In really bright sunshine. As Edwards once again to Lewis. Again he's coming forward and playing it in front of him. We have seen the lower half of the batting. I think both teams a number of little partnerships. And this pair has added 25 so far.
They've batted well for 25, admittedly.
And for this delivery, Lewis again is playing in front of him on the onside. Yeah, batted sensibly.
And they've not been afraid, Rayfeld, to go after the bowling. When it's in the slot, they've been hitting it down the ground.
Lewis again is coming forward and playing it in front of him. And that's complete another over. It's a maiden over bowl there by Larry Edwards. It's his 7th over, 2 for 30. And Windwards Cricket Board 11 continue to bat on. They're 158, just 5 runs ahead. And these two will probably want to take the opportunity to really bat as long as possible.
Yes, they've got a fine opportunity for some batting practice here. And you may never know when they would need this. So I always think that when you've got an opportunity to capitalize on it, do something, make something special out of it. And both Vincent and Sherman Lewis, they've been batting really good, really well.
So Anselm, he's coming forward, and Anselm just seemed to be getting a bit of bounce. He just, as he bowls his off spin there, I just need to keep his line probably just outside the off stump. Batsman having to play on the front foot. Again, just getting some bounces. Ball is pushed on the offside. So Vincent Lewis, 20 from 23 deliveries. As he faces once again the bowler of Anselm. Ball tossed up and he's hitting this one. Let's go down to long on. The fielder comes around, Atenes. And the batsman picking up a single. Again, not timing it, you're really tugging it down to long on. And again, the length was good. And he really had to probably leave his crease really to hit this ball on the volley. So Sherman Lewis comes into strike, and this shorter, flatter trajectory, and it's pushed back to the bowler. 151 for 8. That's Sherman Lewis. He's coming forward, and he's hit on the pad. He's out leg before. This was a quicker delivery there, and really he's just coming forward. Just probably delivery just seemed to stay down a bit, as we probably going to look at the replay.
Just wondered whether.
Let's see if it's leg before, probably out caught in leg slip. He's coming forward. It came off the bat onto the pad.
That's what it looks like. Yes.
taking in leg slip. So Sherman Lewis goes 151 for 9. But again, you see, continue to get the bounce and the ball turned. Yeah, ball bouncing there and taking a leg slip.
Yes, so he did in fact get an inside edge and may have just gone off the body a bit, and then Devon Smith took the catch at backward short leg.
2 for 31 is Anselm, really extracting some bounce and also turn from the pitch. And Lewis there coming forward, looking to push. They take the inside edge and they hit him probably high up, maybe on the leg. Easy catch, a leg slip. 151 for 9. Cyrus now comes in to join Vincent Lewis.
Well, would we see another long partnership here, or would they just dismiss Cyrus or Lewis as quickly as possible?
It would be interesting to see the strategy here in terms of the field placement. Still the leg slip. Silly mid on, and how would you call? You wouldn't want to see that as a second leg slip. Or what position? How you would call there?
I'll call it backward short leg, which is so you can have 2 leg slips or you can have 2 backward short legs.
Yeah.
Forward, one forward, conventional slip on the offside.
Yeah. So a leg slip and a backward short leg is back and it's short. So he faces his first delivery. He's coming forward and wow, how that didn't hit the off stump.
Ooh.
Let's see what the umpire is going to signal. What this one seemed to have passed is buys. Very close to the off stump, and this one went to the arm straight on.
He probably was playing for turn, and it didn't turn at all. Well bowled there by Anselm. Just went straight on and beat everything. Beat the batsman and also beat the keeper, and went down close to the boundary. They got 2 buys.
Well, it just seemed to probably just went over the off bail, but really it was pretty close. 153 for 9. We had 32 overs completed, and another successful over ball by Anselm. 2 for 31.
So Larry Edwards will come back in. He's got 2 for 30. And has bowled very well, Refill.
Yes, they have been able to bowl pretty well. He coming on bowl, I think, when really they would have been in charge in terms of the top half gone. But has bowled well. And Lewis is looking to swing this one. This goes down to mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder comes around but can't stop it as it goes over the rope for 4. So another boundary to Vincent Lewis as we look at the replay there.
Yeah, I think he will be really looking to go all out now. You like to get some. I think he's gonna want to enjoy himself out there. He's just gonna free up himself. That's what I get. That's the impression I get. And he is going to go after the bowling.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but let me prove.
Yeah, I agree with you, but no adjustment in the field. And this one is hit straight, and the long on fielder comes around but goes over his head for 6. Devon Smith feeling that long on but he hits straight, and it's and there's so much benefit in hitting straight. You know,
yes.
It went really good looking shot, went over long on for 6.
Didn't lose his shape at all. That was the lovely thing about the shot. And then it was hit in the middle of the bat, and it wasn't surprising that it went all the way. Devon Smith maybe for a fleeting moment thought that he was in business, but he could only look helplessly at the sail over his head.
163, 31 to Lewis.
Will he take him on?
I think he will. This time he comes forward. A quicker delivery.
Bat and pad close together. Looks more like a number 3 player, doesn't he?
I think anything that is given a little bit of air, tossed up. And he goes again. Way does this one goes, and this is going to beat the mid-wicket fielder and then goes down to the boundary for 4. And a ball given a little air. And he swung and went between the long on and the mid wicket and goes across the rope for another 4. So he moves quickly to 35, 167.
Yeah, 35 of only 25. Then there's a deep mid wicket right back on the boundary. I don't think that's going to stop him. I think he's motoring on. He's going to keep going. Won't he? Let's see.
Pitched up. And driven. Goes down to long off. So he ambles a single. Going to take, hoping now that Cyrus is going to face just one more delivery in the over.
And he's telling Cyrus, whatever happens, don't let this dismiss you. Just block it, be defensive, let it be a dot ball. He doesn't want a single, does he? Doubt that.
168 for 9. Cyrus. Is choking this one nicely down to extra cover fielder on the boundary. So he's off the mark and will retain the strike. 169 for 9. And we had 33 overs completed.
169 for 9. The run rate is 5.12. So you see how fast they've been scoring. Losing quite a great deal of wickets at intervals. But the run rate has been very, 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 very quick. And with Lewis having a quick fire 36 of 29, that has really beefed the scoring rate.
Yeah, they have been scoring quickly throughout the innings. Just that they have been losing wicket. And Slim, so far 2 for 33. And he's into his 6th over. And Cyrus is pushing it back on the offside. Ball give him a great deal of air. Just a long one and the deep mid wicket. And this one is clipped down to backward square. The fielder comes off the boundary. So one more to Cyrus. He moves to 2.
Well, we would be very happy with that shot. He stood tall, went up on one leg, and just clipped it down to backward square. That looked pretty.
170. The aggressive Vincent Lewis comes back into strike.
Yeah, this should be nice.
And let's see, Anselm. Give him a little bit of air, and he's coming forward. They go through for a quick single there, and good running. I think the fielder there was catch off guard, and that's Tyson in that position.
Well, it was good running between the wicket. Had the alertness of mind to realize that a single would be taken.
So Cyrus, this one is hit down to a deep backward square, and that one go all the way for 6. Good shot by Cyrus. The ball short of a length and was inside of it and lifted it over the backward square for 6.
It was a rank long hop, and I hadn't played cricket in quite a lot of years, Refill, and I'm sure that I could have done the same thing with that one. It was a really bad, poor delivery that got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, and given some air, so it really came up slowly and hit it for 6.
He was very happy with it. There was a big broad smile on his face, as if to say, "Hey, I can hit 6s too."
Yeah, 170. This Pias quickly added 26 for this wicket. And Slim going for 8 in the over so far. This Cyrus is coming forward. The ball just passing outside the off stump.
I'd love to see that replay though, if it were possible. Just wondered whether we may have just missed it.
And Cyrus again is coming forward and push it on the offside again. Not over completed.
Just wondered whether the previous delivery, whether there may have been some little nick onto it. Not sure.
Well, there wasn't much expression by the fielders around, so one get the impression that it just went straight through. So 34 overs completed, and Anselm 2 for 41. And Edwards 2 for 46.
Well, 2 for 40, Anstem 2 for 41 or 2 for 39. Well, he's been a little expensive though, because just 6 overs he's bowled. So he's been rather expensive, going for over 6 runs per over.
Edwards is going to continue. This ball just steered to backward point. Lewis not looking for the aggressive shot.
He's waiting for it to get up in the slot.
Yeah, he just want to see that ball up in his arc. He's down the track and he lifting straight. Again, this one will go over long on for 6. Very good shot. And as he really came down the track and didn't lose his shape. And it's so sweet when you play through the line, you come down and you play straight. And it went sailing over long on for 6.
I love it. I really love it. You know, he's pushed on to 43, and these are nice, good, hefty blows here. He may get a half century.
So, Edwards giving some air. This is hit over long on, and this is going to go for another 6. As this ball is pitched up and it's swung over wide long on. And again, this one goes for another 6. Huge 6. And Lewis is really taking a liking to the bowling of Edwards.
He's gone quickly, you know, to 49 of 33. This is lovely. And mind you, folk, this is not slugging. It is not slugging. It's just good, genuine, authentic, audacious, brave, courageous hitting. I love it. This is really, really lovely. 2 6s in the over so far.
This one he plays on the offside. So this pair really has quickly put on some 38 runs.
I think there'll be a bit of bragging a little later on. I believe that Lewis will be, you know, talking about his hefty blows against Edwards.
He stands up straight and pushes it back on the offside.
And he's doing the right thing. If it's not quite there for the slog sweep or the drive over long on, he's not going to do anything silly. This has been very good batting.
Tossed up, driven down to long off, and this one goes down and Lewis 50, very good 50, 36 balls, 40 minutes, 5 4s and 4 6s. Really have been a really good inning, and this pair came together at 151 for 9, and they've quickly added some 39 runs, and really now the Windwards Volcanoes, I think they have some 45 runs to chase if they're gonna bat now.
Yeah, but they really batted for very well. You thought that, you know, just looking, you thought that they may have been dislodged maybe for 150, 160, but this pair, and then before him, Asif Hooper got 27. John Louis, a well played 21 of 39. But this has been a marvellous innings by Vincent Lewis, 50 of 36 balls. And we just want to confirm how many 4s or how many 6s. How many 6s has he hit? Lewis's, how many 6s? We'll just try to see if we're right. So he has in fact hit 4 6s and 5 4s.
Yeah.
In an innings of 50.
There have been really some positive hitting, and as you said, not really slugging, but we have really played some good shots. Some straight 6s.
So 44 runs, if my math is well, 44 runs have come off boundaries. Total of 50. Oh, that's big hitting. That's good batting, isn't it?
So we're seeing some change. Tyson, who so far has picked up 2 for 21, will pick up the attack, and he will be bowling to Vincent Lewis. This one is hit over long off, and let's see how far this one will go. We're going to go down to the boundary, and 4 runs, pitched up, and he lifted it over long off, wide long off, and that goes for another 4. So Lewis goes to 54 from 37 deliveries. Tyson, both from Dominica, so they're probably might have an idea, know each other.
Yeah, this is fun. This is really fun. Because you watch the body language of the Volcanoes players, Volcanoes 11, and they look very placid, rather languid.
194. And he's just on his driving straight, and this is going to probably go down to the boundary for another 4. The ball pitched up and really stroked down to that mid-on area, long-on area, and it goes into the boundary for another 4.
Now, this guy can bat. This guy can bat. That's no, as we would say in local parlance, that's no fluke there. It really was driven straight down the ground and went all the way over the boundary line for 4. Beautiful.
198. Lewis, 58. Really has been playing a masterful inning. And he's this one, he's looking to swing really in position. Just missed this one and just stayed down a bit. But you could see him waiting for the ball up to the bat. Tyson. 2 4s in this over. Had a good opening spell is Tyson.
But he's now he's now 2 for 29.
Gillon Tyson, one of the newly contracted player. And this one he's looking to play on the other side. He's out. Again looking to go for the big shot. And just missed. Ball seemed to hit in front. As we look at the replay here. And full toss. Pretty unfortunate. Look from here. That's gonna
might have just been sliding down a little
down the leg side.
Yeah. But Tyson ran up immediately after and gave him just a little bounce, as if to say, "Well, I got you." But you can in fact see the leg stump here. You can in fact see the leg stump. So won't be surprised if that may well have been going down the leg side.
Yeah. It looks so from this angle, but as we look at the replay, but he had a good inning, really good inning of 58 from 40 deliveries. Windwards both 11, 198 all out. Certainly they would have done well, being at one time 9 down for 151. Now that there's some 58. There's some 53 runs to be scored. Just quickly check, but I know your maths is very good. So
I think there's sarcasm in that statement, really. 198.
Yeah, 48, probably about 49 runs.
Yeah. 198 all out, though.
Yeah.
So Tyson turned up with 3 for 32. 3 for 32. And let's quickly just go through a little bit of the scorecard. We can get that for you. Robinson caught Dennis Smith, bowled Tyson 9. Junior Henry was caught by substitute of the bowling of Brian John for 13. Teddy Bishop bowled Tyson 31, 26 balls, batted well 43 minutes, 5 4s in the process. Roland Cato didn't look good at all. Leg before to Josh Thomas for 5. Dylan Douglas was bowled by Edwards for 4. John Louis was bowled by Anselm for 5. For 21. Augustine bowled by Thomas for 5. Asif Hooper caught Devon Smith, bowled Edwards 27. And Vincent Lewis, wonderful innings, leg before to Tyson for 58. 40 balls, 44 minutes at the crease, 7 4s and 4 6s. Wonderful innings that was. Sherman Lewis leg before to Anselm for 7, and Darrell Cyrus not out 8 of 7 balls, just a 1-6. John picked up 1 for 41 of 5. Gillon Tyson 3 for 29 of 8.4. Josh Thomas 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Larry, it's a little bit expensive here. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 52. Alec Athanasis just a 1 over, 1 maiden, and Courtney Anselm 6 overs, no maidens. A bit expensive, but captured 2 for 39.
So 198 all out in the second innings, having a lead of 145, having to wipe off a lead of 145, and I make it the Windward Volcanoes will need just about 54 for victory. But really have been a good performance by the bowling of the Windward Volcanoes. I think Tyson in particular, he looked really well, picking up all the important wickets. He ended it 3 for 29, and certainly they would feel very confident of getting the 54 runs that is required for victory. And certainly we will ask you to join us when we come back, probably in just the next 5 or so minutes as we conclude this game, the Windwards Cricket Board 11 versus the Windward Volcanoes. Welcome back. As we see Windwards Volcanoes, they require 54 for victory. And we are about to see the first ball being bowled. Opening batsman Desron Maloney, the right-handed Desron Maloney, and Alec Atenes. Maloney is going to take first strike, and there's 3 slips and 2 gullies, backward point and cover on the offside. Sherman Lewis going to pick up the attack from that southern and right arm over the wicket to Maloney outside the off-stump. Ball moving away, keeping low. Again, Henry didn't collect cleanly as it dropped in front of him. But no chance of a run.
Good delivery there first up, really. Just looked a little bit uncertain there is Maloney. The good thing is that he didn't push or probe the bat at it, let it go by. But it just didn't seem to be all that entirely comfortable, that first delivery.
Yeah, good movement away from Maloney as he prepares to face another delivery. Again, outside the off stump, moving away. Just wide off the off stump. No shot over.
I'm surprised that the umpire didn't even call that a wide. That was so far, way outside. Maybe just straying outside the white line.
Yeah, and still move further away. Attacking field, I think that really is expected. 54 from quite a bit of overs remaining. So they will have to pick up wickets. 3 slips and 2 gullies as Lewis over the wicket. Ball turn through mid wicket. He's going to come back for 2 runs there. Again, that ball just staying down a bit. Maloney equal to it as he came down and just turned it to mid wicket, which is vacant. On the leg side, there's one fielder on the long leg boundary, and mid on wide. Position that you'll have to take into consideration the mid on and also the mid wicket. So 2 without loss, Maloney on 2. Sherman Lewis is on his way from the southern end. And this ball is played to a backward point. Again, no chance of a run. Just standing up and staying it to backward point. The first over. 2 without loss, Maloney on 2. 54 runs required for victory. In bright sunshine, and wicket pitch would have played very well through this 3 days. Still good for batting as Sherman Lewis, right arm over the wicket ball to Maloney, and this one is cutting, beautiful shot down to backward point for 4, short in length, and he stood up and hit it sweetly and really flew off the bat and go down to backward point.
The thing about that shot is that after hitting the ball, he didn't bother to run. He knew from the moment it left the bat that it was going to be 4. It was short and cuttable. And gosh, he hit that there. It looked so much like Desmond Haynes in his heyday. Rocked on the back foot and hit it well, cut it well behind square, and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it really flew off the bat there. And the fielder just had to turn and just jog back to collect the ball. 6 without loss. Good. Impressive shot played by Maloney as he prepares to face another delivery from Sherman Lewis, and he's driving, and where does this one go down to mid off, not getting hold of this one. That concludes the first over. 6 without loss. The Windwards Volcanoes needing 54 for victory.
Well, whether they're going to hurry as they did, as Vincent Lewis did, we'll have to wait and see. Or maybe they say, let's take our time and get there. But Athenes, more so, who didn't really shine in this match with the bat, would want to take the opportunity to get some runs under his belt.
Yeah, well, I don't expect them to go as fast as Vincent Lewis. But as we know, Athenes is a attacking player, a stroke maker, and one would expect. He did get 4-1 in the first inning, so he did.
Well, yes,
he did play.
I guess the form that he was in, he would still feel that he should have maybe scored a little bit more than that. Yes.
Yeah. So Vincent Lewis, with some confidence, going to pick up the attack from this northern end as he's going to bowl to Atenes. Again, both players from Dominica outside the off stump, ball just keeping down a bit. But he would be running in with a great deal of confidence. He did bowl well in the first inning.
Well, I like the first ball, Rafael. I say I like the first ball because the natural movement of the left-hander is to bring the ball back into the left-handed batsman, right? And across the right-hander's body. That one moved away from the right-handed batsman. That's good.
And you see it happening in the first inning. Well, you look at Lewis once again. Good delivery outside the off stump. Just again, Atenes was beaten there, pushing, and it left him.
Yeah, this one was a little bit closer to the body, and he could have left it alone, but just seemed to spar at it a bit, and went through the keeper.
Yeah, he had a good spell. I think his second bowling spell I thought was really a good spell. He took the new ball yesterday afternoon, and I think he really bowled well. Got a wicket off of Ryan John. Really swung the ball. Now he do have the new ball again, and he's on his way to bowl to Atenes. Stands up and plays the mid wicket again, which is vacant. But they're only going to amble a single. Fielder at that shot mid on had to run to his left. So Atenes is off the mark. It's 7 without loss. We're in the second over. And Lewis probably give himself an opportunity to bowl again. So he had to probably get a few runs so that at least he could have another spell.
Really. He probably would want the selectors to look at him, fielded very well, and got a wonderful 54.
Yes, I think he would have made some impression. I think even before he would have played that in terms of his bowling. As Maloney's driving straight to that mid-off player, not getting hold of it.
But he doesn't have the build for the typical fast bowler. Is Vincent Lewis. He's on the shorter side. I would think maybe about 5'9" thereabout. I don't think he could be more than that. You don't usually have fast bowlers that short. But he's left-handed, so that should be a little bit of a weapon in his armory.
He's over the wicket again, so the right-handed Maloney. Looking to turn down the leg side, makes no contact. And the keeper, Henry, they move it around. Taking neatly down the leg side. The ball just staying down a bit. 7 without loss. So we haven't seen Devon Smith, who probably would have opened the batting. Atenes. He probably will come at 3. So Lewis is bowling to just 2 slips and a gully and a backward point and a cover, the offside. Leg gully, pitched up, and this one is driven past the bowler. It's going to go down to the long on boundary for 4. Ball over pitch and just choke down to the boundary.
Just barely got there.
Get down to the boundary for 4. Good shot by Maloney. Ball over and important thing that he played straight. He didn't try to hit across it. He stroked it nicely back, pass on the onside for 4.
If the boundary rope was just about 6 inches further back, I don't think it would have gotten there. May have gotten a hand onto it, the ball on his follow through, but it was struck very well and all along the ground too. Deserved 4 runs. Well done. Well played by Maloney.
So he moves to 10. It's 11 without loss in 2 overs. Maloney so far look really good. He had a good shot down to backward point, and this straight drive really was played with really all the ease in the world. So 11 without loss, 2 overs gone. Maloney 10 from 9. Atenes just faced 3 deliveries so far. He gonna face Sherman Lewis. Okay, and we see 3 slips and 2 gullies as Lewis. And he's back to a ball that just seemed to surprise him a bit.
Yes, he played it rather apprehensively, as if the ball did something more than he expected. Maybe it didn't. Maybe he made a little height more than expected.
Yeah, probably it just bounced a bit, you know, and they really had to make some quick adjustment and just dropped it out on the offside. But controlled it well. Left-handed batsman from Dominica as Lewis, and he's swinging this one down to backward square and down to the long leg fielder on the boundary, just swiveling and helping it, short of a leg delivery, and he picked up another single. So just looking at the bat there, probably didn't get hold of it, as we see him just rehearsing the shot at the non-striker's end. But one more, he's on 2.
But he's a good all-rounded player and has the ability to score runs on both sides of the wicket, and even square or straight down the ground. He's such that wonderful touch player.
And he also scored very quickly. Maloney's pushing this one back to Lewis. He's getting into line, getting into good position, and pushing it back to the bowler.
Yeah, two players contrasting style, of course, contrasting handedness too, because he's a left-hander, that Arthanes, and Maloney, sort of stodgy right-handed batsman. Maybe not the most fluent batsman in the world, but he likes to bat.
He's looking to drive. Beautiful delivery that really moved away from Maloney. Ball there that really he was drawn to it, looking to drive. That's very good length, and the movement again there, not getting across.
That's what made him look ungainly. Now, rather than getting across and looking to drive, because it was not that the ball was not drivable, but he was indecisive as to whether he should be driving off the back foot, which would have been a much more difficult task, and in the end he looked rather ungainly. But he should have been pushing the left pad down and across and driving the ball, getting to the pitch of it.
See what it does for this delivery. And this one he's playing it back and past the bowler, and just coming off the bowler, and the ball goes on the onside, so he pick up another single. Yeah, that delivery, it was surprising that it passed the bat based on weight pitch. So he was right in that he had to do something different, just didn't get across. He picked up another single, so he moves to 11. The left-handed Atenas comes into strike. Yeah, Lewis bowling a good line so far. Good impressive start. 3 slips, 2 gullies for Atenas. Lewis comes in. Short delivery swings. He really didn't get hold of it, but to mid-wicket is vacant. And he pick up another single. Again, it's not often we will see Atenas looking to play some pull shot and really not in position, not getting hold of it. And this one went high up onto mid-wicket. There's no fielder there. He picked up a single at the end of 3 overs, 14 without loss. Maloney on 11 and Atenas on 3.
Well, I gotten off to a good start. That after 3 overs, 14 without loss. Maloney 11 of 12. Atenas 3 of 6. And really, of course, it's a matter of time before they eclipse that magic total of 54 for victory. But again, it's a good opportunity for batting practice for these two. And maybe the Lewises will try to dislodge one of them.
Lewis, Atenas, again is beaten outside the off stump as he's coming forward there. Whether he pulled the bat inside or this one left him. He doesn't look the confident player that we know he is.
Yes, I would love to see Atenas not be reckless. I don't expect him to be a reckless player. But I think when he is positive, he tends to bat much better when he's in that positive frame of mind. Being ultra defensive does not do him very well. He's a rhythm cricketer. He plays very smooth. He loves to score relatively quickly, and I think he should be playing to his strength, and that is being positive.
He's covering up from this delivery and push it back on the offside. Probably the most confident shot we have seen in play. He looked very compact as he came forward there. So probably just need to get the ball coming off the middle of the bat for a few deliveries, and we know how quickly he can turn things around. Played splendidly in their T10 league, and even the T20 matches that he played, he really looked a cut above the rest. He's facing his fellow countryman outside the off stump, keeping very low.
That one didn't raise his head at all, just crept all the way to the keeper.
Yeah, it's probably have been the lowest delivery I've seen actually roll on the ground. So he should be encouraged to look to bowl wicket to wicket. Wicket is playing a little bit probably up and down, so you want to give yourself every opportunity. Anything that stays low would create difficulty for the batsman.
Yeah, one of the things that Vincent Lewis would want to do, I'll come back to that.
Full toss hit, and that's when it hit down to backward square, and let's see, it goes down to the boundary for 4. Bad delivery. Probably look as though he just slipped out and he just clipped it neatly over backward square. No feeler in that area, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
That's a good shot. It really is a good shot, because maybe another batsman may have been surprised by the full toss, and it's not always because it's a full toss it's easy to hit, but he really latched onto it very quickly and hit it nicely behind square down to the boundary for 4. That was really well played.
Yeah, and he's pretty strong in that area. We have seen him really pick up some deliveries and hit down to the backward square with really regularity. See what he does with this delivery. They allowed beautiful delivery. He allowed it to go outside the off stump. Really good teasing delivery. It came forward and allowed it to swing away outside the off stump.
One of the things he'd probably want to do is, Vincent Lewis, is to get a bit of cross seam going. Now, yes, we understand that he's going to get the ball to swing and to move, and lateral movement if he holds it in the conventional manner. But because of his lack of height, so to speak, it'll be good if he can go a bit across seam now and again, just get the ball to skid on and surprise the batsman.
Well, let's see what he does. Atenes on 7. And for this delivery, he has just clipped again down to backward square mid-wicket position. He's going to come back for 2. Feel on the long leg boundary. Has some running to do. That's Bishop. So 2 more to Atenes. That takes him to 9. It's 20 without loss. And we had the conclusion of 4 overs. Lewis, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs. And Lewis, Vincent Lewis, 2 overs for 11. And then we have our own Lewis, right-handed opening bowler, and left-handed opening bowler. So Lewis is going to continue. Our own Sherman Lewis.
None for 9 so far.
Still with 3 slips and 2 gullies. And the Maloney's driving. It comes off the edge and it's go down to third man. And they're going to roll down to the boundary for 4. Again, pitched up, moving away from the right-handed batsman. And there was Maloney again. Not much movement, but stretching. and it came up the edge and goes over backward point and went down to the boundary for 4.
The positive about that shot is that he went hard after it. Now his body position really wasn't good at all. Used his arms, flung the bat at it, but his body position really was certainly not coordinating very well with his arm. He was playing just too far away from his body. But he went hard, and that's why it went down to the boundary for 4. But he would be advised, really, to try to get closer to the ball and try not to be stretching for those deliveries. It could be dangerous.
24 without loss, Sherman Lewis. And he's driving again, comes off the edge once again, and is running down to third man. It will be stopped just inside the boundary, and the batsman took 1. Surprisingly, just took 1.
Yeah, that's poor running. Unless something went wrong with him. Just look at him there. He seemed to be grimacing a bit, as if there's a little limp, if you may notice. So there is a little limp, and that's the reason why they didn't come back for the second run. What may have caused it, we don't know.
So Maloney goes to 16. It's 25 without loss. The left-handed Atenas comes into strike, and Lewis continues over the wicket, and I would really love to see him bowl a lot more over the wicket than going around the wicket. This one is moving away from the left-handed Atenas. So again, we're seeing the movement both ways. He was able to get that ball to leave the left-handed batsman, which would have been the delivery that comes into the right-handed batsman. So you have shown that he can move it both ways.
Well, it certainly has not been the best year and a half or 2 for Sherman Lewis. Whether he hasn't worked hard enough, whatever the case is, but just some bowling has not been as penetrative and as venomous as it was in the past.
Plays down to long leg by Atenas off the pads, and he ambles a single. So he goes into double figures. He's on 10. 26.
Yeah, the physio is going out to maybe have a look at who.
Malone.
Yeah, the arm is going to be sprayed, you know. Did he get a blow in the hand?
I can't remember seeing it in this inning. It does seem to have some difficulty.
Yeah, I just wondered where that come from all of a sudden. They're going to do some work on him, and some bit of miracle is going to be performed on the ground there. Those physiotherapists, they just seem to know what to do and correct. They correct situations rather quickly, don't they?
Yeah, certainly. They just seem to have a nick of knowing where to touch, when to touch it. Yeah.
All right, so he's up and flexing the muscles. He's going to get a bit of the magic spray on him, I would think. And after that is done, he should be all right. Oh, we had some stories. We had all sorts of stories about the old-fashioned magic spray. We were told about one particular individual. I think it was Ritzburg that gave that interesting story. One of the players who maybe got injured, and they got them so-called magic spray and sprayed, and after that was done, he was fine, only to find out later that it really was deodorant. It wasn't. The spray was something else. What a story that was. So some people think it's all in the mind, really, but I believe that some of them do quite some extraordinary work there. 26 without loss.
So we're ready to continue. Sherman Lewis. Maloney just get a bit of treatment there. So all is ready as Lewis. Right arm over the wicket. Good delivery. Good carry there. This one already came back into the batsman. I think Maloney really got into good position there. He was able to negotiate that delivery, lifting the bat and allow it to pass just outside the off stump, lifting delivery.
His judgment was very good in that one, and we've seen a couple of indiscretions on his part, but that one he judged it very well. It was a good length delivery, came back into the right-handed batsman, shouldered arms and let it go by.
So Lewis, I think they still would be looking to pick up maybe 1 or 2 wickets, even though probably slim chance of winning. This he covers up, push it back along the wicket. That's conclude the over. Sherman Lewis, none for 15, and it's 3 overs.
It's interesting that at the end of the over, Sherman Lewis went right up to Maloney and must have said a couple of words to him, and Maloney sent him his bat, and he caught the bat. Interesting, 26 without loss.
I think good group of players. I think there good relationship between the players, and really seem to enjoy competing against each other. We know that the various islands, the players on the various islands do compete, but I must say it's really have been, positive by the Windwards board in terms of the format they are using. We having the best of the players in the region to compete, and could only take a cricket from strength to strength.
Absolutely, but I really am glad that the Windward Islands are playing quite a great deal of cricket. I don't think that they would be able to complain about the lack of practice and the lack of being able to play.
So Augustine going to pick up the attack. Atenes is driving to mid-off. Good timing there. That ball really traveled quickly to mid-off. Augustine in his first over. Slow start by Atenes by nature. Free scoring batsman. And Augustine is bowling to 3 slips on the gully. So over the wicket bowl to Atenes outside the off stump. And Atenes just allowing this one to go through. Score remained 26 without loss. 28 more runs needed for victory.
Well, they're going to get there. How long they're going to take to get there is maybe the other question, but to get there they will.
Patient start. Again, just 2 fielders on the onside. He's again coming forward and push down to mid-off. Atenes, I think one of the young and upcoming player in the region, and we expect him to go on to the next level. Just has to be consistent, and when you get in, not to give it up but to go all the way. This one is clipped beautifully over mid-wicket, and this going to roll. Is he going to stop before he gets into the boundary? Yeah, really. And the batsman complete 3 runs. Just picked it up and clipped it over mid-wicket. And just seems to stop a bit and just roll close to the boundary. So 3 to Atenes. He moves to 13-29 without loss.
You see, the reason I really love, I can look at Atenes bat for the entire day. He's such a wonderful player, quick to pick up on loose deliveries, and he's such an orthodox, magnificent player that you just got to admire him batting. I think he can go from strength to strength. I think he's got a lot to offer.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maloney into strike. The pads plays 2 mid-wicket. Again, he's going to pick up another 2 here. Ball slightly over pitch. And just walk it on the onside and pick up 2 more. So he moves to... moves by 2. It's 31 and he moves to 18. So yeah, still in the 6th over. Volcanoes need 54 for victory. So they are drift by 23 runs. Augustine in his first over as he's up to the wicket. Maloney's pulling, and beautiful stop by the mid-wicket fielder. They really hit this one, and the fielder moving quickly to his left. Probably would have been disappointed not to pick that gap. There's loads of space on the leg side, and just happened. I don't think he got hold of it. Just happened to hit it in that square leg region. So that concludes the 6 over, 31 without loss. Windwards Volcanoes requiring 54 for victory.
Yes, so in essence, they're some 23 runs shy of that total. And they've not lost a wicket, which is really good. It's good to see the opening pair just staying there. They're being positive, going at 5 runs per over after 6 overs, 31. So they've been positive, and both batsmen, in fact, have faced 18 deliveries. After this, 13. Maloney 18 of 18.
And it certainly speaks to the seriousness, maturity in which a game is being played. And one thing, 54, which is really not a big score. And, you know, the tendency to just come inside as opening batsman and just hit the ball all over the place. But we've seen, you know, a sense of maturity in terms of the approach to getting these runs. No rush shots, you know, playing each ball on its merit. And I think it goes well for the future in terms of building. No matter what, you know, you need to be mature, and you need to approach this game really seriously. As this one is hit down the backward square by Atenes, goes down to the boundary for 4. Just slightly short and going down the leg side as Hooper comes into the attack and hit down the backward square for 4. Good shot again by Atenes into good position. And he kept this all along the ground, and that short backward square really had no chance.
He is very strong in the backward square area, picks up the line and leg very quickly.
And he's swinging this one over long on. This going to look as though it's going to clear the long on fence. Let's see it. No, just drop in one bounce and it goes down to the boundary for 4. But pitched up, and he lifted it. Safe shot. There's no one in long on. And really long hand. Let's see how close it get to the ropes. Yeah, just drop one bounce and just happened to stop. Just went over the boundary.
Good shot. And the long on is no push back.
Full toss and hit again to the short extra cover. Would be disappointed there. He didn't take full advantage of that delivery. He moves to 21. Short delivery, and the hit down to long on. The fielder comes off the boundary. Maloney just seemed to be struggling a bit. So one more to Atenes. It's 40 without loss. Atenes moves to 22 from 22. Maloney 18 from 18. Just 14 runs required. Hooper between the umpire and the stump left arm around the wicket. Ball to Maloney, who plays down to mid-on. He's doing it rather comfortably. As he once again and this one a stroke to mid-off. Again, no chance of run. The end of the first over ball by Hooper, going for 9 runs. It's 40 without loss after 7 overs.
7 overs. They've got a healthy run rate. 5.71 is the run rate. And similarly, in the second innings of the board 11, they was going rather quickly too. But all in all, Rafael, I think this has been a good match, a really good match. The Windward Islands players and of course selectors should be able to look and see, you know, some of the bright spots and things that really came out from this particular encounter. I like what I see. I think the bowlers have tried hard. The batsmen, they have batted very well.
Augustine Atenes drives straight to cover. Ball pitched up, stroke to cover. Yeah, I agree. It really would have given the selectors a great opportunity to look at the players. We had 3 days of good cricket despite the rain on the first day. We was able to have as much as 77 overs being bowled for the day. As Athens just cheered this one down to a gully position. Gained no chance of a run. Yeah, the selectors would have a good opportunity to look at these players, and you know, we from our end here, you know, also would have a good view of the players that is on show for the Windwards, both the contracted players here and the other players who probably would be next in line. And it's really a good opportunity for the players from the region. Augustine, right arm over the wicket, bowled that, and as he's flashing, and where does this was one go? Actually, goes down to the boundary for 4. This one really went really quickly. Certainly we didn't see that. It really went across the outfield really quickly. Actually, nobody moved.
It was all timing. It was so beautifully executed. All timing, pitched up, and he drove the ball sweetly through extra cover. Is the typical left-hander shot, and that went to the boundary for 4.
Well, that happened so quickly that there seemed to be no reaction by no one. It really flashed across the outfield. So he moved to 26-44. I think there's, you know, that's the skill that he possesses. He really times the ball sweetly. 44 without loss, just 10 runs needed. Athens 26 from 25. Maloney 18 from 20. Still 2 slips in position, 3 slips and a gully. And he played beautifully through mid-wicket. Let's go. This one going to go again very close to the boundary. Let's see, just stop, just probably about a foot inside the boundary. And the batsman going to come back for 3. Really good shot. It's getting back and playing smoothly through mid-wicket. So he moves to 29, 47 without loss. The right-handed Maloney comes in to strike. So I think he's just beginning to get his timing right. Beautiful shot through the covers, and then just play back and whip it through mid-wicket and pick it up 3. Right-handed Maloney, still with a pack off side field, just 2 fielders on the onside, forward square leg and a mid-on. Maloney's playing to mid-off. He remains on 18. Have been a convincing performance by the Windward Volcanoes. I think they bowled well in the second inning, and we have seen good batting. Augustine, this again is played down to mid-off and straight to the fielder, no chance of a run. The end of another over, and that's the score move. Remains at 47 without loss, and that's the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, well, they're cantering to victory. The Volcanoes, 11. Maloney's on 18 of 23. He's batted well. I still think, though, Raphael, that there's some little technical glitches in his batting that he'll have to look at, and I know that the coach, new coach, is here, and obviously he'll be looking at all of these little details of all the various players, and I think I'd like to see him get a little closer to the balls. Very often you can see him playing with the bat away from the body. That's one little thing that I've picked up, and he needs to work at that, getting a little closer to the ball particularly on the drive.
He's flashing outside there off some first delivery from Cyrus. Umpire on move.
Yeah. Oh, but it was the googly.
Athens. The bat hit the ground, but not out by the umpire, Cyrus. And this one he's down and hitting it over the top, and they go down to long off. Didn't really get hold of it, but they're going to come back for 2. Probably aim to go for 3, so that's 3 more to Atenes. It's 50. 50 runs partnership, 40 deliveries, 7 fours. So a good confident start by the Windwards Volcanoes. Atenes going to 32. The right-handed Maloney comes in to strike at Cyrus, and he has 2 slips attacking fielders. Quicker delivery, and this one is pushed to the offside. There's no chance of run. Just coming back to your point, the coaches speak about skill development, and one would think that a lot of work could be done with the players with those weaknesses. For instance, getting the feet to the pitch of the ball. This one goes through him, bowled him. Good delivery. Look like as the googly there, as Maloney came forward there and looking to push and went right through him.
Oh. Let's look at it again. Daryl Cyrus. Yes, the googly. That really made my eyes lit up and brought a big smile on my face. The reason I say so is I just love to see the conventional leg spinner being able to bowl the googly or bowl the one that just goes straight on. He probably was looking for a bit of turn. But don't forget, Raphael, the ball is only 8.4 overs old, so you wouldn't expect it to really turn. It may more skid on, but you wouldn't get any generous turn with the ball, so no.
Yeah, and it shows up there in terms of the technique of Maloney, in terms of his coming forward, because again, he probably just gets sideways of the ball, not kind of reaching out and covering the ball. And this is the point we were making there in terms of the coach speak about skill development. One would think that you want to have these players, and even though it's just to throw the ball and give them an arc, just that it keeps choking the ball in that particular arc with the left foot coming out. And I think this is sort of things that will be necessary in terms of developing those skills that these batsmen have. But you definitely need to get closer to the ball. Too many times he seemed to be playing sideways with his body here and the bat really far from his body.
Yeah, that's something that he obviously would have to look at. And something that we've picked up, and I'm sure that there are other people who've picked that up too. So he should go back to the drawing board and try to iron out those deficiencies when he gets to, when you get even better bowling than you're getting here now, bowling that are of higher standards, then he might be in quite a bit of a bother. And he may be wondering, why am I getting dismissed like this?
Well, we have seen it before. One of the weaknesses of our batsmen is some of our batsmen are technique.
Yes.
When you get this ball played on the onside by James, so he's off the mark right away at 1. Again, ball coming into the left hander and just playing it on the onside for 1. 51 for 1. Yeah, we have seen that as probably one of the weak areas of our batsmen in terms of the technique. When bowlers you get bowlers of a certain of a high level, if your technique is not right, they're going to expose it.
Yes, that's correct. And Maloney is a good player. There's no question about that, and loves his game. He's a good hard worker too, but just that little, and especially someone who's batting right up at the top of the order, you just need to be a little bit tighter and a little bit more technically sound, particularly in defense also, and when he's going to drive.
Good over from Cyrus, first over, picking up wicket of Maloney. He has 1 for 4 in his first over. 51 for 1 after 9 overs. Windwards Volcanoes just needing 3 more runs for victory.
Oh, will this be the last over, Raphael? We do have another one.
One would hope. I think this could be. This probably would be the last over. And I think particularly if James comes in off the mark, the first delivery that he faced, one would think probably just would be about. I would believe that this could be the last over. So 9 overs completed. Cyrus 1 for 4. Atenes 32 from 29 deliveries. Jamal James just one from the only delivery that he received, and he would be facing up to Hooper, who is in his second over. He went for 9 in his first over, and we see that's what 4 feelers around the bats, or leg slip. And just when he's coming forward, the ball's spinning away from him. He made no contact.
And Henry didn't do a good job behind the stumps either.
Again, ball coming into him, and just look as though he wasn't sure what was happening. So he didn't either play back or play forward. He faced another delivery. This one is played to mid wicket, but straight to the fielder, backward square, no chance of a run. Atenes looks on from the non-strikers end. Again, he's coming forward and push in front of him. Okay, look as though there probably would be another over. Atenes wouldn't face. A short delivery turn just past the leg slip, leg gully, and very quick over bowler by Hooper.
Who was looking rather wrong-armish in this spell.
Yeah. Tossed up, driven down straight, and just a little bit of misfeel of the fielder on the offside day, and the batsman come through for one. Could have well be the shot that that would have made it, but he picked up one, 52 for 1, 10 overs, and James on 2. Just 2 runs needed.
Well, after 3 days of cricket, I think by and large both teams would feel a sense of accomplishment. Yeah. They got a good workout, good practice, able to see exhibition of competitive skills. So they're going to win this one, no doubt about that. Volcanoes 11, and we expected them to win, but this is very good for Windward Islands cricket.
Short delivery again. He's looking to hit this one. Be a little disappointed not to put this one away from Cyrus.
Yeah, he got a gift that he really should have caught it through the offside. In
the second over, with 3 fielder looking around his legs, he covers up and pushes back on the onside. So James just being put under some pressure. Cyrus, and this one he swings, and again made no contact, and this ball going to go down to the boundary, and that's the winning run, goes over the rope, and signal actually buys, and the Windward Volcanoes would have really come through 56 for 1 in convincing fashion, winning this game by 9 wickets.
Yes, they won by 9 wickets, and not surprising at all. But as we said a little earlier on, 3 good days of cricket, good competitive cricket. Maloney, the only batsman to go, was bowled by Cyrus with a googly for 18, 24 balls, 3 fours. Alec Athene not out 32. He's batted so very well, 4 fours in his innings of 32. And Jamal James not out 2. So Volcanoes 11, 56 for 1. And they have won this game expectedly too, and as I said early on, it all augurs good for the development and preparation for Windward Islands cricket.
Yeah, was competitive. One expected the Volcanoes team to really go forward and win, but it wasn't as easy. I think the first part of the game pretty competitive. 261 scored by the Windwards board 11. I thought that they would have batted well. We saw some good innings. Jelani Robinson, and then we are seeing people like Dennis Smith and so forth. But I think it was competitive, maybe up to this third day, when I thought that the Windwards board 11 didn't bat as well. They started the bat just after lunch today, and they were able to get up to 158, even though at one time it looked they would get a lot less than the 198 which they scored. But they got up to 198, and the Windward Volcanoes just showed the strength. They came back and scored 56 or 1. A very convincing victory. But at the end of it, a lot of players did put their hands up. Give you an idea of the players we have in the region. And really going forward, they really should put the selectors in a better position to select probably the best teams for a regional tournament.
I did remark that getting a score above 400, you would expect one batsman to get at least 100. Nobody got into the triple figures. Sunil Lambert got 95, well played 95 runs. But the fact that no one got 100 and they were able to get beyond 400, it meant that the rest of the players, or most of them in fact, contributed stoutly to the overall aggregate of the Volcanoes 11 team, and that is very good. Now what will have to happen here, the top batsmen in the team and in the Windward Islands would want to think about batting deep and batting long. The older players, the Devon Smith, the Sunil Lamberts, Alec Athanes, and these players who have been around for some time, they would want to stay long and bat well. We've seen quite a lot of positives coming out from this particular match. Not that the bowlers have bowled badly, but there was a good pitch here, no doubt about that. And the batsmen did, in fact, for the most part, put their heads down and bat. But we've got to come out of that Windward Islands culture of 40s and 50s and possibly 60s and think about getting up to the triple figure mark. And that's going to be good in the way forward. But I like what I see. I think this whole preparatory practice game for regional tournament and getting your squad together, this is the way to go. Hats off to the Windward Islands, and these players have been having practice maybe more than any of the other regional players. So that is going to be good for the Windward Islands, and let's hope they see the value of this and capitalize on it.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. Very positive what we have seen in terms of the batsmen batting for long periods of time. But I certainly agree with you that you have to go on. You cannot score 50, 60, particularly your top class players, and get out. You have to go on. And I think you just call for some more seriousness and commitment. What I was pleased about is the fact that they turn around from the shortened version of the game and the way that they approach this longer version. I think that was excellent. As you said, a lot of positive, but they just need to move on from the good stats, move on from the good score. We saw Ryan John got 49 out and out, and you look at the shots that they play to get out. No, you had to move on. He had to pass that stage. And as you rightly say, you had to look at the three figures. Dennis Smith got stats, and you had to go on. And certainly this is an era. Juliana Robinson, you got a good 66 in charge. And, one is opportunities. And you had to develop in you that mentality that you reach a certain score, you doesn't want to out. You just want to keep batting and batting. And this is only how you realize that a cricket going to move from one stage to another stage. And as a batsman, you had to develop the habit of scoring big runs. And going forward, I would think that they would have seen maybe a lot of the areas in discussion with the coach. He would have picked up a lot of areas and working on this sort of skill development. I think that it all goes well in terms of going forward. Seeing the areas, you're seeing your skill and your areas of weakness in that skill and develop it. But I think all in all, I think it was a game that a lot of positive came out. And I think this is the right way to go for Windwards cricket.
Yes, so hats off to a good game. A game I thought that was mad, really, with the Devon Smith incident. Really, we don't really want those sort of things to happen at all in cricket at any level at all. So I think he himself will be disappointed with that. We all were very much disappointed with that. But outside of that untoward naughty behavior, I think by and large the umpires were respected. They did a pretty good job. The ground staff here did a good job too. And hats off, of course, to the Grenada Cricket Association for staging this important couple of games here. I'm not sure whether we're going to have a third practice match next week. Not sure if it's been confirmed, but whatever the case is, they've gotten quite a great deal of practice, and this is going to augur well for the preparation of the Windward Islands team. Well, we've been very happy to bring this match here to you, and just to let you know that the Windward Islands Volcanoes 11, they won this match by 9 wickets, as James was not out 2. Arthurnes, who batted very well, was not out on 32. We were happy to bring you the broadcast. Until next time, we obviously will alert you when that time comes up. And until then, well, have a very good evening, good night, wherever you might be listening and watching the broadcast from.